Wherever there's an episodic series, you can bet two men will talk to you. AJ Talon and Owen Finch give their thoughts on Owen and AJ Talks.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Owen and AJ Talks, and we're at a pretty big point in our video for today. A pretty big video for us. It's a video that AJ and I have talked about doing for pretty much since we started doing videos together, regularly for the most part.
Yeah, I've been a big Star Wars fan since before I can remember. I even told Owen that it's funny to see you watching these the first times because I've as long as I can remember, I already know the plots of these movies since my dad was a big Star Wars fan.
I think the biggest story we could say about it is you're so used to these plots and everything, you forget them viewing these for the first time. So we were texting a couple.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one because this ends on a cliffhanger. I'm like, oh yeah, right. I guess this does end a cliffhanger.
Yeah. And
because I already, I've known what happened since before I can fucking remember.
And I'm telling you, I don't want to wait too long to watch the next movie and everything.
Yeah, but yeah, we are back once again for Star Wars. This time it's Episode 5, Empire Strikes Back. Yep, it's a big one. You know, this is probably the most highly regarded Star Wars movie, I would say. And yeah, it's iconic. When people are thinking about movies, sequels that kind of surpass the original, you'll see this one and Terminator 2 Judgment Day are the ones that are always talked about.
Yeah, so it's interesting we're doing one of them and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah, I'm definitely down to do Terminator someday. But yeah, I've already said that I prefer the first one a little bit more over this one, but I do believe this is a better movie than the first one, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I was interested to see Owen's thoughts on it. And yep, sure enough, we are back at it. We were going to do Toy Story 2 first, but Toy Story 2 kind of makes fun of this movie a little bit. So we kind of agreed that doing this one before that one made more sense.
And I'm happy in a sense because we'll talk about this. We won't mention it too much, but I'm happy we're not doing the last season of Avatar or the season finale of Avatar: The Last Airbender, season 2 right now. Since it took a lot of inspiration for this, so I kind of like that we're doing
I actually did jot down that I was actually going to talk a little bit about that in the behind the scenes stuff, just because Avatar is a big show that we talk about, so I kind of wanted to make the comparison.
Yeah.
Even though we're not getting Avatar, we've both seen Avatar, so we can talk about it.
Maybe keep it vague, because that could be a video idea, too, we do in the future.
Yeah, I'll just kind of do the bullet points for that. But, yeah, before we get into the behind-the-scenes stuff and then the movie itself, I figured we should actually talk about, I guess technically behind-the-scenes stuff, kind of just going over who's behind this movie. So, yeah, funny enough, because he's kind of the one mainly talked about with this, George Lucas did not write the screenplay or direct this movie. He came up with the, obviously the story, but the screenplay was actually written by Lawrence Kasdan, who is an old friend of George Lucas, and he actually ended up doing the screenplay for Indiana Jones, the first one, which came out the following year.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So
cool, because Lucas is heavily involved in Indiana Jones movies, and also technically Leia Brackett was involved in the screenplay. So I guess to go into that a little bit, George Lucas hired Leia Brackett to kind of come up with a low-budget sequel for Empire Strikes Back, assuming if the first one didn't take off like it did. And she did. And that they ended up turning that story into a comic book called Splinter of the Mind's Eye.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Technically canon, it's set before this movie and after the first one.
Okay.
Because that was gonna be the idea of the sequel. But the movie was super popular, so they kept that idea, but they ended up making Empire Strikes Back. But yeah, she unfortunately passed away in 1978. But yeah, they did end up taking some of the ideas that she had for that story and implemented it in Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, that's cool. So
yeah, so that's cool. They turned her story into a comic book, and they did keep some ideas from her story for this. But yeah,
maybe when we get to like when we talk about some of that stuff, you could like mention like what was her ideas and all that type of stuff.
Right. So yeah, she is credited as screenplay because of that, even though she died 2 years before this movie released. But yeah, like I said, the main screenplay was done by Lawrence Kasdan, and like I said, considering he ended up being the screenplay for he did a good job.
Yeah. Is George Lucas like credited because obviously the biggest like his idea, the biggest like thing in the play in the movie, like ended up happening. So is he credited kind of as like a writer type of thing?
You get credited for story, but not for screenplay.
Got it.
So kind of in the same way, like as I was about to say, the director is Irvin Kershner. So who which again is interesting that that George Lucas was not the director for this movie, considering he was the director of the first one. But again, can't discredit George Lucas because I know a lot of people like to say he wasn't involved in these movies after the first one. He was on set basically every single day, and he was heavily involved in the direction and the story. So I know a lot of people don't like George Lucas's story decisions, but again, I feel like you shouldn't rewrite history and say that he wasn't involved in the good when he did do a lot of good for these movies.
So that's obviously stuff I don't. That was obviously a talk to the Star Wars fans there because I can't really comment on that because I don't know.
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't like the prequels and which he was involved in, and well, yeah, it's kind of a thing of like I think a lot of people. Some people go too far in the end and say he's like solely responsible for Star Wars, and then because of that, people go too far on the other end and say like, oh no, he's everything wrong with Star Wars, and it's only the other people who did the good stuff. What I'm like, there's a middle answer, where a lot of people deserve credit besides George Lucas, but also you should give George Lucas credit.
And again, I can't comment because I've only seen 2 Star Wars things, and
right.
So.
And this movie was produced by Gary Kurtz. It was edited by Paul Kirsch, who was also an editor for the last movie. It was produced by Lucas's own company called Lucasfilm, of course, and it was distributed by Fox. And I'll get to that in a minute, but it's kind of funny how different the distribution by Fox was for this movie because I sent Owen a video of George Lucas talking about that.
Yeah, you did, and it was really funny.
Yeah. Owen, do you want to guess the budget for this movie?
I imagine they probably had, well, I was going to say more of a budget, but then, I was thinking like the second movie, as we're going to talk about, Evil Dead 1 and Star Wars didn't have a lot of high budgets. More so Evil Dead, because as we talked about, that was very low. I think you guessed like for Evil Dead, like, a lot higher, and it was like extremely low. I think you were like way off type of thing.
Evil Dead was extremely low budget.
Yeah, if I had to guess the budget, I was, as you're gonna talk about in a second, George Lucas ended up self-financing this movie. So I imagine the budget will be higher since there's probably gonna be some stuff he saved over from the first movie. And he owns his own company and everything like that, so I would imagine, it's not going to be, like, cheap like Evil Dead or anything like that. So I will guess... And I also have to think this is, like, 1986, so, like, I can't think, like, what would be high today. I can't, like, have a big number today, because obviously back then, things didn't cost as much and all that type of stuff. So I am probably going to be way off here, but I am going to guess, since he's self-financed, but it's also his own company... I am going to guess, and there's a lot of stuff like, the lightsaber fight's better this time around, but there's a lot more like robotic stuff going into it. So I am could be off, but I'm going to guess $1.3 million.
Oh, and you are way off actually. So,
in which way? Like am I way off? Like that's way too less or way too much?
Way too much. It's only a third of that. It is $30.5 million.
Oh, you said I said way too much.
Yeah, you said 103 million, right?
1.2 million, yeah.
Oh, 1.2 million. Sorry, I thought you added a zero to that. Yeah, no, it was 30 million, 30 and a half million.
Damn. I was thinking, I didn't want to, I was way off. I didn't want to. I was thinking like 1.2 would be a lot for back then, but I guess not. So
Yeah, I thought you said 103 million. I was like, oh wow, no, that's. I thought you had said a zero in there.
no, there's no zero added. Almost should have lied and said there was, because that probably would have made me look better. But no, it's.
But actually, when this movie went way over budget, the budget was originally about 8 million, and then obviously, like I said, they went way over, totaling to about 30 million.
What do you think bought them? Probably like probably the fight in the beginning probably bought them over. I would imagine probably.
Yeah, well, I know there was a big issue with Hoth, like when they were filming that, there was like a snowstorm, and like Harrison Ford couldn't get there for like a week, which like delayed production, and like that ended up being a whole thing.
Oh, so the snow that was like that's actually was that like real snow then? I thought that was like fake snow.
Yeah, that was real snow, which is funny because most of this movie is on stage sets. Dagobah and Cloud City are of course stage sets, and but yeah, Hoth is a real location that was filmed in Norway.
That sucks.
Yeah.
You know, the Yellow Jackets cast always complained about how like things would be like too hot because like once it got to be like winter, they just did that on a stage set.
Yeah, whereas the Star Wars cast were actually out in the fucking snow.
Yeah. So, and I mean, at least some of them were like like they had like a lot of clothes on and everything like that, so that's good, I guess. But like,
Yeah.
It still sucks about the fucking snow type of thing. So.
But yeah, now I guess all what's left for this is the release date, Owen. When do you think this movie released?
So I know it's like 1986 because Disney Plus gives that away when you put it on. Is that correct though? Because Disney Plus could be fucking you over there. But we'll see. You'll tell me in a second. This is 3 years later. I am going to guess that they went because the first one did really well in the summer block. Because it was the first summer blockbuster, I'm going to guess that they went back to that and did another big summer blockbuster. And usually they do those summer blockbusters in June. And I'm going to take the Toy Story method. I'm going to guess that they waited till like everyone came out of school, since it's a kids movie and everything like that. And we usually get out of school, which is so weird. I'm going to think English. I'm going to think like Boston time, where like everyone in Florida gets out first, but I'm going to take the Boston approach, and I'm going to guess that this movie came out June 20th, 1986.
Owen, unfortunately, you are incorrect. You are right that they continued the trend that this is a summer blockbuster, but you are off on the year, and it sucks because again, I off camera I said that this was released 3 years after the first one. But if you remembered, Owen, the first one came out in 1977. That means this released in 1980.
Damn. I think it probably says 1980 on Disney Plus, and I just for some reason thought it was 1986. I guess. So. But that is kind of funny then, because I like this because we just did Evil Dead, and we just saw the difference of what a movie looked like with a low budget in the 1980s versus a movie. With pretty high budget in the 1980s.
Yeah. So yeah, this is cool because the first Star Wars is the only one released in the 70s. This is of course now released in the good old year of 1980. But this released for limited audiences at the Dominion Theater on May 6th, 1980, and it was released for everybody else on May 21st, 1980.
Okay.
Sorry, May 21st, 1980. So yeah, and for the box office, Owen, do you want to guess what that was?
I imagine this did probably really well in the box office since the first one did really well. The budget you said was $30 million, roughly. I'm gonna say that it beat the budget because I would imagine this would be pretty successful.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. So, I don't want to guess out to the budget because if you don't beat the budget, then how successful is your movie, really, type of thing. I am probably gonna go like crazy because I like I said, I think this probably crushed the budget and destroyed it. So I am going to guess. I'm Now, is this world? Is this like worldwide or like for opening weekend? Um, I am going to guess. Um, Again, probably way off here. I am going to guess 150 million in the budget worldwide.
Owen, you went and destroyed the budget, and it was still way too low.
Oh my gosh!
The initial worldwide release from 1980 was 401.5 million.
The initial?
And, huh?
The initial? Like that's not the one.
Yep. In the years since, they've re-released this movie in theater for anniversaries, bringing it up to 550 million.
Oh my gosh!
That makes this, adjusted for inflation, the 13th highest-grossing movie of all time.
And we don't have these numbers, but I'd be interested to see because obviously, like as we know, Disney bought Star Wars. How many Disney Plus subscribers went up? I mean, I assume they bought Star Wars before Disney Plus, but how many people got Disney Plus just for the Star Wars stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the most easiest places to access the movies. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people got Disney Plus for the Star Wars stuff.
How did you watch this time around? Did you watch this legally or did you use Disney Plus?
What?
For
this. Yeah, I did Disney Plus.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna say when I first saw it. I'm like, I don't know. I probably fucking saw it on a VHS tape with my dad.
Yeah, no, I meant for this review. Type of thing.
Yeah, for review. Yeah, Disney Plus.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, Owen, I like how you went triple the budget and it was still fucking way too low. Yeah, no, this movie was, as you can guess, crazy successful.
Yeah, I thought so too. I just didn't realize it was like that. I didn't realize it was that successful. And everything.
Yeah. No, this was a big deal. Everyone, yeah, definitely had respect for this movie.
Is it obviously you don't know this, but is this the highest box office Star Wars in the series, or is the higher ones?
No. So I think I said not adjusted for inflation. The first Disney Star Wars, The Force Awakens, was the highest grossing. But adjusted for inflation, the first one is technically the highest.
Okay.
So adjusted for inflation, this one's the third highest, or maybe fourth.
I'm kind of shocked, because I would figure the next one would be, considering the cliffhanger and everything like that type of thing. People would be itching to see it, but we'll see. We'll have to see.
Yeah, you think, but in terms of reviews, this is I think probably the highest rated.
Yeah. I'm agreeing, but I've only seen 2 of them, but whatever. So.
Yeah. But yeah. I mean, this, like I said, when it comes to sequels, this is used as kind of the gold standard for, when people are like, I want to make a sequel as good as Empire Strikes Back. This is, yeah.
It'll be interesting because, the next couple of things we're viewing are sequels. Evil Dead 2 and then, and then we'll be viewing the next Star Wars and then Toy Story 2. And those are Evil Dead, I don't know, but Toy Story 2 is pretty high regardless. It's a sequel too. So
yeah, I mean, I definitely prefer Toy Story 2 over Toy Story 1. I think that's a pretty common opinion.
We'll have to wait and see. We haven't reviewed it yet, so.
But I guess we'll go into more behind the scenes stuff before we actually get into the thick of the movie. I know, sorry guys, it's a long intro. But again, big movie. I think we'd be doing it a disservice if we didn't go to the behind the scenes stuff. So yeah, I guess the first thing we should do is talk about the general idea. As I said, George Lucas did come up with a lot of the backstory stuff and had general ideas for where he wanted the story to go. And he hired Leia Brackett to come up with a general story for the sequel. And it's funny in that. So Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher signed up for all 3 movies, but Harrison Ford didn't sign up for multiple movies. So in that comic book Leia Brackett wrote, it was just starring Luke and Leia. Han wasn't in it.
Okay.
And then this one ends with, of course, Han being kind of out of commission because they weren't sure if Harrison Ford was going to do a third one. So what happens to Han later in the movie is kind of a way to keep him alive, but also put him in a position where they can kind of just write him out of the story.
Okay, that's cool. So
yeah, so if he signs off for the third one, cool. If he doesn't, well, then we don't have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I haven't seen the third one. I assume he does, but it'll be interesting to see, what they would say if, like, he doesn't come back type of, because he's a pretty big part of that movie, so it would be kind of weird, because obviously if he didn't come back, they would have just killed him like when he got frozen type of thing. But we'll talk about that when we get there.
Right. Which again, I think it's funny because again, Harrison, if you remember from our last review, Harrison Ford being in this movie is kind of an accident anyway. Because remember, he was just a carpenter for the first movie, and then he was an actor in American Graffiti, and then he was just a carpenter for Star Wars, and then they kind of just like hired him by accident, essentially.
That's really funny, actually. I think you told me that, yeah.
Yeah, and then and then Indiana Jones, which came out the following year, 1981, was originally going to be played by Tom Selleck, but he kind of had to back out last second because of scheduling issues, and then George Lucas recommended Harrison Ford to Steven Spiegel.
That's cool.
Yeah, so kind of funny that seems to be a trend with Harrison Ford, and George Lucas is that he kind of ends up in George Lucas projects kind of by accident.
Yeah, you told me this. I remember this now. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I just kind of wanted to say that this movie kind of continues that trend of they weren't even sure he was going to be in this one, and ending this movie, they weren't sure if he was going to be in the third one or not.
And then if he's in the third one, I'm going to say he is in the third one. But if he's in the third one, it'll be funny because I guess that would be an accident too. Because like you said, Indiana Jones comes out, he's in that by accident. I want to buy proxy that caused him to be like it because he was still like in a George Lucas like project type of thing. So it's just so weird how that happens and everything like that.
Yeah. They did have some issues with him in this one. Like I said, he couldn't get to the set of Hoth for like a week later than everybody else. Next one, a big part of this movie is, of course, Master Yoda. Like I said, George Lucas wanted this movie to be a bit darker, and he wanted to expand on the Force more. Because, Ben Kenobi talks about it a little bit in the first one, but we kind of get a better idea of it in this one with Yoda talking about the light side and the dark side and kind of what leads to each one and like how they affect the person.
Yeah.
And again, Ben Kenobi talks about it a bit where he says like the Force is in every living thing. But Yoda, again, talks about how it binds the universe together. And, again, just talks about it generally. And how George Lucas was originally kind of having a lot of these ideas. He was going to, in his mind, he was going to have Ben talk about a lot of this stuff to Luke. But, of course, he ended up killing Ben in the final version of A New Hope. So he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll introduce a new Jedi Master, somebody who's even wiser and stronger than Ben. And then, for Luke to kind of like give this exposition. And he was like, well, I kind of want this Jedi Master to be unique and kind of be entertaining for the audience. So I'm like, oh, I'll have him be like a puppet man, a little puppet guy.
Yeah.
How he talked about how for like up until they got Yoda on screen, they really weren't sure if they were going to work, like they were thinking this might be like too stupid and goofy.
Yeah, I've seen them talk about this, yeah.
Yeah, and how, there was also issues because Frank Oz, who plays Yoda, was under the floor playing Yoda. And they also had like 3 different people on cables, doing the puppeting for Yoda. Like different people for his hands, different people for his ears, different people for his eyes. And a big thing with Frank Oz was because he was under the floor and there was a bunch of just like shit in the way, like all the tree stuff and because it's a swamp. He couldn't even hear Mark Hamill in these scenes, and Mark Hamill couldn't hear Frank Oz. So Frank Oz talked about he had to give Mark a lot of credit for kind of being able to work in these conditions and like bounce off of Yoda as well as he did.
Yeah. I wonder if that's why like sometimes in the movie when we get to the Yoda scenes, like there's certain scenes you can't really hear like Yoda like talk. I'm wondering if that played played
Well,
along.
because I think a lot of the Yoda scenes, like in post, kind of like with Darth Vader, where the Darth Vader guy in the suit, David Prowse, will talk, and then they'll have James Earl Jones like dub over it later on.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure with Frank, had him record his lines and then put it over Yoda footage.
Yeah. Another thing I saw was the head of Yoda. We're gonna talk about this, or could I just mention it? They couldn't design his head right, and they really couldn't make up a decision of how they wanted his head to look. And the designer for like his head, spent a week. I forget his name off the top of my head, and he spent like a whole week like working on his head and everything like that. And it's really funny because like the head of Yoda like almost is like a direct sculpture of like what the actual like guy like looks like and everything like that, which is pretty cool. Obviously it doesn't look like exacta, but he pretty much like crafted his head.
No, it's not literally like a fucking 2 foot tall green gremlin man, but yeah.
But that's pretty cool that like that like the design of Yoda looks really cool, and it's really cool they put a lot of work into it and everything like that, because he ended up being a pretty big character for the movies and the franchise and everything like that. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and actually, Owen, I wanted to get your thoughts because, again, maybe my views might be a little skewed because I've been a Star Wars fan my whole life. But I feel like Yoda is a pretty iconic character. Like most people, if you say like a Yoda, like most people have an idea of who he is. And of course, a couple years ago, Baby Yoda was like a big marketing thing. So I guess like, did you know generally who Yoda was or what he looked like or anything about that?
Yeah, I knew who Yoda was. I knew what he looked like. I know he was like a Jedi Master. I know he. I figured they were gonna go the Luke path. I didn't know he trained Obi-Wan. That I didn't know about. I always thought him and like Obi were like maybe they are the same age, but I always thought like because Yoda mentions is like really old, so I always thought that like him and Obi were always roughly the same age.
Obi-Wan's like human age. Yoda's like 900.
Yeah. So. And obviously, we'll talk about this. I know kind of his fate, but I'm not now. I'm not too sure because it makes like the end of when we last see Yoda kind of weird, and then obviously, I will say this: like, even though I knew it was Yoda, when we see like Yoda for the first time, I didn't like know it was him. I thought there was like other species that was like him, but it seems like he's the only one on this planet.
I wanted your opinion because that's kind of like the Darth Vader thing, where I feel like most people nowadays know who Yoda is. So like the kind of twist that Yoda wasn't actually like a little weird gremlin guy, and he actually was like a wise master.
Yeah.
That twist is kind of like most people know that's what that is now.
Right. So I didn't realize. The twist like got me, but like then I'm like, oh wait, maybe this isn't Yoda. Like maybe there's other species that like that are just running around, and like this guy will like help him meet Yoda, and so I thought there was just a bunch of green, whatever he is, like little green monsters running around on this planet type of thing. Because I remember Luke says like on the ship when we get to it, there was like a large. He said like a large life like force or whatever it was like down there. So I was thinking there was just a bunch of like Yodas down there. Not Yoda, but you know what I mean, a bunch of like little green monsters like down there type of thing. So and again too, because I had seen like one scene with Yoda before, and I'm like, okay, I don't remember him being this goofy like before type of thing.
Yeah. Or guy of a species, yeah.
As you talk about too, I imagine Avatar that's where the guru comes from, because the guru, even though Avatar kind of took the reverse path, because like we had already met the guru like before Aang meets some type of thing, so they kind of did the reverse path of it. Yeah.
But yeah, general idea of like old unassuming man is actually like incredibly wise, powerful guy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, again, I think this movie definitely deserves a lot of credit for making Yoda work. Because again, remember, imagine being, at the time of like, yeah, this like amazing, powerful Jedi is just gonna be this little fucking puppet guy, like people must have thought George Lucas and fucking everybody else was fucking smoking all the drugs in existence.
And as we've seen in like some of the stuff we're watching, if this had happened today, they probably could have just like CGI'd it. They had to like physically make a puppet and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think they definitely all the crew deserves a big hand for making Yoda work. And again, he holds up pretty well. Like the fucking puppet looks really good.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, and then I guess I'll talk about Hoth real quick. Like I said, this is one of the only real life locations in the movie. Dagobah and Cloud City were filmed on stage set, mainly in England. And then Hoth was an actual real life location. It was filmed in the mountains of Norway, which is cool because, like you said, Yellow Jackets, the winter scenes were actually filmed on stage sets. So it's kind of cool. They actually got like a real life, location. And I mean, the poor Star Wars people, the because the first the Tatooine scenes in the first one were filmed in Tuscany in like Africa.
Yeah.
And it was hot as fuck, and they were probably like, "Oh God, hopefully the next film it's a little colder,"
Oh,
and then they end up, fucking monkey's paw right there.
Yeah, I was about to say, oh, it gets colder,
Yeah. And there is some CGI in this movie and computer effects, but a lot of it is miniatures. Of course, the Death Stars and like the ship scenes were filmed with miniatures and stop motion, and then cannot fucking think of the names of it. But the snow thing, the snow horses that they ride.
Yeah. Oh, Totos, right? Totos?
Something like that. I don't remember exactly what they're called. But those were filmed with stop motion miniatures.
Yeah.
And the AT-ATs, which stands for All Terrain Transportation. No, All Terrain. Fuck, I can't think of what they're called. AT-ATs. The walkers. Those were, of course, filmed with miniatures, and they studied elephants and how they walked to get the kind of the minute details on how they would walk.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool that they study real life elephants to kind of make how they walk seem realistic.
Wonder if they were studying that. I mean, I know they said there wasn't a sequel planned, but when they were in Africa, I wondered if that's where the studying went.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is cool. I mean, obviously the Empire are bad guys, but like they got the coolest shit, Don't get me wrong. I like the X-Wings, I like the Y-Wings, but like the TIE Fighters, the Death Star, the Star Destroyers, the AT-ATs, all that shit looks so fucking cool. The Empire's got the coolest gear.
Yeah. Which makes sense because they're like winning the war and all that stuff.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, I like that like they kept expanding on what the Empire has access to. Yeah, so I guess that's my main thing for the Hoth battle. And then I want to talk briefly about the I Am Your Father thing. That's obviously the biggest twist in cinema history.
Should we
to the point where it's not.
Should we save that for when we get there, so that way that's like the first time we're like talking about it type of thing?
Yeah, okay, we'll save it for that. But and I guess I'll save the Toy Story frame link for that too. But I wanted to say for Avatar. And you know what? I'll talk about that when we get to the Luke stuff, because that's mainly tied to that.
But yeah, going through. I didn't mean to step on your toes, but I figured we'll save it for because we're not even talking about that until.
It's just behind the scenes stuff's already lasting a while. We should probably get into the actual movie.
But yeah, going through it, we have the actual movie itself. We get the title crawl, which I thought AJ misspelled it, credits and won't crawl, but knowing my luck, I probably would have done that. Knowing how I can't spell Sigma, I can't spell all the like AIs and like LVB and all that stuff, so I probably would spell that.
At least you have the use of that to a different language.
Yeah, but we have the title crawl. I really like this because this gives us a sense of where the characters are, like in the movie and everything like that. They don't say it ever in the movie. I had to ask AJ about this off camera, but this is 3 years after the first movie, which is kind of interesting, because it was 3 years. It's legit 3 years in real life. So I kind of like typically when a show or movie like continues, they usually like Breaking Bad. That was all 1 year, but like it was filmed, in a few months. Yellow Jackets, that's the past is all going to be like 19 months or whatever. But they're filming that and very very slowly because
it's been spread out.
Yeah. But we find out that this is 3 years. And like I said, we found the rebellion ended up beating the Death Star, and like I predicted in the last movie, that ended up only being like a really small battle because the
Well, I mean, that was a big victory, but like, yeah, it didn't end the war.
yeah, didn't end the war, and during all this time, the Empire and the stormtroopers have been slowly going around and basically taking everyone from the rebellion, taking the prisoner, and as we find out, during all this time, Luke Skywalker has been leading a troop of rebellion, and they've been at the Han planet, and also Darth Vader has been seeking and looking for Luke Skywalker. I like this because we find out in the movie kind of why that's the case, but obviously, if first viewing, if you're just going off based off last movie, this makes a lot of sense because like Luke Skywalker, we find out it's leading the rebellions, so like you can make an argument that if they take him out, the leader of the rebellion.
Well, I mean,
he's not leading the rebellions, but he's leading like a certain part of the rebellions, and he was the
right. Yeah, and he's like, he's a high-ranking officer, and like, yeah, he destroyed the Death Star last movie, so like, obviously he would be a big one you want to take out.
Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense. This is never said, so I want to mention it now because we talked about it. I remember the last movie. I didn't realize there was going to be a 3-year time jump. So the last movie, I speculated that Darth Vader, like, it seemed like, I made that he wanted the Death Star to get destroyed, and obviously I was thinking that like maybe he had a part in it, because it seemed like a coincidence that he was off the ship like when the Death Star got destroyed. In like the last movie, him and the crew that worked on the Death Star and everything like that, like were continually butting heads and everything like that. We never really get anything on that in this movie, which is fine because again it's a 3-year time jump. But I just wanted to mention I was interested to see like what Darth Vader felt about it because as we'll talk about in this movie, it seemed like the Death Star getting destroyed really like benefited him and everything like that. So we'll probably talk about that like more when we first see him and everything like that. Just wanted to mention that because we're doing the title crawl and there wouldn't be any other time to like talk about that. And we at the end of the title, like the title crawl though, I kind of like that a lot of stuff happens off screen because a big complaint we have with like Yellow Jackets is it seems like the biggest complaint is with OVB we didn't really get much of anything of the characters like from season like 8 to 9 outside the memory unit. It seemed like we didn't really know what the characters were like doing during all that time. Like the biggest example that I can give is like they mentioned they go back to like Valhalla and like Tucker hadn't been there and all that stuff. I'm like, wait, but isn't that like where they went like the end of season 8 like type of thing? So
yeah. I feel like that this one like it's a good balance of like stuff that's been happening off camera, but at the same time it's like things aren't too different.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, we'll get to that, but Owen, a big problem I have with the Disney movies is, like, it is, like, a completely different situation than the end of Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
Like, so much.
And do you ever see it?
No.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, well, fuck it, I don't like the Disney movies, but we'll get to that eventually.
Yeah, maybe we will. But yeah, so doing all this, we see the Empire's Darth Vader ship, and they sent a probe.
Yeah, probe droid.
A probe droid, and a probe droid gets sent over. Obviously, we don't get much on this yet, but we see that a probe droid gets sent over. Very similar to like kind of the last movie where C-3PO and R2-D2 like escaped and went to a planet, and that kind of set up the plot for the whole movie pretty much. Kind of the same thing that happens here. I remember the last movie you said like it always starts off with like secondary characters, and then like we see like the main characters like later on. That didn't happen this time. I was kind of expecting that, and then no, we got Luke Skywalker pretty much right away, and Han. Luke Skywalker was riding on a turtle, kind of like securing the area and everything like that. And he radios in, and obviously, I guess because I didn't mention it, they're at the Han, which is a very snowy area. Obviously, this is very different because the last movie on land was mostly in like the desert area and everything like that. So I kind of like that they really switched it up this time and like went into a completely different place. They went to the wintry area. The cast probably didn't like that very much, but I liked it. So
But yeah, it's cool to see more of the galaxy. Like all the different planets they got. And I also like that this probe droid that got sent to Hoth. It was just one of like fucking thousands. Like you see Darth Vader's Star Destroyer open up, and just like so many probe droids are going out all across the galaxy looking for the rebels.
Yeah.
Like if it was like the fucking like it's one of many. Like if it was like they sent fucking like 10 out, it's like, oh wow, what are the fucking odds they found it?
Yeah. But hey, I mean, C-3PO and R2-D2 the last movie, they could have gone to any fucking planet, and they fucking just went to, like, the son of, like, Darth Vader type of...
Yeah, that is a little, like, okay.
Could have gone anywhere. Luke radios into Han Solo, says that he doesn't see anything out there. And it's a funny scene, but this kind of shows, like, there's really not much life out on that planet. It seems like other than the rebels, it seems like it's a desolate wasteland. So they both go back. Luke radios in and he notices, the probe droid, like land. He sees like a big explosion off in the distance. So he said he's going to go scope it out. And you see Han ride off. His Luke's Toto starts freaking out. And a Wampa shows up, which is basically the abominable snowman. That's what he looks like, anyways. But he attacks Luke and scratches him, knocks him off the Toto. His Toto gets destroyed, and I didn't expect to see this because this movie, again, like I said, rated G. But I guess the ratings about what kids could see back then is a lot different than it is now. Luke's bleeding at the mouth and in really pretty bad shape and everything like that.
I will say, so I from what I've read, this is a common misconception, I guess, but Mark Hamill was actually in a car accident in between this movie and the last one. And a lot of people think that this happening was an excuse to like explain why Luke has a couple scars on his face.
Okay.
From what I understand, no. This was always going to be in the movie, like to have some like excitement, early on.
Yeah.
But it was kind of ended up being it worked out well because they were able to use some of Mark Hamill's like real life face scars to like they didn't have to put much like scar makeup on his face.
Right.
They could just use scars for the he got attacked.
Yeah, so that worked out real nice for them. Maybe they set up the car accident so that way they didn't have to.
All right, Mark Hamill's coming down the road right now. All right, fuck his car up.
Why not? So
yeah.
So Luke Skywalker's out of commission for a little bit of the movie, and then Han Solo comes back, and we see that Chewie, he didn't die in the last movie, and we'll see if he dies this movie.
Yeah, I was waiting the entire time of like, oh shit, he's gonna die. Is it what's happening? Chewie's destiny.
And I thought it could have been this movie, but nope.
I was like off camera. He fucking like died of food poisoning or something.
I don't know. My friend said he died in one of the movies. So like, I mean, I don't think it's here. It was probably gonna be like I thought it was gonna be like the prequels because that's when that would have happened. But I'm like, oh, Chewie's here type of.
Fucking Chewie dies in the prequels and then he's somehow alive in the originals.
I would have been confused because again, I imagine you never told me that. I would have been like, wait, how can Chewie be in the fucking? How can Chewie be? Why is Chewie here? Isn't he? He dies in the. I heard he died in like prequels.
Of it, it's like they really couldn't Harrison Ford for this movie, but they could for the third one. And they were like, oh yeah, Han died like off camera, and then they brought him back for the third one. They just didn't address it.
We see that Chewie's working on the ship because it took some damage. Again, I didn't realize they didn't say there was a 3-year time jump. I just thought it was from the Death Star battle and everything like that type of thing. Which I guess that wouldn't make sense either because Han doesn't come in.
Last one, yeah.
And he didn't come in until like the end, so like it wouldn't really make sense, I guess. But so I guess it was something that happened off camera. Again, they did say that that it's a piece of junk and everything like that and all that stuff. Which, again, I still love that that's the first scene we got of like the Falcon, as like Luke just calling it like a piece of junk type of thing.
It's like one of the most iconic science fiction spaceships, and in universe, it's a piece of crap.
So Han goes over to like the main, like not to like the main guy that's like running like the rebellion that's not Leia. It's like the main commander and everything like that.
Yeah, Echo Base. Yeah.
I think he was in the last movie. He doesn't have.
I don't remember.
He doesn't have a name, so we could add him to the list of characters that don't hold names. So
I'll add him. Echo Base guy.
He's other things too, but I guess he's just Echo Base guy. Even though Echo Base wasn't a thing before this movie, I guess he's just Echo Base man. So, so
you think he stayed behind? He's like, nah, I'm only Echo Base man. I can't be.
I would like to think so.
It's funny because that we're gonna talk about him, the fucking Giga Chad himself, the guy who got a name, who was like Luke's friend for 5 seconds and then got fucking killed immediately.
Yeah. So. You have to tell me his name, as I forget, but when we get there. Doing all this, Han Solo kind of tells the Eco Base man that he.
Word echo.
Oh, I'm gonna do that a lot because they're both different words that mean completely different things. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say you keep saying like eco or something. I'm like, it's like, oh, and it's echo, like you echo in a cave.
Well, I'm thinking eco, I guess, like the like like the ecosystem, I guess. So.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough.
Han tells Echo Base Man that I like that that's his name now. We're just gonna call him that. But
yeah, whole name, first name Echo, middle name Base.
Han tells Echo Base Man that not much has really happened in this war and really recently, and he has like a debt to go pay to Java. So this is interesting. I guess we'll talk about this now because this ends up being a big plot point in this movie. Obviously, this is a lot of the disadvantages of watching this late. Obviously Java wasn't introduced yet in the movies, so like Java's just kind of like a hidden man that Han Solo just owes money to. And it's kind of cool that he's brought up again because it's a quick scene. But really interesting that I have the reverse effect of that because, like I said, the last movie was the first Star Wars movie I watched. And I already know who Java is because they've added that scene in. So, Yeah,
and the re-releases, they added that scene with Java, yeah. So you already know he's like a big slug guy.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're watching this for the first time with like the original cuts, you wouldn't know what Java looks like, yeah.
So I basically took the RVB approach where I saw the deleted scene where Donut died and came back to life, and I already knew that. So
yes, you already know what Jabba looks like. Fucking yeah, like way in advance compared to Donut, yeah, where you knew he was alive for like 2 seasons before they actually showed it.
So I wonder what that scene will be like. Like if it's gonna be like a big reveal of when we see Jabba, it's supposed to be like a big reveal. Oh my god, this is what Jabba actually looks like. And for me, I'm like, yeah, I already knew what he looked like, type of thing, guys. So,
yeah,
but whatever.
But yeah. So I do like that they're kind of continuing that idea of because remember Han was gonna go pay off Jabba at the end of the last movie, but he ended up, sticking behind to help Luke with the Death Star.
Yeah.
And I guess he just decided, fuck Jabba. Like, he decided not to go pay him after that.
I guess not.
Which is funny. A lot of these issues would have been avoided if Han saved Luke and he was like, hey, look, I'm going to go pay Jabba and then I'll come back.
Yeah.
But he decided not to pay Jabba. I guess I'm just going to not do that.
Right. Yeah, Han says that he's gonna take off, and Echo Base Man says, I wish you luck. You've been a great soldier. And doing all this, you see that Princess Leia is kind of giving Han a look, and then they leave like the transport area, like where they're doing all like the radio in and everything like that, and Princess Leia and Han in the hallway are having an argument where Princess Leia is upset with Han that he's leaving, thinking that he can't just like leave in like the middle of the war. Like he should finish the war because he's like a great asset and he's like a great soldier. I can understand his perspective because again, he's basically the reason they're able to take down the Death Star and like kind of the reason that they're able to get all this stuff done. And Han Solo like says like, look, this really isn't my fight. And I have like a debt that I have to go pay, and if I don't pay off this debt, like I'm basically screwed. And then they kind of change the argument where Han Solo says, that the real reason Princess Leia doesn't want him to leave is that you're smitten with me and everything like that. Which originally I think you're meant to think this is comedy, but you get the vibe that it's not comedy with the way that Princess Leia and Han kind of look at each other. You wouldn't really catch this first viewing, but obviously with the plot that they have, you kind of get that because they've been, again, 3 years, it seems like they build up some type of like romance type of thing, or like feelings for each other. Kind of like this, because I remember the last movie that I said that it seemed like it was going to be that way with Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia, and obviously I took that approach because I was thinking, like with Zelda and the Mario like games and everything like that, it's usually the hero that ends up having the romance with like the princess. But they actually changed it. They had it be with Han Solo and Princess Leia. And I like this. I'll just say this now. It builds up really nicely throughout the movie. It starts off as them kind of like giving each other shit and being really comedic. And then like kind of builds into like a really nice like romance. And it gets kind of sad at the end type of thing, which we'll talk about. But,
I guess I wanted to chime in a little bit here. So, I do like that Leia being mad at Han for kind of, in her mind, he's being selfish and like abandoning them. And I can't blame her for thinking that way because remember, that's kind of what Han was going to do at the end of the last movie.
Yeah.
Where he was like, hey, cool, I did my job, I got paid, I'm leaving. So she thinks he hasn't changed essentially, despite it being so much time passed. And they presumably, been spending a lot of time together off screen. But for Han, you can definitely tell he has changed. Like he does legitimately care about Luke and Leia. Because he was getting kind of emotional about leaving. Like he was like, "Well, Princess, I guess this is it." And when she was being cold to him, he seemed kind of like offended.
Yeah.
And it's cool. We get a mention of some off-screen adventures, which is actually funny enough a reference to the Christmas special. Where Han is like, yeah, I was gonna stay, and I didn't really care about my debt, but like we ran into that bounty hunter, and now that makes me thinking I should leave and go settle that debt I got.
I am kind of surprised they referenced it because, like you said, George Lucas like hates that special, so I figured he wouldn't want that reference.
Yeah, I ended up using stuff from it, and it's funny because the bounty hunter thing, it's kind of a throwaway line here, but it ends up being important later because Boba Fett is in this movie, and he's the bounty hunter who's been hunting Han for Jabba.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's cool that they ended up tying that in. And again, I like it shows that stuff's been happening off screen. Like they haven't just been sitting on their asses for 3 years. And then, I do like that. This kind of continues a relationship from the last movie where Han and Leia were butting heads a lot in the last movie.
Yeah.
But and they've kind of continued that relationship where they're both very hot-headed and like thick-headed. But that kind of attracts each other. Where like Han likes how like fearless and headstrong Leia is, and Leia like Han kind of ends up saying is that Leia kind of likes the bad boy.
Yeah. So another thing I liked from this scene was it's a very little thin, but I kind of liked it. We saw like there was other like. I mean, there was less background characters, but there was, like, other shit, like, going on, like, while they were having this, like, argument. Like, I feel like a lot of times in, like, shows and movies, when the main characters are in, like, a big, like, hallway or something, it seems like the world just stops, or, like, you don't see, like, other things going on. It's nothing big, but we saw, like, someone walk by, like, with a big, like, briefcase or something like that. So, like, the people, like...
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like this is an actual like base. You know, people are walking to and from this hallway. Yeah.
So I like that, like, type of thing. There was this scene. There was some stuff cut from this scene. We got like the basics of it, but obviously they cut some stuff off, probably just to trim the fat. But there was like a deleted scene where it's more extended. Nothing big, but still pretty nice. If you want to watch it. And then after this, some time has passed, probably like a couple hours or so. And we see that Han Solo is still trying to fix the Falcon. And some guy comes over on the base and says that... actually, no, not some guy. First, it's R2-D2. Not a guy at all. Very much the opposite of a guy. It's R2-D2 and C-3PO come over and, they mentioned that, like, they haven't heard from Luke. Because obviously, originally, Han didn't think anything of it because Luke said he was just going to go scope something out. And then, obviously, again, because a couple hours have passed, obviously, they're suspicious that Luke hasn't come in. So Han Solo goes over and asks one of the guys like where Luke is, and Luke, the guy's like, I don't know, he probably just came in through another exit or something. Han, very very deservedly so, gives him shit, be like, well, why don't you go to Lake Shore, type of thing. Don't just guess he came in through another exit and everything, another entrance and everything like that. So then the guy comes over and tells him that like Luke hasn't come back yet, and obviously he's worried because Luke's out there in the cold and everything like that. And they're not going to send any ships out there because it's getting like late at night and everything like that. So Han Solo decides he's going to go look for Luke himself. And he takes one of the Todos. And this is kind of a suicide mission because obviously Han Solo's going to be going out there in the freezing cold. Which is kind of funny because that's what fucking prevented this from, getting delayed for a couple weeks, and now like that's a big plot point in the. So I'm wondering if they just added that in type of thing just for lulz. Probably not, but I'm gonna think so. They basically both him and the Toto have a 0% chance of like survival. But Han goes out and does this. I do like this. Kind of shows that like Han and Luke built like a relationship off screen and like during the last movie and everything like that.
Well, it also kind of proves Leia wrong because she was saying that Han's being selfish and abandoning them. But here again, Han is risking his life to go save his friend.
Yeah, I like that. So,
and I do like how the background guy is like, sir, don't do that. We're gonna have to shut the gate soon to it's a suicide mission. And Han is just like, well, then I'll see you in hell.
Yep. He knows he's going to hell, I guess. That's good. So,
I like that. So I guess hell exists. Like these guys know what hell is.
Did you ever see that?
Because remember, this is a galaxy far, far away, but they somehow know what hell is.
Yeah. I know this is off topic, but did you ever see that Rick and Morty episode where, like, the guy was, like, asking to be, like, killed? He had to become, like, a valiant warrior to go to heaven, and then, like...
Yeah, talking about, like, oh, man, you guys are lucky, you guys, that your religion, you know it's real.
And then, like, the guy didn't know, and, oh my gosh, yeah, it was...
Yeah.
Then we see, in a scene, I think this was, like, earlier, but, like, later... And like when we last saw Luke, we see Luke wakes up. The Wombo.
Wombo.
I probably butchered that, but the abominable snowman, the Yeti, has Luke upside down, frozen, and we see that the abominable snowman, the Yeti, is just eating some bones. I'm going to assume he was eating the Toto, because I don't know what else he would have been eating, but it could have just been other stuff. And Luke comes to, and I like this, because you get to see Luke has been, using the Force, and I think from the last movie, it shows, some time has passed, because Luke really didn't know how to use the Force really that much. I think it was just with the lightsaber. So Luke reaches for the lightsaber, and uses the Force to, be able to get the lightsaber to just float and
I feel like first time really seeing them move stuff with the Force. We saw last movie that Darth Vader could choke people with it.
Yeah.
But it's because again, I think the most common thing people know the Force is you're able to kind of move shit with your mind. And this is our first time really seeing that.
Yeah. So then, yeah. So Luke moves it. He does it in full view of the Yeti. I was kind of thinking they were gonna do the opposite approach, where like Luke would like play dead and then like do it behind the Yeti's back. But no, you have a chance to get out of there. Like, fucking get out of there. Don't be doing anything behind anyone's back, type of thing. And Luke, uses this to cut through the ice. Because his feet were frozen in, and the Yeti attacks him. Luke is able to fend him off. He cuts his arm off, which I didn't expect that to happen, but it did happen. And Luke quickly.
Well, a lot of arm cuts off in this movie.
So now you can understand.
Luke's like, "Hi, I cut your arm off, loser." Imagine getting your arm cut off. Couldn't be me.
Well, it technically wasn't his arm; it was his hand, so it wasn't him. So,
but Luke's only. Yeah, Luke specified that. He's like, I wouldn't get my arm cut off like a loser. Only my hand. You
know what the funny thing is? I know this is unrelated, but he's like this tip. He's a traditional good guy, but don't forget he becomes the Fire Lord later on. So
you're right.
So
yeah, in that one, he's like, no, I'm gonna burn people's faces, not cut off their arm.
So in a weird way, Luke gave in to the dark side of the Force, I guess you could say. So
he became Father Owen. He also kind of became the Emperor.
I guess. Is that?
Yeah. The Fire Lord is like the Emperor and the Dark Father, so
yeah,
kind of a funny.
But yeah, now you can understand though why I was so confused about Obi-Wan's death, because again, when he gets cut, like he just vanishes. I'm like, I'm not really sure what happened.
I thought like every time anyone got injured in this universe, like they just kind of vanished. Like somebody. Well, it's funny because remember, before Obi-Wan died, he cut that guy's arm off in the bar. And, like, you saw the arm off, but you're like, nah, just everybody fucking vanishes when they get injured.
I mean, again, that's why I was so confused about Obi's, like, I was like, is this a death? Like, because then again, because he still talked, and because I didn't know about the Force yet, so I'm like, is this a death? So,
yeah.
It's a death, though. And again, I'm going to guess lower budget, they probably couldn't, like, show, like, that stuff, so, whatever.
Yeah. I don't actually know the specific reason behind that, but yeah, probably. It probably helped.
So yeah, Luke quickly escapes. And then, doing this, Han is looking for Luke, and then we see Luke is fainted before this, and Obi-Wan...
Oh, and this is me.
I think the first thing was you too, and I just took that over, so...
You did, but I was like, you know what, you're on a roll, I'll keep it going.
But what'd you think? So what'd you think of that scene? Since you didn't get to fucking talk about it, so
I liked it. Good kind of early movie suspense. I like that Hoth is a dangerous place with not a lot of life, but what life is there is very dangerous to the rebels. Again, just kind of some quick, simple action to show how far Luke has come, and using the Force.
Kind of like this too, because you get to see. Like, not just things in, like, the war can be a danger, like, just the life around them can be, like, dangerous to them and all that type of stuff. So.
Yeah, I like seeing more of the planet, like, there's shit there besides the rebels.
Not good shit.
And, getting Luke near death is kind of a good excuse for this scene to happen, But yeah, so basically Luke is, again, extremely injured from the Wampa. And then, being out in the freezing cold past nighttime where the temperatures are, like, not hospitable. He's kind of just walking in the snow, and he eventually collapses. But as he's on, like, the verge of passing out, he sees Ben Kenobi. He appears to him as a Force ghost. This is cool because, obviously last movie after he died, we just heard his voice. But now we see that he can, like, take on a form, now that he's dead. Like, he can physically appear.
Yeah, well, because there's a bigger budget now. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. But, he only appears to Luke very briefly, and he tells Luke that he needs to continue his training in the Force. It's been 3 years. Don't know why he waited so fucking long to show up to Luke. I guess Luke had, like, near death or something. I don't know. But then he was able to talk to him at the end of the first one.
I just love he's, like, near fucking death, though. He shows up to tell him he has to go, like... I mean, you're gonna get to it, but go train with, like, Yoda. When, like, he's, like, about to, like, fucking pass out from, like, the fucking cold.
He's like, you need to go find... Oh, shit, you're dead.
That'd be awesome, yeah, if he, like, died. Like...
Yeah, he's like, You know what? I probably should have came to you sometime in the last 3 years.
As we were talking about the twist of this movie, if he could have come, if it's been 3 years, he didn't. I don't know. He didn't. He kind of waited a while to not mention the biggest twist of the movie for like 3 years. I guess he just wasn't going to win that.
Yeah. Okay. To be fair, now he was kind of an asshole for that.
Just and I do like when that twist happens. He, good on Luke. He immediately.
And why didn't you tell me? You know, like Luke's Obi-Wan's a little bit of an asshole.
Apparently.
Yeah. But Obi-Wan says that, Luke, you need to go to the Dagobah system and find Master Yoda. He's the Jedi who instructed me. Now, I normally praise the prequels. They kind of made this a little weird.
Uh-oh.
So, Yoda technically did train Obi-Wan, technically, in the sense that, like, Yoda kind of taught everyone when they were, like, in kindergarten.
Okay.
But, like, the way it works is, like, Yoda kind of teaches everybody when they're, like, little-ass kids. And then when they get a little older, they get paired off with, like, a Jedi. And then we meet the Jedi who was, like, actually training Obi-Wan in those movies.
So that's weird, I guess.
And it wasn't... Now, to be fair, Yoda trained the guy who trained the guy who trained Obi-Wan.
It's like the Better Call Saul thing, where, like, he knows a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah, knows a guy, yeah. So, like, Obi-Wan saying Yoda trained him is, like, it's, like, technically right, but it's, like, kind of, you got to squint, and, like, really read the, you really got to squint for that one.
To give, like, a wrestling comparison, there was a wrestler that got trained by, like, there's a wrestler named Daniel Bryan who got technically, like, trained by a really famous wrestler by Shawn Michaels, but then you find out he only had, like, two sessions, like, with him or something like that.
Trained, yeah. It's like, yeah, Yoda trained Obi-Wan in the same way that, like, my kindergarten teacher trained me to fucking, read and write.
Yeah, so.
And it's like,
I assume
it's like, I'm friends with fucking a famous guy, but it turns out the famous guy is, like, your dad's cousin's brother's roommate.
Yeah, so. I assume, well, I guess they knew I assume they didn't know they were going to do, like, prequels, so I guess that's the way.
Yeah, so they didn't know they were going to do the prequels. And my guess is in the original idea is that, like, yeah, Yoda trained Obi-Wan, like, directly. But when we got to the prequels, that wasn't the case.
I can't, I mean...
Yeah, you can't really comment on it, but again, I like the prequels, but that's kind of a one where, that's kind of a plot hole. That doesn't really work well with what Obi-Wan says here.
Maybe he really inspired him as a kid. When he was 5.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? Yoda was a really, really good kindergarten teacher. Yeah. He taught the best kindergarten fucking coloring session.
I like that. Love it.
Because we see a scene where Yoda's like teaching all the fucking kindergartners, and it's like, yeah, I guess Obi-Wan fucking was taught by Yoda technically.
Maybe you don't know, you weren't there. Maybe he had like maybe he had a really good like class one day that really inspired Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan, and he's like, fuck the actual guy who trained. Yoda was the fucking was really where it's at.
Maybe like maybe the guy who actually like trained him was like not really that good of a trainer. Maybe he sucked, so like he had to like
Yeah, maybe. And Yoda's like. And Obi-Wan's like, nah, that guy sucked. Also, the guy who trained him sucked. But Yoda, he's cool.
I love it. I just love he's just in comment session. That was the thing that like trained like Obi-Wan.
And he still considers Yoda his teacher because of that, even when he's an old man. I love it.
I love it.
But yeah, definitely one of those things. Again, that's not this movie's fault. That's that's the prequels for not really sticking to that. Which again, I like the guy who trained Obi-Wan. I can't really go into details about him, but I like that guy. He's a cool character. But again, it's just based on what Obi-Wan says here. It kind of makes you squint when you get to the prequels.
Hey, I have glasses. Yeah. I squint all the time. That's why I got glasses, so it's okay.
And if I squint anymore, I'll probably need glasses.
So,
but yeah. Before that happens, I shall move on. But yeah, Obi-Wan fades away as Luke's about to fucking die. Again, good job, Obi-Wan. You fucking lied about his dad, and now you're fucking abandoning Luke as he's about to die in the snow.
Maybe Obi-Wan. I will mention this because there's a funny twist that one of the characters said when we get to it, but like one of the twists was that like Obi-Wan like killed like Luke's dad was gonna be like one of the twists. That's really fucking funny considering the fact we're touching and how he's kind of a peach, how he's like low key.
Also, I'm not done lying because later on Obi-Wan's like, "Oh, Luke's our last hope," and Yoda's like, "Nah, there's another." And it's like, "Oh, Obi-Wan, you're also fucking lying about that."
He's a fucking liar, I guess, isn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't even tell like Luke who he was. Like he's technically been lying to Luke his whole life. He never even like told him like who he even like really was. Like
Yeah. He lied about his dad. He lied about there being somebody else connected to Luke who's the other hope. It's like, okay, Obi-Wan, you're just fucking lying about everything.
Maybe Obi-Wan's really not that good of a guy.
No, he's kind of an asshole. But yeah, and then Obi-Wan killed Luke's dad.
Well, again, that was the more.
I can see why Darth Vader doesn't like him. You know, I'm like, I'm kind of on Darth Vader's side. He might have killed a bunch of children, but like, at least he killed Obi-Wan.
There's always justice in the world.
Exactly. But yeah, Han ends up finding Luke and saves him. Unfortunately, the walk, I can't even fucking think of what they're called. The fucking ice horse, whatever, ends up dying. Rest in peace. You know, I'm going to add him to the name of unnamed characters. Han's space snow horse.
I like how you I like how you write Space Horse too, like even though they're not even in space at this point. But I'm gonna let you.
Yeah, exactly. Space snow horse. You have to add that. It's very specific. He ends up finding Luke, and Luke, you know, in his passed out state, kind of just keeps rambling about what Obi-Wan said about Dagobah and Yoda. But yeah, Han realizes that, you know, they're not going to be able to get back to base at this time, and they're going to have to kind of ride out the night. And he takes Luke's lightsaber, and this is, you know, you mentioned this, that you thought only Jedi could use this. No, anyone can like hold the lightsaber, but you know, if you want to be like good at it, you got to have the Force.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, anybody can just turn it on and off.
Yeah, because I mentioned this because like, other than this scene, you only really see Jedi like use it type of thing. So I just thought they really could.
But yeah, Han turns it on and opens up the space horse, the snow space horse, his guts. And this is pretty graphic, you know, G movie, but fucking it was able to show like the space snow horse's guts.
Yeah.
You know, I like this again, showing how like quick thinking Han is, and also, you know, still have some bit of comedy in there, even in the dire situation. Han is kind of like, oh god, I thought these things smelled bad on the outside.
Yeah. I like.
But yeah, Han saves Luke's life by stuffing him in the dead animal. And then, you know, he gets to work kind of building up a makeshift shelter for them.
Yeah, I like this.
Also, Morty did a parody of this scene, and like Morty's Mind Blowers.
And so did Family Guy. Did a parody of this scene.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah, it was, probably didn't see the episode. Like, Stewie runs away, and there's like a cutaway, like showing like where they think Stewie is, and it's like this scene they use, so.
Oh, okay.
Really interesting. It's really interesting until they use that because, like, Family Guy did like the parodies of like Star Wars type of thing. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I thought you didn't see the Star Wars parodies. It's like, oh, they just did a random cutaway.
Yeah.
But yeah, the next day, the rebels go to find Han and Luke. You know, they're doing their patrols looking for him.
Do you think Yellow Jackets would do this scene if they get to the wilderness again? That's kind of missed opportunity.
What if they're like they kind of like using an animal for like warmth?
Yeah, I feel like that's enough. I feel like that's.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, if they found like a dead moose or something and they kind of cut him open for warmth.
I know that this behind the scenes shit. I would love it if Yellow Jackets uses this as a scene and like Disney or / George Lucas like sues Yellow Jackets and like wins the fucking case and they can't use it.
Out of this first, we thought of this like fucking 40 years ago.
And Yellow Jackets for some reason gets sued, but no other fucking thing gets sued for some reason.
It's Yellow Jacket specifically. Yeah, I love that.
And it causes like Yellow Jackets to have to like all episodes have to be pulled from like air, like can never be seen again.
Oh, Max goes out of or Paramount Plus goes out of business.
I love it.
Yeah, but I do like you get some scenes that echo base with like Leia being worried and like Chewie being worried about them.
Yep.
Really showing like how dire the situation is and like how again Han was really going on a suicide mission to go find Luke. I like that, because again, of course, Luke ends up being separated from Han for the rest of the movie. So having some scenes here between them is really good.
I like
for their. Obviously, you had the whole movie for their friendship, but having some scenes here for them is good.
Yeah, I like this. And again, like you said, no one they weren't gonna. This was basically the only thing they really did together, other than like Luke's recovery and everything like that. So kind of like this.
But yeah, Rogue 2 ends up finding Han and Luke, and they come back to base. You get a cool scene with some of the technology and they have in Star Wars. The Bacta tank, Bacta's like liquids that like kind of super heals you.
This is cool because Danny Phantom took inspiration from this scene, and ironically enough, it's the fucking same thing happens to Danny in that episode, and then he ends up having
we're in snow planet, snow area with Danny, and he's in like a similar tank for healing. And Dragon Ball ends up doing this, where we get like space pods with like liquid in it that like heals you.
So it's kind of cool, to see this used.
Yeah, because I think I had told you like later on, Dragon Ball takes a good amount of inspiration from Star Wars. But yeah, Danny Phantom did that too, which is cool. And, I like it also kind of gives an excuse for like anytime anyone's injured in Star Wars, you can kind of say like, oh, you put them in a back to tank and they're kind of back in action.
Yeah, I like that.
But also, not like instantly, it does take a bit of a recovery time.
Too bad Obi-Wan didn't get this treatment, these bad.
Yeah, when he fucking vanished, kind of tough to like, okay, there's not really anything to put him in.
Put his clothes in. Put his fucking clothes in there. Maybe that would, maybe if you...
They put the fucking clothes in there and he like regrows out of the clothes.
I would love it.
Yeah.
But, this is actually my scene, but, yeah, so Luke's healing. There was a deleted scene from this where, like, it shows, like, Chewie, R2-D2, C-3PO, Han, and Princess Leia, like, worried about him. And then, like, they, like, say he's gonna, like, make a good recovery and everything like that. I get why they cut that, because, they were, again, just trimming the fat type of thing. But it's cool that we get to see it. And, I'm going to talk about the deleted scene first because this is kind of interesting. So this is the deleted part of the scene. Luke has recovered. That car accident, is showing its effects and everything. That'd be kind of cool if that's actually what, it wasn't the Wampo attack or anything like that. It was the car accident that did this type of thing.
Luke's driving like an actual like Earth car at the beginning of the movie and fucking crashes into it.
Yeah. And then doing all this, the robots come in and Princess Leia comes in concerned about him, mentions that like you're going to be back up on your feet in a couple of days. And then Luke says that, like, when he was out there, all he could think about was, like, Princess Leia. And, like, that he never got to experience... And obviously he's, like, nervous and doesn't really want to, like, say anything. But then, like, Princess Leia was like, what is it that you never got to experience? And obviously Luke gets, like, shy. And Princess Leia's about to leave and, like, mentions, like, you'll be back up on your feet in a couple of days. And Luke tells Princess Leia that he has to go away for a while and mentions that he's going to meet Yoda to go train with him and everything like that. And Princess Leia starts getting pissed, mentions that first Han is leaving and now you're leaving. I would be better off just, like, finding, like, one of the soldiers around here because they're more loyal than you guys are. Luke looks concerned because he didn't know that Han Solo was, like, leaving. So, he's upset and like is wondering why Han Solo's leaving, and then Han Solo comes in, and then this is the part of the movie that you actually like see. It's not a deleted scene. I get why they cut this scene because I think it kind of would have made you would get Princess Leia's like understand of why she's pissed off, but I think it kind of makes Princess Leia look a little bit unlikable. So I'm kind of glad they cut this scene.
Yeah. But still, Luke and Leia don't really interact that much in this movie, so it would have been nice. It sounds like to me like that, like it's kind of like to cut out the love triangle thing.
Yeah.
Because like we don't really need a love triangle. Like I think just having Leia and Han in a romance works fine. But I always did think it was kind of weird how Luke never mentioned that he was going to go train with Yoda.
Yeah, and this scene is
Rest said like he did tell Leia.
Yeah. But yeah, I know, because then it's like, I guess they just, because I guess you thought he would have went to like the rendezvous. I guess that's the way where they thought he went.
It's like later on, R2D2's like, so we're gonna go to the rendezvous, and he's like, nah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're fucking off and not telling anybody.
Why not? Loads of characters do that in shows. Why should Luke? I mean, Star Wars starts a lot of the trends. Maybe this is where that inspiration of a lot of characters.
Or like Yellow Jacket's got that idea of like Javi just like not explaining shit and just like fucking off.
I love it. But like that, but they decide not to fucking. This would be like Luke fucking off and then not showing any of the Yoda shit. It's like, oh, where was Luke all the whole movie? He's like, I don't know. Don't worry about it. So.
And he was just in a cave like Javi. He was just fucking eating bats and shit for months.
Yeah, yeah. So the actual scene that we see, Han Solo comes in and like talks about how Luke's recovered and everything like that, and Princess Leia mentions that like kind of gives him like a little backhanded like insult, mentions that like, so you're gonna stick around for a while, it looks like, aren't you? And we find out that like no ships are able to like leave the planet or anything like that. What was like the exact reason why? Because obviously we find out that like it's because
the base like grounded everything because like out of fear that like the Empire's like looking for them. Like basically they didn't want anybody leaving and like the Empire finding out.
Got it. Because obviously I was thinking it was because of the Han scene, but that wasn't where he gets to shoot on with the droid, but that wasn't until after this scene. So I was like, but
yeah, it's like setting up the idea that like the probe is there and the Empire like might know they're there.
So I like this. This is kind of more of Princess Leia and Han Solo kind of giving each other like shit. Well, Han keeps saying that like Princess Leia has feelings for him, but Princess Leia continues to like deny it. I like at one point she calls him all these insults, but like the thing he felt like insulting was like the least insulting thing was like he was scruffy, which I really thought was funny. And I think just to kind of like really rub it in Han's face, she ends up kissing Luke. And again, if you've seen the deleted scene, this is kind of cool because again, this is what Luke was thinking about. Well, not specifically kissing Princess Leia, but probably having like his first kiss or whatever. And then she leaves. And I like this. Luke's.
I thought like the only reason she kissed Luke was to piss Han off, though.
Yeah. And Luke gets like the smug look on his face, and I like that he's kind of low key rubbing it into Han's face.
Yeah, I do like that. Han and Luke do like their chemistry on screen is really good. They really do come off as like buddies.
Yeah.
Like earlier in the scene when Han comes in to check on Luke, he's like, "Hey, that's $2 you owe me for saving your life." Because obviously the end of the last movie.
Yep.
And then obviously, when Leia kisses him, Luke's kind of like gives Han a look, and then Han's like kind of pissed off. He's like, "All right, fucking take care of yourself, buddy."
And again, I'm glad they didn't make it like a love triangle, like you said. So
yeah.
And then doing all this, Echo Man. I almost called him Eco Man again, but it's not. It's Echo Man. So notices that there's some like life forms like there that they have to like go check out. And Han Solo goes to check it out, and it ends up being the probe droid that we saw earlier. And Han gets into a shootout with it, and he gets a couple of shots in, and the thing immediately explodes. And obviously this is like strange because Han Solo really didn't get like a good like shot on this really. Like it was like it like grazed him. It grazed the droid because it could be a her. And
Owen, droid.
Droid, right? The droid.
I don't know. You kept saying like probe drobe. I'm like, what the fuck is a drobe?
Well, I was saying drone, like like the drones.
Oh, drone. They're saying drobe.
No,
I was like, what
drone.
the fuck?
But yeah, this thing explodes, and obviously Han thinks this is weird because again, like he didn't really get that good of a shot on it, and like we talked about off camera, it seems like you know that they wanted this to happen so that way they would know like there's some life forms like out there and everything like that, so that way the stormtroopers and Darth Vader could like invade the planet and everything like that. So they kind of realize that that's going to happen, so they're going to start like the evacuation process, and then this leads to your scene, kind of the last we see of Eco Man. Damn it, I did it again. But
Echo.
but the last we see of Echo Man and everything like that.
Rest in peace, my boy, Echo Base Man.
Does he die? I don't even know if he dies because we never see him die.
Yeah, we don't see. I like to think he went to Belize with the Death Note guy and everybody else.
Yeah,
just went to Belize.
Why not? Yeah.
But we get our first scene of the Empire. Well, besides them sending all the probes. And I love that the scene starts off with one of the most iconic, dare I say, the most iconic villain themes in cinema, the Imperial March. Because, I forgot to mention earlier, but John Williams returned to do the music for this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And the Imperial March is the dun 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 dun. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but that wasn't in the last movie. It makes an appearance here.
Yeah, I like that. I like that it happens every time Darth Vader is on screen for the most part. I like that they don't overdo it. Like, it's not every time he's on screen. It's just like...
A very iconic piece of music, just so really good. I like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Fits the tone, very, like, intimidating. And, of course, you get the shot of the big Star Destroyer in space, really just set the tone of, like, how massive the Empire is. And, you got some people aboard the bridge. And you see some Imperial officers talking about it, how the probe droid on Hoth went offline, and the admiral who ends up Darth Vader ends up fucking up later, is like talking about it. He's like dismissive of it. He's like, it probably just just got destroyed by something else. And the other officer, I think Piet, is like thinking, no, there's more to it than this because there's not a lot of life on Hoth. So, like, it's kind of suspicious that, like, this probe droid got destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And Darth Vader kind of comes over to, like, see what they're talking about. And, sure enough, the probe droid, before getting destroyed, got a shot of a building, which is, the Echo base. And Darth Vader's like, no, this is what, the rebels are. Like, we're going to the Hoth system. So I like that, kind of a little thing, but I like that it's setting up that this admiral is like, kind of stupid and like not taking it seriously. And this other admiral who ends up kind of doing a good job later on was kind of like thinking there's more to it than this.
Yeah, I like
And like
that.
I said, obviously, like there's a bunch of probe droids that got sent out because it's like, wow, what are the odds that like they sent the probe droid to like the one fucking place the rebels are?
Yeah, I like that they sent a bunch of them out. So
yeah, but yeah. It's kind of that the rebels encountering the probe droid and the probe droid getting destroyed is what tips the Empire off to them being at Hoth. And like you said, the rebels begin their evacuation process, and the Empire ends up heading to Hoth with their army. And Darth Vader's in command of this fleet, which is cool because you said it off camera. But Darth Vader he wasn't under the command, but he was kind of like listening to Tarkin.
Yeah.
Because Tarkin was in charge of the Death Star. But now that Tarkin and the Death Star are destroyed, you see Darth Vader kind of in command and everybody else listening to him. He's kind of in charge of the Imperial fleet.
And I do like this too because as you'll talk about, this really, you see Darth Vader is a very ruthless leader. Like the fact that, because this is what I thought Darth Vader was. I didn't realize it took him. It was until this movie that he was actually like in command of something and everything like that.
Yeah, movie when that guy was like disrespecting him, he started choking him, and then Tarkin was like, "Hey, Vader, knock it off." And he was like, "Yeah, fine." But yeah, here it's like you kind of see what happens when nobody's around to kind of restrain Darth Vader. He just kind of he's like, listen, there's a very fucking you do not want to be in charge around Darth Vader because you're fucking on the chopping block for fucking up.
I do like this is why I think that like Darth Vader like kind of wanted the Death Star to get destroyed because he can do whatever the fuck he wants now, pretty much. Like now he's in command. Like it worked out real well for him, type of thing. So
yeah.
he can chill.
Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things of like, you know, I don't think he like wanted it to get destroyed, but he was pretty chill with it getting destroyed. You know, he wasn't exactly crying over it.
Honestly, I like to think. I think the only reason he's like upset is like the fact that he got like outshined by like Han Solo and like Luke and everything like that.
Also, kind of an interesting little thing. So the title crawl already says that like Vader has been relentlessly pursuing Luke specifically, and later on we get a scene with the Emperor. But like, and you might think like, oh, maybe Vader didn't know Luke's name. But like Vader calls him Skywalker here. Like he's like, oh, the rebels are here, and so is Skywalker.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I'm pretty sure Vader already knew who Luke was before the Emperor said anything.
Yeah.
I feel like that scene with the Emperor is more so for the audience because the audience obviously doesn't know who Vader is at that point.
Yeah, definitely.
But later on, when Vader is confronting Luke, he's like talking about betraying the Emperor. So I'm pretty sure Vader already knew who Luke was. And he just like was kind of keeping it low key from the Emperor because he didn't want the Emperor to know he knew.
Yeah.
Because in the Emperor scene, I guess you'll more so talk about it, but like he's kind of directing the Emperor away from killing Luke.
Yeah, and that's interesting.
You know, like this Skywalker kid's our enemy, and Vader's like, "Nah, he's just a boy. He's not a threat." He's like, you know, we might be able to make him an ally. You know, like we don't have to kill him. We can, you know, bring him over to the dark side.
Yeah, so it seemed like he doesn't want Luke. He doesn't want him to hurt Luke or anything like that. So
yeah, so like here it seems like his hunt for Luke is personal, and the Emperor kind of talking about it later is you know like is more is because you know I've seen people talk about how that's a plot hole. That like it's like why does Vader not know that Luke is his son when they're both fucking Skywalker?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Vader is just kind of not. He's just kind of keeping it on the low.
Yeah.
You know?
Can't really say anything about that because that's for later movies, I guess. So.
Yeah. But yeah, I will say I guess it is kind of a little weird that like I think it is more so for the audience because they don't want to reveal too early that Vader is Skywalker.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it wouldn't make sense for Vader to not be obsessed with finding Luke and not know it's his son.
Yeah, that'd be weird. Yeah.
Okay, Vader, really? This guy who got trained by Obi-Wan, who's also called Skywalker, and he would be roughly the age your son would be? Like, you really didn't know that's your kid?
I guess he didn't.
Yeah. So yeah, Vader probably almost certainly knew.
I mean, hey, there's a ton of people out there that got the same last names that aren't related. You know, it's just you know.
Yeah, but like this is a little, you know, like okay, come on, really?
Yeah.
Right, really.
Especially because like, you know, he was like living with your brother and all that type of stuff. I guess or whatever.
Right, he was living on Tatooine. He was being trained by Obi-Wan. He has the Force.
So all the connections.
He's like year old, you know, which would be about the age your son would be. It's like, come on.
Should have put two and two together.
Yeah.
But again, I think it's
likely knew Luke was his son at this point.
Yeah.
They just don't outright. But yeah, I also like this. We get two scenes where the Admiral is like the officer is like checking on Vader, and he has a little meditation hut. He's in a little black Pokeball.
I really like that. Yeah.
Well, because the first scene, you see the meditation chamber lift up, and Vader's like already like you know just sitting there. But then a little bit later on, the same guy comes in, and like the meditation chamber, like Vader wasn't fully ready for him. You see the helmet come down, and you see the back of Vader's head.
So I like.
And it's all like hard.
Yeah, I didn't know his head was all messed up. I wonder what happened there, type of thing. I guess we'll see that in the prequels. I guess.
So yeah, you don't see his face, but you get to see a little bit that like Vader's like disfigured.
Yeah, so that's cool. I hope like the first
but
time.
like, kind of like keeps quiet about it. He's like surprised, but then he kind of just like ignores it. So it seems to be like a thing of like nobody really knows what's under Vader's mask.
Yeah. I hope we see it next movie. Like we don't. It's not something we have to wait until like the prequels. I would like to see his.
No, it's like the cabin in Yellow Jackets. We'll never fucking find out what happened. It's like damn.
You know, never gonna find out. But I'm saying I want to see like his fate. I want to actually see his face before we find out like what he looks like in the past. I want to see his face present day and everything like that.
But yeah, I do like how they're setting up that mystery. Well, I mean, it was kind of a mystery last movie because obviously he was masked the whole time, but now they're kind of setting up the idea of like, oh shit, so like he's like fucked up under the mask. That's interesting.
He's like the Jason Voorhees. And even though I think
I think it'd be more so that Jason is like Vader.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. But yeah. They end up coming out of hyperspace, too close to Hoth, and the rebels are like able to know like, oh fuck, okay, the Empire's here. We gotta start the evacuation. And Vader's like, the Admiral came out of hyperspace too early. The rebels already know we're here. Like he fucked up our the element of surprise.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how the other officer tries to kind of like save him a little bit. He's like, yeah, he thought the element of surprise would be better, for this mission. And Vader's like, he's as clumsy as he is stupid.
I like that, yeah.
And then Vader pulls up the space Skype, and the Admiral thinks he's doing a good job. He's like, oh, Lord Vader, we've begun the invasion. And then he starts like, and Vader's just, you have failed me for the last time, Admiral.
And this is something I didn't know. I didn't know that like Vader didn't have to like physically like be there to like choke somebody type of thing.
That was cool. And it makes sense. Like as long as Vader can like see them, like he can do that.
I wonder if like
he starts talking to the other guy in the call, and like as this guy's fucking choking out, and like as the guy like falls to the ground dead, Vader's like, do not fail me, Admiral. Like he basically kills the other Admiral and promotes this guy to Admiral.
Yeah. I do like. I do wonder though, because obviously, like if you watch like a YouTube live video, or, like a Twitch stream, if like Vader like put it on, could he like choke that guy like while he's streaming on YouTube or whatever type of thing? Because that's live, so like I'm wondering if that's the case.
Yeah, as long as it's live, you can do it. Yeah,
that's fucking. So someone could be like literally imagine Vader like I don't know like tried to like leave a comment and like the guy just wasn't reading his comment and the guy like he just choked the.
How dare you? Oh, it'd be like if we were streaming this live now, and all of a sudden I was like, it was like, I don't like this review.
It's you specifically he doesn't like.
Yeah, it's like Vader. I'm wearing red. Kill him. He's wearing blue.
That's true. It's true. He's got a. But I do like this. Yeah, that he has like a full-on conversation with the other guy. I do like this. He's having a full-on conversation with the other guy, like as he's choking the Admiral and everything like that.
Yeah, it shows how casual Vader is with being cruel. And again, how he just like kills his subordinates over like the. Well, I mean, to be fair, in his mind, it's not tiny because he thinks that like the whole invasion got botched because he came out of hyperspace too early.
Yeah.
But it just kind of shows that like, yeah, Vader, if he will kill you over. Like, anything he considers a mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the Vader stuff, though. The first time we see Vader this movie, first time we hear the theme song. Like that, we're like seeing how cool of a leader that he is. And I like, though, that, like, even though even before he, like, choked the guy, you get, like, this sense that, like, everyone's kind of, like, afraid of Vader. And, like, trying to, like, go to bat for each other so that way, like, Vader, like, won't kill them. And all that type of stuff. So.
Yeah. Shows that like Vader really roosts through fear. But to be fair, he's pretty smart. Again, like I said, that other guy who got choked out wasn't really treating the Hoth thing seriously, but Vader was like, no, that's where they are.
Yeah.
And then again here, it's like Vader was kind of right. Where they came out of hyperspace too early because that guy thought the element of surprise would be better. But them coming out so early alerted the rebels to their presence.
Yeah.
And Vader was like, you fucked it up because sure enough, the rebels were able to escape because they came out of hyperspace too early.
So then back at Hoth, everyone's kind of getting ready for the battle and like for the evacuation. Princess Leia's kind of telling everyone to go to the rendezvous. we see like Luke Skywalker getting ready. This was cool because we saw like another droid that he was like talking to, which was pretty cool. And doing all this though, Han Solo and Chewie are still working on the Falcon and getting that ready so Han could go pay his debt. That apparently he hasn't paid yet. So, you know, too bad there's no Venmo or anything like that back then. Huh?
How much do you think he owes Jabba? Imagine it's only like $5.
I would love that. I don't forget.
Not. It's like $5 US.
Too bad there's no like Venmo or anything back then. That issue we got solved real quick. You know.
I love it. They have fucking space travel and holograms, but they don't have fucking Venmo. It's like, come on.
I mean, you know, we didn't think that through. You know.
Yeah.
But oh, maybe they do have Venmo, but like Java doesn't have Venmo. So
yeah, Jabba has Cash App, and Han's like, I don't really have space on my space phone for Cash App, so like,
I love that. But doing this, Luke and Han have like what they think is going to be the last scene. You know, they kind of repeat it a little bit, where like the kind of, but this time around they're on good terms with each other. Han tells him to take care of himself, and you know, Luke says, kind of gives like a wave. That could.
I like that Luke hugs.
He what?
I like that Luke hugs Chewie.
Oh, that's true. I thought you gave him like a handshake because he was like up on the ship. So like, yeah, I guess it was a hug type of thing.
No, Han was up on the ship, and then Chewie was on the ground, and then Luke hugged Chewie.
Yeah, you know, it's good.
I like that. Well, again, it's like last movie. You know, everyone was kind of like intimidated by Chewie, and like also last movie, Leia called him like a walking carpet. But later on, Leia kind of like helps Chewie calm down when he's upset about what's happening to Han.
I mean, you know, like, I can't blame Luke for hugging Chewie. He could have died this movie, you know, in my opinion, because I got told he was.
Yeah, Luke had a bet going that Chewie was going to die.
And I'm the guy he has the bet with. No, actually, he has the bet that Luke and I have I have the bet that he's going to die. Luke has the bet that he's not going to die, but just in case he loses the bet, he's giving him a hug. So.
Yeah, I love that.
And again, it's only like $5 that we're betting, type of thing.
Yeah, US dollars specifically, which is for them is pretty rare.
So,
but yeah, I like that. You know, just kind of showing that again, time has passed and like they're friends. And it's really the only scene Luke and Chewie have this movie, so I like that.
Yeah. So then,
I you know, he's kind of like he's part of the crew. You know, like he you know, even though he can't really talk, so I like that. At least like they treat him like part of the crew.
I do like that too. Yeah, and like C-3PO and R2-D2 now are part of the crew too, because before they were like just droids.
Yeah. Well, also like Han, they have a running joke that like Han is pissed off by C-3PO, but like later on, Han does actually like Han and Chewie care about C-3PO.
Yeah, I like that.
They're annoyed by him, but they do consider him a friend.
I like C-3PO's role in this movie. Like he's like the comic relief, but like the comic relief doesn't like get in the way of like when it's dark stuff.
C-3PO at his best. I think last movie he was a little too annoying. Here, I think it works better.
Yeah. But because he's not on screen as much in this movie, I guess.
But I think that's why it's like more sparingly. Although I will say, C-3PO's actor actually was kind of a little worried because him and R2-D2 are like split up for most of this movie.
I was gonna get to that, but I guess we'll talk about it now. I actually like that because a big complaint we have with Yellow Jackets is Taissa and Van are always glued to the hip. So I like that it's not the case with C-3PO and R2-D2.
Again, I think it works if you do it sparingly. I think split up the cast too much and you have some issues. Have them together too much and it's like, okay, well, they're glued at the hip and they like we never get to see them separate. Whereas, yeah, I think that Star Wars kind of finds a good balance of like splitting them up and keeping them separate. At least the original trilogy.
Yeah. That sounds like later movies are gonna have that issue. So, but yeah, so doing this, I like this. They get ready for like kind of a spaceship type of battle, and I like this because this was kind of the big thing that like made the first movie really popular. It's what ended the first movie, so I don't mind them going back to basics. And again, because this movie focuses so much on lightsaber fights and like the Force, is more the focus, so I don't mind. I like that they went back to the spaceships and like, you know,
Well,
robots fight movies.
I actually like the Battle of Hoth a lot more than the Battle of Yavin. Battle of Yavin's the Death Star battle from the last movie, because I think last movie with the trench run, the Death Star is too big, and it's kind of hard to tell where they are in the trench.
That's fair.
Like, for me, it was a little hard to keep track of like where they were at. I guess, you know. Whereas this movie being a ground battle, I think it was a lot easier to keep track of where everything is and like keep track of the action.
Yeah. So you know, the battle starts, and you get some really cool stuff here. We get the first appearance of the walkers. What was the acronym that you said earlier?
AT-ATs.
Yeah, the ATA walkers. This is kind of cool. Didn't you have this toy as a kid? I'm pretty sure you did, or is it someone else?
I'm almost positive I had this toy as a kid.
Might still have it, just don't know where. But you know,
Bro.
but I like this, so it was kind of cool to see this in action for the first time. This is a really cool like machine. I didn't realize it was this big. To be fair, I only saw it as a toy, so you can understand why I didn't really think it was that big. But
as I said earlier, they kind of based the design and the movement off of elephants.
Yeah, and there's like 5 of these things walking around, and they're really imposing. And they don't just like walk around; they can shoot really far lasers, and they get really good shots on people. You know, there's other droids walking around that are pretty iconic here. Luke talks to his friend that you mentioned. You know, yeah, because
He looks like a D. I cannot think of what his fucking name is.
Yeah. The ships were really cool too. It was 2 people ships, so like one person like was flying the ship and one person like shot at everything and everything like that, which was pretty cool. Yeah. Because we didn't.
Yeah, I like that these ships are different than the ones from last movie. I like that we're getting some new technology.
Yeah. And
I mean, it's Lucas said in that video I sent you, it's all about the toys. You know, you gotta make new stuff for new toys.
Yeah. I do like this. You know, like I said, I like new technology, but I do like that this really shows like how much more powerful Darth Vader's men and everything like that are compared to like the Alliance, not the Alliance, the Rebels.
Well, yeah, the Rebel Alliance, yeah.
Because obviously they have all this technology because they're winning the war, where like, you know, the Rebels kind of have to like work with like what they have and everything like that type of thing. And during this fight, we see some spaceships kind of start to attack the walkers. They can't really get a good shot on them due to the fact that like they're too big and their like armor is like too big for them to like really get a good clear shot on them. So they come up with like a different idea where they're going to unleash a grappling hook and, you know, just wrap it around that way. A lot of this fight, you could kind of see this really sets up that Luke, even though he's like commando, he is a little bit impatient. He wants to get everything done kind of quickly, and this kind of ties into like why Yoda refuses to like train him originally because he thinks he lacks patience. And I do like that that's a big consistent with this this fight here. He's trying to get like, you know, his partner like behind him to like get a good shot, but like you know, the guy can't really like do it. At one point, when Luke wants him to release the grappling hook, the guy like gets knocked out by like by a shot. I don't know if he dies here. He definitely dies at one point. I don't think it was here.
Well, die there. He fucking definitely died when the AT-AT fucking crushed it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was getting to that, but I'm like, if he died, I think here he was just knocked out. But you know,
I'm pretty sure he was dead. Like the way like you see his body slump over and Luke like react, I'm pretty sure he got killed.
Yeah, but like I said, if he wasn't dead there, again, he's gonna get die. Huh?
His name's Dak.
Oh, okay. So if Dak, well, you know what? He was pretty much dead on arrival because his name is very close to death because Dak, and then we just.
Also, fucking this poor fucker. So, because like when Luke's getting into the ship and he's like, "Hey, Dak," and Dak is like, "I tell you, Luke, I feel like I could fight the entire Empire right now." That's literally what he says. And it's like this fucker is like, "I'm on the ship with the main character. I got fucking plot armor sitting in the ship with me. I'm good. I am all fucking set." He dies in like 2 seconds. This poor fucker is on the ship as the same ship as the main character. And he's thinking, "Oh, I am all set. I am never going to die."
And like,
I just got my friendship with the main character set up. Like, I'm all good. I'm going to be a character in this movie.
I guess the Walker just got like a lucky shot in there, and it just missed Luke and got him like really good.
Fucking, I mean, we got to do a did Dak win or lose?
I would say I know I'm not going to answer because that's like a 2. Imagine that's our like longest video. That's like an 8-hour video somehow. Like,
you know what? Let's do a what if. Like, fucking, what if Luke died instead of Dak? Fucking, the movie becomes fucking Return of the Dak.
I love it. But yeah, doing all this because Dak dies again because he doesn't have plot armor like Luke does.
He could not, in fact, defeat the entire Empire by himself.
I like to think the plot armor was just on Luke's side of the ship, not on his side of the ship.
Yeah, if it switched seats, then again, it would have been Return of the Dak instead of Return of the Jet.
That's gonna be a fun what if video. What if Luke and Dak switch seats?
Yeah, no, for real. Yeah, fucking Luke would have died right there.
Imagine somehow Dak still died. Actually,
it fucking is about to hit Luke. And then it's like a SpongeBob joke where like it literally stops midair and then fucking changes directions.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a cartoon joke in something where like there was a bullet.
Bob did it, but like I can't think of what episode.
Yeah, so he radios into another guy on their ship, and he has like him release the grappling hook. And this is really cool. He releases the grappling hook, and the Walker falls over, and like a couple of ships go over and just destroy this thing, which I thought was really cool. This was a really good scene right here. And then we get like, doing this, we see like, some men on the floor, defending the floor on the base. The Walkers are just absolutely destroying the Echo base. At one point, they get like a really clean shot of like the satellite, and like it just goes up in flames. And doing all this, we see like the commander like that's on the floor leading this thing, like FaceTime Vader. And Vader, this is really cool. He comes up on like a holographic, and he says like, "We're about to," and he kind of tells Vader like, "You can start to approach the ground pretty soon. We're about to like get to the base and everything like that." One point, Luke, is still shooting. He tries to get the same guy from earlier to release a grappling hook, and we see that this guy has like his nose. There's some blood on his nose and everything like that. And funny story, I forgot these were 2 people's ships. So like when the guy released the grappling hook, I thought he was just like fucking talking to himself, and I'm like, oh wait, he's just talking to the other guy like in the ship like with them. I thought he was like talking to himself or whatever. So
imaginary friend, yeah.
But then this guy like gets blown up really bad before he can release his grappling hook, and there's this proof right here that Luke has plot armor. So Luke gets hit like a ship, and then he falls to the ground, and like he has to like get out of his ship quick before like the Walker walks over him, literally like at like the last second. Like it's like in the decimals, like forever last second. Luke finally gets out, and like the Walker like misses him by like this much, and like still gets like, again, if like I said, if Drax wasn't dead then he got like crushed by the ship. That's like proof right there that if Luke doesn't have plot armor, I don't know what he has.
Definitely plot armor. But I will say I think Luke's pretty smart here, because before he gets out of the ship, he like grabs an explosive from the ship.
Yeah, and then he shoots it at the ship. Oh, not the ship, the Walker. And he uses his lightsaber to cut open into the Walker. and destroy that walker. This was cool. I like this. I like how it shows how resourceful the rebels are. The fact that like they're able to like go in there and like take down these walkers very intensely and more strategic and everything like
Yeah,
that.
I like that. Like the Empire has overwhelming force, but the rebels are like scrappier and kind of think outside the box.
Doing all of this, obviously Princess Leia, once they realize that they're gonna get there, they're gonna begin the evacuation process. Except for Echo, man, he's gonna stay there. So
He's like, I'm nothing.
And obviously C-3PO and R2-D2 are worried, and Han goes over and he rushes to go protect Princess Leia, and they run down one end of the base, and eventually they get trapped because there's a big explosive that happens that causes like a bunch of snow to like block their way, so they can't get out of there. So they kind of just tell their men to take off, and he'll take them through the Falcon. There was a deleted scene that happens where there was a Yeti abominable snowman attack. This is actually really funny because I understand why it was cut, but this was when Darth Vader and like the stormtroopers showed up, and you see that like I think it's C-3PO like there was like a tag on that where like one of the Yetis was captured, and like C-3PO ripped the tag off, and like one of the stormtroopers like went in there and got like destroyed by like the stormtrooper the Yeti, and this is really funny because like there's no dialogue, but Vader clearly goes over there and asks like if that place is secure, and like one of the stormtroopers like saw this happen and like said no, this like you can't go there, so Darth Vader has to like go by. But it's really funny because if they had left this scene in, I just imagine if Vader like went into that room, the whole last half of the movie probably would have been like avoided probably because later probably would have died. So
also I wanted to mention it a little bit just because I think it's a fun little thing. The Force Unleashed video game is something I really like, and it's set between like before the first movie, and it's about like Darth Vader's like secret apprentice, and then it's like obviously like it's set before the first movie, but there's like an alternate ending where if you choose to go to the dark side, you end up killing Darth Vader and like taking his place. And then like they released like DLC after, which is like alternate versions of like the first movie and the second movie, where like Darth Vader died and like it's like Starkiller, the main character of The Force Unleashed, as like the main villain.
That's cool.
And like this, and then the DLC for Empire Strikes Back is like your Starkiller going through Echo Base and like you fight Luke, and Luke like use the Force to like rip the doors off of like the room with the Yetis in it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So just imagine that.
So I didn't know about those deleted scenes with the Yetis, so I was like, oh, why the fuck are there Yetis in the base?
Oh, I see.
So that deleted scenes kind of makes that video game make more sense.
And then there's another deleted scene where it shows what happened to like the commando. I guess like his walker blew up, so he died. He technically dies off. Right. He technically dies off screen, but it's really funny. It's a deleted scene, but it's like one of those. It's still like in black and white too, and like not fully like edited or anything like that. So
yeah, really put much effort into it. Yeah.
So poor guy, the guy dies, and he can't even get like a
Anything like that. There's a character in the prequels who died in like 3 different deleted scenes that none of them made it into.
What did they say happened to him? Is that a spoiler?
Yeah, they never addressed what happened to him, but they died in like 3 different deleted scenes.
I can't wait till Disney Plus shows me that. So
yeah, like people have a joke that like that character is like the Kenny of Star Wars.
Yeah, but yeah, doing all of this, Han and Princess Leia aboard the Falcon, and obviously this is like question of like, is this really gonna work or anything like that? Because obviously we haven't seen the Falcon like.
I like that like Han went because like Han was at the Millennium Falcon, but he like went to Leia, who was in the command room.
Yeah, I like that.
I like wanted to stay longer, but Han was like, no, we're going.
Yeah, and Also, they do a funny joke where like they make us think they're gonna leave C-3PO behind, but then like they open the door real fast and like pull him in.
Yeah, and earlier was like Han is like obviously very annoyed by C-3PO's constant talking, and like they're going through the base, and then like Han like accidentally shuts the door on C-3PO, and you think like, oh, they abandoned him, but no, then the door opens back up, and then Han like grabs him and pulls him through.
I like that, yeah. And
yeah, I like that. Han's really annoyed by him, but he actually does care about C-3PO, and he wasn't gonna like leave him.
And then they aboard the Falcon. Stormtroopers and Darth Vader start making their way through. Really cool scene here because it's really cool to just see Darth Vader, in action. Even though he doesn't do much here, but like him like himself coming down to like check this base out says a lot.
I like one of the villains who's like always in the background having other people do shit for him. I like that he's like usually on the front lines getting shit done.
Yeah. And so he Han Solo and Princess Leia board the Falcon. At first they can't get it like started, so they and the stormtroopers are approaching them, so Han Solo ends up using shooting down with the stormtroopers. Poor guys, like I said, these guys are just working a typical 9-to-5 job, and these it's not even bad guys, and they're just fighting on the wrong side. You sent me a video about that, which I watched, which is really funny. Just how to solve the employment rates in Star Wars, just going.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
And Han Solo's able to take off. They do a funny joke here, which is kind of sad in hindsight, where Princess Leia says, one of these days you're gonna be one, and I want to be there for it. And unfortunately, that joke had a terrible payoff in terms of like it fucked Han over and everything like that.
Yeah,
not terrible.
Yeah, good setup for later on. But yeah, it is like a dark thing. Yeah,
which is fun. I had a feeling that joke. I knew that joke was gonna be like a setup. Like, yep, so something's gonna happen later. Didn't expect what it was gonna be, but something happened. So
yeah,
and then
but I also do. Like Han is basically kind of just like flying by the seat of his pants here.
Yeah, and I like this shows that he's good at thinking on his feet. They set that up earlier with him and Luke's little adventure they had in the beginning. Shows that Han's really good at thinking on his feet and everything like that.
Like that because obviously Luke was out of his ship earlier because he crashed, and then he saw the Falcon fly off, so he was kind of like. He knew that his friends were safe before he left the planet.
Yeah. So yeah,
because that's the thing. I don't think Luke would have like left for Yoda if he didn't see the Falcon fly off.
Yeah, I agree. So imagine he didn't see it. Imagine he just wasn't looking up in the sky at that time. I guess so.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think he would have made sure his friends were safe first. Han was able to get the ship in the air, but he wasn't able to fix the hyperspace. Which is, the whole point of the movie. It happens because the hyperspace was fucked up.
Yep. And then I guess I'll talk about the Luke stuff, like here, since it's still part of the battle. During this battle, Luke, there's a ship R2-D2 gets connected to a ship like in the last movie. And that's going to be like for when Luke evacuates. And then Luke evacuates, and he's able to take off. And that's all we'll talk about for Luke. Obviously, we see him throughout the movie, but this is at the point where Luke and Han's plots separate.
And it's funny enough, like it's really hard to tell which is the A plot, which is the B plot. Because Luke, I guess, is technically the A plot, but like the B plot takes up more screen time.
Yeah, I agree.
And like both are pretty equally important, so I like that where it's not really like both feel like it doesn't feel like a drag either way.
Yeah, I agree. I like that. And again, because it's an episode, I like that there was like an A plot and a B plot. Like kind of like a TV show type of thing for the most part. What do you think of this? What do you think of this battle? I really like this battle a lot, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna give some of my thoughts and just go over a couple little things that you missed. Like I said, I like the Battle of Hoth more than the Battle of Yavin from the last movie. I think it's easier to follow, and I think it being ground combat makes it easier to follow. And like more tense, I guess. Like you really get a feel for the people on the ground.
Yeah.
And I think the rebels seem more desperate in a way. So You get a meeting with Leia before the battle starts, kind of going over the goal of the battle. Essentially, is they're going to be sending out transport ships with 2 fighter jets to protect it each, and they kind of have to do one at a time. Transports to like for the shields, like they don't want to lower the shields for the base.
Yeah.
And the kind of the drama is from like the fact of like, oh shit, are they going to be able to protect the base long enough to be getting these ships out one at a time, essentially?
Yep.
So yeah, basically everybody on the ground, like Luke and them, are fighting on the ground in order to like while they're evacuating. And then basically the threat is, can they hold them off long enough for the evacuation to finish? And like, so that's kind of the goal. Is like it's not really even to win because like they're not going to beat the Empire here. Like the Empire is too strong. Like they basically their only hope is to just run away.
Yeah.
But I like that. The point of the movie is called The Empire Strikes Back. Like they're striking back.
Very big. Yeah.
Because this is the rebels' main base. Like if the Empire kills all the rebels here, the Rebel Alliance is going to be like too scattered to really come back.
Yeah.
And I like that where Leia wanted to continue the evacuation, but Han had to be the one to kind of tell her like no, we got to go now. Like we can't stay any longer.
Yeah.
And I like that Leia was a good leader though, where she like told everybody else in the command room, like, listen, all of you get to your ships, like go now. Like she didn't want to leave anybody behind.
Too bad Echo Man stayed behind though.
Huh?
Echo Man.
Yeah, Echo Man went down with the ship. But yeah, I like that at that point, everybody in like the trenches and outside the base, scattered to like leave.
Yeah.
And yeah, sure enough, like I said, Luke saw the Falcon fly off, and then he reconvened with everybody else, like away from the base. Like all the fighters that were outside the base were like, okay, cool, now we're gonna fly off.
Yeah.
And yeah, sure, all of them had hyperspace, so they were all able to get away. And but obviously the Falcon was fucked up, so they kept getting chased by the Empire, even after they flew off the planet.
Which I liked. That was a good way to keep the B plug. Or
yeah,
whatever.
They established earlier on that the Falcon was already damaged, so it makes sense. But Luke didn't know that, so it makes sense why he went off to Dagobah, not knowing that like Han was still in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I like that they established that like okay, the rebels were gonna like reconvene later, which they set that we see that at the very end of the movie where Luke and Leia are like safe and the rebels are all kind of like coming together again.
Yep.
So I like that where this battle kind of gives a reason why they're not with the rebels for the rest of the movie. That everybody kind of got split off and are gonna come back together later.
Yeah, that made a lot of sense.
Because like Avatar, funny enough, kind of did that bad. Remember where everybody was like together and then Aang took off and then like Sokka and them like went to go find Aang.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna like get with them together like on the day of Black Sun. It's like, why don't you just go with them now?
It's really weird. I don't know. Yeah, that was weird.
Like the rest of the first half of book 3, they're kind of just like dicking around, waiting to meet up with everybody.
Yeah. So yeah, and that would have been nice. You could have seen like Sokka's dad a lot more on screen and stuff. So.
Whereas this like gives more of a reason why they're like separate. Like Luke's going off the train, and obviously Han and Leia are just trying to not die.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really good battle. I like it. Very iconic battle. Might be my favorite. Like, obviously not including the lightsaber fights. My favorite like military battle in Star Wars.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. Again, I probably missed a lot of stuff, but it's a really good battle. I like that. Like, I like that it's a sense of danger.
And rewatching this movie, I forgot this was like a third of the movie.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking Hoth was only like the setup. Like I kind of forgot about a lot of this. I thought it was a lot shorter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean,
this takes more than a half hour. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 2-hour movie, so I could see why you thought it was so short. So, but yeah, at this point, we'll just say this: we're gonna just talk. We're totally not gonna. We're totally gonna do this all in one day. But if we're not gonna do this all in one day, if we're not, and it's a very big not if. Notice I changed that around. I said a very big not if. So, but you know, when I talk about Luke's plot in a different recording, that means nothing to you because you're gonna see this all in one video. But for us, you'll see us in different clothes, and who knows? You know, I might be bald.
Maybe,
Huh?
maybe a different time of day.
I was gonna say I might be bald, but yeah, you went the other way. So,
Yeah, man, yeah.
But you know, we're gonna talk about Han and Leia's plot here because that's the way AJ organized it.
Yeah, it like cuts back and forth in the movie, but it's easier to just talk about Han's plot and then Luke's plot.
Yeah.
Also, they're not really clear how much time is passing during the movie. Presumably, like a couple weeks to maybe even like a month or two.
That's what I was guessing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously Luke's on Dagobah training for a while, and then like there are a couple points in this like chase scene where like things kind of die down a little bit. Like as we're going to talk about, like the asteroid where they hide out for a little bit. They're probably there for a couple days, and then you know, when they go to Bespin, they're probably like traveling for like maybe a few weeks.
Yeah. But yeah, let's you know, which I like because you know, that this is a big thing because they're in space and stuff. You know, so I remember it's a pretty recent thing, but like in Yellow Jackets, like Natalie tried to say like, you know, the span of season 2 happened all in a week, and as we've talked about before, there's no way a lot of that stuff happened in like a week. Like some of it, yes, but like none of Shauna's plot happened in like a week type of thing. So
yeah, so yeah, I think this movie's pretty decent with like what you know, like the time frame.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, going through it, so yeah, Han and Leia are trying to escape the Emperor and everything like that. They're still being chased by them. A couple of Star Destroyers start chasing after them as well. And I'm pretty sure Darth Vader thought Luke was on the Falcon. That's why he was so like dead set pro chasing the Falcon, because he thought Luke Skywalker was on there. And then obviously I think he picked up pretty later on that like Luke wasn't there because obviously he was.
Yeah, at the very least he knew like the people on the Falcon were like his friends, so he could use it to his advantage.
Yeah. I at least thought at first he was like on there because obviously.
Yeah, I probably thought Luke was on there. Yeah.
But Han and Leia and C-3PO and Chewie still alive.
Chewie, who every second closer to death. Owen.
Yes. Well, everyone.
I mean, every second we are all closer to death.
I was just about to say that, but you but yeah, it's a dark movie, so I guess we have to add dark elements of life. So
yeah.
Wow. So in like one sentence, I was like 5 seconds closer to death, type of thing. So
yeah. Owen, I'm 25 now, and you're gonna be 30. It's like fuck, man. We're getting old. I was a teenager when we started making videos together.
How do you fucking think Chewie feels? He's fucking.
Yeah, Chewie's like sitting there scratching his cheek, like, "Oh, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die."
Me and Luke have a bet going on about when his death is coming. So
yeah, like later on, when Vader's talking about freezing somebody in carbonite, he's like, "We're gonna freeze Chewie," you know. He's like,
Why do you think he started getting? Why do you think he calmed down at the end? Maybe Chewie.
On? Okay, yeah, no, cool, that's fine.
But anyhow, so then eventually, you know, Han's about to when they're getting chased by the Star Destroyers, Han's about to put it into hyperdrive, but the hyperdrive, like you said, doesn't work. Obviously, Han gets really confused by this because he's upset because he's been like working on the ship. And this kind of fucks them over. This is why they end up getting like chased by the Emperor pretty much the rest of the movie. So, you know, Han stops and goes to fix the hyperdrive. They do a really funny scene here where, because they're in space and everything like that, like Chewie hands Han like the tools to work on it. and then like the toolbox like falls where like Han is like working and like I guess hits him in the head. I thought that was really funny. And the way that this happened is they thought they got hit by like another ship, or like and like Han realizes that they got hit by an asteroid. So Han flies into the asteroid. Huh?
Yeah, the asteroid belt.
Yeah, I was gonna say galaxy, but sure, belt. And obviously, like,
and bit of asteroids, that'd be fucking crazy.
But Leia obviously thinks it's a dumb idea to fly into a asteroid belt, and obviously, like, because obviously the slim chances of surviving an asteroid belt are like 3,000 to 1. Yeah. I do like this because Han even says like, "Don't tell me the odds." I like to think that Han was the one. Han was the one chance of like surviving type of thing.
Yeah.
And Han's whole reason of doing this though is to go in here is thinking that the Star Destroyers like won't follow them and all that type of stuff. And the Star Destroyers, you know,
which I mean, like, Han's reasoning is the Star Destroyers are huge, so like, you know, the Millennium Falcon's pretty small, so he could probably bob and weave through the asteroids.
Yeah.
Whereas the Star Destroyers are too big.
And yeah, he's pretty successful for the most part. You know, he's able to duck and weave the asteroids, and the Star Destroyers are just getting absolutely destroyed by the asteroids. And eventually, Han comes up with an idea to land on an asteroid and kind of like use it to like hide out there until you know, things kind of quiet down a little bit, and then they can you know, make their way back to the rendezvous and everything like that.
Yeah, the opportunity to kind of try and fix the ship up a little bit.
Yeah,
because like the ship is falling apart and they try and want to fix it.
And Han uses this. He ends up hiding in an asteroid. He goes into like what we think is like a cave part of the asteroid, like a smaller part of it, but we find out that it's not the case. And I do like to like they build up to that. Like we saw that the asteroid was like shaken, and then like I think something else happened that like that build up to it, that foreshadowed it. And doing all this, a couple of Star Destroyers still get destroyed, and you know, eventually, I think this is later, but one of the men even like asked like Darth Vader, like, "Hey, like we can't really fly into this asteroid belt. We don't even know like where they are. We could end up getting destroyed." But Darth Vader's like, "No, what? He's like dead. He's like dead. He's laser focused to get into them."
This where you see like Vader's like talking to a couple of like holograms like of like the other officers on the Star Destroyers, but you see like one of the Star Destroyers get destroyed, and then like one of the guys in the hologram is like, and then the hologram disappears.
Yeah.
So like in the middle of this fucking Zoom meeting, he just fucking got blown up, and like nobody even reacts.
That was funny. Yeah.
And shows how like, ruthless Vader is, where he's like sending all of his men to his death, looking for the Millennium Falcon.
Yep. And then Han decides to shut down the Millennium Falcon. Let me just make sure I have this. Yeah, I guess this is part of it. And he said he's gonna use this opportunity to like make repairs on the ship and everything like that. He sends Chewie to plug in C-3PO into like the ship. To like see if he can fix the hyperdrive and everything like that, which he can't actually fix it, but he can get information on how to fix it. They do a funny scene here where C-3PO like mentions like something was like damaged, and like Han acted like he knew that, and then like he waits till like he thinks like C-3PO's like within earshot away from him to like tell Chewie the same thing. Obviously reminds me of the scene with Doc and Washington.
Blue, where Doc's talking about ways to find them in the desert, and Wash is like, "You're an idiot," and then later to the meta, he's like, "Hey, would this work?"
Yeah, and it works. And again, didn't say. I'm not gonna say like you're gonna think it's positive, but I noticed I didn't again say that was a good memory. I just said I remind him here of it. So
yeah, it reminded you that is in fact a neutral statement.
Didn't
but
say it was...
I will say statement here is again, it continues that idea of I like that C-3PO and Han give each other shit, but I do like how. You know, Han actually did kind of value his input and like asked Chewie.
Yeah.
You know, again, because I think my thing with comedy stuff is like I think a lot of stuff I find funny is like when the main characters are kind of like being dicks to each other, but it's kind of lighthearted, you know? Like I hate when it's like overly mean.
Yeah, and I feel
like I like they're dicks to each other, but like you can tell they're friends and they care about each other.
Yeah. Or like I do like it like they're dicks to each other, but like you said, they're nice, but then like the character can like vindicate themselves for it, so the comedy makes it like worth it and everything like that.
Yeah. Like I think in Red versus Blue, like Tex was being too mean to the Reds and Blues in season 8.
Right.
Whereas or like Family Guy, you know, I think early season Family Guy did a good job of like the family being dicks to each other, but like you could tell they still loved each other.
Yep.
Whereas more modern Family Guy, or at least Family Guy when I like stopped watching it, was like I just got the vibe they fucking hated each other, you know.
But like I don't know, it's really weird. Like Sarge like full on hates like Griff, and yet somehow we're not fucking sick. We're not like fucking bored of like hearing like Sarge just like give Griff shit.
Right. But, like, Sarge saves Griff's life many a time, so you can tell Sarge doesn't actually want to kill Griff.
Yeah. So.
So it's one of like I think Star Wars is in that like good comedy area where the main characters are all dicks to each other, but like it's funny and lighthearted, and they actually do like each other.
Yeah.
Or Drake and Josh, that's a fucking great one. Where like Drake and Josh are always being assholes to each other, but like they're still brothers at the end of the day.
Right. So doing this, Princess Leia is on a section of the ship, fixing it. I do like this. It wasn't a big scene, but like seeing like Princess Leia actually get down and dirty and working on the ship, because again it kind of continues that trend where she's not the typical like princess who's like locked in the tower being waiting to be rescued by the hero. I like that she's like getting hands on and like working on shit and everything like that. I almost said Chewie, but no, it's not Chewie. It's Han Solo.
Imagine fucking that movie, the romance between Chewie and Leia.
And because the whole joke of like that is like Han understands what he's saying, but you don't. So imagine Chewie doing this scene. You wouldn't know what the fuck he was saying. It's just Chewie and like Leia, and like Leia's gonna like play.
And him, so like Leia's still talking like she does in the scene.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That should be a spin-off, whatever, or like a alternate scene.
Also, I kind of like this because did I tell you that like Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford kind of had a thing like in real life?
Oh, that's cool. Was it like during this time?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Oh, so that's cool. So who knows? So this probably doing a lot of acting went into this scene then. So,
yeah. Oh, I think a little weird because Harrison Ford, I'm pretty sure was married around this time.
So
yeah, they're pretty sure they were like cheating with each other. So
this makes this scene kind of gross now then.
A little bit, but I mean, fucking it is what it is. But yeah, they were kind of having a somewhat relationship together.
Now I feel like fucking weird talking about this scene, but now I'm going to talk about it anyway. I wish you had waited until like after I talked about it to like talk about, but whatever.
But yeah, point is, there probably was some actual romantic tension, for this scene, so that probably helps.
And I imagine the cameras rolled off, and they were like, "Wow, you guys really got into it there." And they're like, "Yep."
Yeah, it's like, funny how that works. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh no. And it would be funny if like there's no cell phones, but like if there was cell phones, Han Solo's like wife like calls him like doing this like when the scene's going on.
A really good actor in the scene. He's like, yeah, actor.
Oh no. I wonder if Han Solo's like ex or like wife or whatever. I wonder if she could watch the scene anymore.
Point. Like I think they broke up later.
Oh, I wonder if she can even. I wonder if she like hate watches this scene ever. Like.
No, she watches it back like I fucking knew something was wrong with that scene.
We just ruined this. Huh?
I say I knew he was too invested in that scene.
And then on the opposite, Carrie Fisher's wife's just like Carrie Fisher. Well, wife or husband?
Husband.
Carrie Fisher's husband was probably the same thing. That'd be funny if they. It's funny if they just get together once a year to just watch the scene together. Specifically, this scene, nothing else. Carrie Fisher's ex-husband and Harrison Ford's ex-wife just get together to watch this.
Wait a minute.
They'll try to point out all the things.
I should have caught it there.
Anyhow.
Also, that is a okay. Well, I guess it's not that weird because Leia is like an adult. But Leia's like 22-ish, and Han, I think, is like 30, maybe like 31, 32.
I mean, you gotta remember, my sister and her husband have a big age gap. So, my sister and her husband have a pretty big like age gap.
Do they?
Yeah. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like 30s and she's early 20s.
Oh no, she. Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about the other one.
No, my younger sister. So.
Oh, I did not. He fucking looks good for his age.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh.
But so that's what. So, but anyhow, back to reality. Now we're gonna talk about the scene and I guess pretend I don't know about the other shit. So, but yeah. Before I do this shit, the scene was really good. It's still really good. It's just I have to feel weird about.
Doing that, yeah, they were kind of cheating.
So Han Solo comes in, and like I said, Princess Leia's working on the ship, and I guess cut herself a little bit. And Han Solo says, well, he's kind of spinning with her a little bit. I'm pretty sure they did a scene like earlier to kind of show the awkwardness of the relationship, where like the asteroid was shaken and like Leia fell into Han Solo's hand. Maybe that was improv. But and it wasn't his hand; she like fell in his lap, type of thing. But here, Han Solo.
Well, I also that scene where she was like, "Let go of me," and I was like, "Shh," and she thought he was like, flirting, but he was like, "No, stay quiet," because like, the Empire's above us.
Yeah. But Han Solo, is really smitten with her. But Princess Leia, keeps calling him a scoundrel and says that like I couldn't love somebody like you, and Han Solo calls us out by saying like, admit it, you like the scoundrels, but he's not being creepy about it. He's being really flirtatious about it, and mentions like you like the scoundrels, you like.
I like the sound of that.
You like the bad boys, and this is a pretty sweet scene. Han Solo kisses Princess Leia, and they do a funny comedy bit after this. There was some deleted stuff cut from this scene. Like, there's a scene where Princess Leia like kisses him back, but they cut that scene out. I understand why they cut it out, because obviously they were gonna need it. I don't think the scene like before Han gets frozen would have worked as well if she like kissed him back already. So I get why they cut
But I do like after this scene, it's pretty mutual. Like before this, Leia was kind of denying having feelings for him, but like it's pretty clear after the scene that they're like she's not really denying it anymore.
Yep. And again, I liked the scene, but now it's not as good. No one.
Yeah. It is a little gross with the real life stuff. Yeah.
Maybe maybe that's why they cut out the kiss. Maybe that's why they cut out Princess Leia's kiss, which returns back to him. Maybe that's why it deleted scene. Maybe that part wasn't acting, so they had to cut that out. So
yeah, that was late. That was Carrie Fisher's suggestion of like, hey, let's add in like a couple more kiss scenes.
I like to think like they said cut, and like Princess Leia like just went and kissed him. Like, we said cut. Hello, cut. But then doing all this, everyone's just kind of doing their own thing. And we see some type of like animal, like gremlin, like pop up on like the ship out of nowhere. And Princess Leia goes and tells Han Solo about it. And I'm pretty sure I jumped ahead, but I'll just talk about it now. But since it's all connected. So everyone except C-3PO goes to check this out, and I like this. They still had to like wear, they're not a helmet, but they're wearing like air masks and everything like that. Because I remember I was thinking they were gonna go illogical and just have them not wear helmets, like in Jimmy Neutron, where for some fucking reason they can like fly to space and not have to wear helmets, or they could be on the fucking moon and not wear helmets. I'm glad they didn't do that.
Funny enough, because there's an entire Jimmy Neutron episode where they're like hanging out on an asteroid.
Yeah, that's true.
Imagine that was the same asteroid.
Well, it couldn't be because they would all be eaten. So,
yeah.
Well, I guess it didn't have to necessarily be that area. I guess so.
It's like the next asteroid over.
Yeah. And this is going on at the same time somehow. So
Yeah. It was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's still going on. I mean, Jimmy Neutron was what, like 2004? That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was a long time from the 1980, but
maybe they time traveled.
Yeah.
And doing all this, they're kind of scoping it out, and then we see the animals. What were the animals? I don't remember like the animals. Huh? Minox. They start attacking the ship. Han gets a really good hit onto one of them, and then eventually Han notices something like strange about this asteroid. He starts to feel like an earthquake and everything like that, and then Han's just like, wait a second, and then he shoots like the ground, and then it shakes again, and then he realizes they're not on an they're on an asteroid, but they're not they're not what they think they are. So they go out onto the Atlanta Falcon. I think I just said the name of a football team there, but I'm keeping it. And they fly away, and we see that the cave starts closing. And we find out that it's the Alaskan bullworm from SpongeBob. He, this was like his grandfather.
I was gonna say, yeah, fucking the Alaskan bullworm's really old,
But Han and everybody fly out really quickly. I do like this. This wasn't just a random scene that came out of nowhere. Like they actually built this up and foreshadowed this like earlier when we saw the astral like shaking and stuff. So this didn't just come out of nowhere.
I like it. It's also like I like weird stuff in Star Wars. That like I like that the idea of like there's just this big ass fucking worm on this asteroid.
Yeah.
And Star Wars, like I like it when it gets serious. Don't get me wrong. But like I like that it has some goofy shit in it too,
And I like that it wasn't just goofy for the sake of like goofy or just doing something random. They actually like build up to this and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I like seeing all the different kinds of like creatures and stuff in Star Wars,
Yeah, this was cool.
But yeah, build up to it. It wasn't just randomly like, oh my god, there's a fucking space worm. Like yeah, no, they built up to it.
And this kind of fucks them over because this kind of causes the Empire to find them and everything like that. But a scene I missed earlier that I come back to since is the Emperor is talking to everybody. We find out that try to get information about where the Falcon is and everything like that, and he keeps sending troops out there to go try to find the Falcon. And I think that's why they probably didn't find them like earlier. Because then, like Darth Vader himself, one of his men come over and says that the Emperor wants to speak with him, and like he wants the ship out of the asteroid, so there'll be like a better signal and everything like that. Wow, Star Wars was really ahead when it came to that, by the way, which is funny.
Yeah, signals. Yeah, Vader's like, God damn it, the Wi-Fi sucks.
I hope he didn't. I hope he just jinx us by saying that. By the way. But so he goes to talk to the Emperor. Which I didn't really. This is kind of a reveal to me. I didn't because I thought the Emperor was Vader this whole movie. I didn't realize he was like just leading like a one ship.
Really? Oh wait, you thought Vader was the Emperor?
Well, because this is called The Empire Strikes Back, and like this is about Vader coming back, so I wasn't sure. Like,
well, yeah, they mentioned the Emperor in the last movie, so I thought you knew that. Yeah, Vader had like a boss.
Well, then I thought he got promoted or something type of thing. So,
but yeah, no, Vader's kind of like the highest-ranking general, essentially, in the army.
But yeah, the Emperor FaceTimes in, and this is interesting because Vader like kind of surrenders him and bows to him a little bit, which is pretty interesting because we haven't really seen Vader like do that really with anyone. Because with the Death Star, he didn't really, even though they outranked him, he didn't really respect them or anything like that. So it's kind of cool to see like Vader come in and like he immediately bows his knee to them and everything like that type of thing. Obviously, like you said, I asked you this off camera before because obviously, like you said, the first movie had been like done over, and they did there's some scenes, and like the biggest one, Jabba, is in that movie, and really weird because in this movie we haven't met him yet, technically. But this scene you said was a little bit of a reshoot because it's the same scene, but like they hadn't, like you said, they hadn't cast this guy yet that he talks to, like that actor.
Yeah. So before, in the original cut from 1980, the Emperor was like a kind of like a CGI, like hooded face. Like you barely even got to see what he looked like. And obviously they got like a voice actor to like do his lines. Whereas obviously they cast the Emperor for the next movie. So they got the actor who ends up playing the Emperor to, like come in and like do the actual like face and voice lines. And some of the dialogue is a little different. Like in this new version, he says that like I have a feeling that this rebel pilot is like the son of Anakin Skywalker, whereas in the original he just says like son of Skywalker, like he doesn't say Anakin, because the next movie is the first one to actually where we get Vader's like name.
Yeah,
because but obviously again these newer editions came out after all three of them were out, so they had the Emperor call him Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, exactly.
But like basically the dialogue is basically 1-to-1. Like just a couple little things.
I do have to ask, by the way, when we meet the Emperor, like the next movie, like again, because I bet the Emperor, this is it gonna be like a big reveal of what he looks like, type of thing, like the next movie, because like again, like Jabba,
yeah.
Like with Jabba, like, because obviously I wasn't supposed to have met Jabba yet, so is it gonna be like that, like, type of thing? So
the Emperor definitely has like there's a build up to him showing up, yeah,
which is weird because
I guess it is kind of funny seeing him like his full face here.
And then again, there's gonna be a big up to. I'm gonna be thinking there's gonna be a big build up to it, and then I'm gonna be like, I've seen this guy already. But anyhow, so
also, Vader calls him Master.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Because I think I mentioned it before, but like it was in the original script that Vader and the Emperor are called Sith, which are like the opposite of the Jedi. But that term never actually made it into the original trilogy.
Oh, so that's later on stuff and all that type of stuff.
And the idea was there from the very beginning, but that the term never just made it in, and it was like in deleted scenes, like calling them Sith.
Oh, that's cool.
But like it actually made it into like the final cuts. So like, but the idea was always there.
So yeah, Vader's talking to him. And again, this is with context. Kind of seeing like Luke already kind of like even though we didn't really get the reveal of like Obi-Wan Yoda yet or anything like that, but like this is kind of like while that's going on, so you kind of like get a set. This scene will be better once we talk about that scenes and everything like that. But they kind of talk about the war a little bit. The Emperor talks about how he sees it as a great disturbance in the Force, and Vader says, yeah, it's young Skywalker. He's just a boy. Like, you don't have to worry about him. And like you said, it seems like Vader's kind of trying to downplay, like he knows who Luke Skywalker like is and everything like that. The Emperor kind of mentions that like Luke really can't like learn, like he can't become like a Jedi Master and all that type of stuff. And Darth Vader says, but what if he could be turned? Because the Emperor like mentions he could like they want to like kill Luke Skywalker and everything like that. And then the Emperor, Darth Vader says, well, what if he could be turned? And the Emperor says, can it be done? Because he could be a great ally. And Darth Vader says that he could make it be done because the dark forces can be really strong. I do like this where like the Emperor just like flat out wants Luke Skywalker like dead, but it seems like Darth Vader like wants to like bring Luke Skywalker like in and make him like an ally and everything like that.
Yeah, well, it also makes sense because Vader, as we see at the end of the movie, wants to actually kill the Emperor and like take his place.
Yeah, so very interesting. And
I mean, I guess it's more of a thing in the prequels, but like it does exist in the originals. But the Sith have this thing called the Rule of Two, where there's always like a master and apprentice, where and there's always kind of like conflict between them. where the master's always looking for a stronger apprentice, and the apprentice is always looking to kill the master and become the master himself.
Yeah, that's cool.
So you see that here, where Vader wants to make Luke his apprentice and then kill his master so he can be the new master.
I like that plan's in motion.
Yeah. But, just how different the Jedi and the Sith are, where the Jedi are kind of, obviously, you don't really got to worry about that with the Jedi. Like Luke, Yoda and Luke don't really have to worry about killing each other. Whereas, Vader and the Emperor are kind of like working against each other a little bit.
I wonder if Obi-Wan was planning on killing Yoda.
I would love that. Yoda's like, Obi-Wan's sitting there, like planning to kill Yoda, and Yoda's like, Obi-Wan, we're Jedi. We're not Sith. You don't have to kill me.
But when Obi-Wan's like insistent on it, like he's like, I gotta do this.
Like the Sith had the right idea. Like I get the dark side's bad, but like killing the Master sounds like a pretty good idea. I'm not gonna lie.
And then they kind of talk a little bit about like whether or not they've been caught in the Falcon and everything like that. They said like the approach in the Falcon, and we should be catching them like pretty soon. And then he said he's like working on a plan to catch the Falcon. So then a little bit later, we see the Admiral and everybody, kind of like still trying to plan out how they're gonna catch the Falcon. And during this, you see like a Lumen presence like watching over them and everything like that. We find out that these are like a bunch of bounty hunters that Darth Vader like hired to also go find the Falcon.
I think that like the staff aboard the ship are kind of like upset by this. Like you see one of the guys like bounty hunter scum. We don't need their help.
I like that. I also like that Vader had a backup plan type of thing. Kind of shows how he's like a smart villain, not just a brute force type of villain.
Yeah. I also like, I like this kind of like expands the world. Because, we have a whole, Boba Fett's really the only one that actually matters.
Yeah.
Because he's the one finding Han. But I like that there's like several of them.
Yeah.
I like that.
They all look intimidating.
Like there's a bunch of these bounty hunters just going around and they take jobs.
Yeah. And I like that they all look intimidating. They all look outwardly like they look very monstrous and like opposing figures.
Yeah. Well, said about the first movie where how like they ended up giving a bunch of expanded shit to like all the people in the cantina.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing where all these bounty hunters ended up getting like backstories and books about them. It's one of those things where it's like I feel like it's pretty natural to like expand. As George Lucas said in that video I sent you, it's all about the action figures.
Yeah.
These guys look fucking cool. They make cool action figures.
So I like this. And then the scene happens where the Oscar Bowworm shows up, and then because of this, while this bounty hunting scene was going on, they end up finding the Falcon, and the shoot.
You forgot to mention Vader says like whoever finds the Falcon gets a reward, but I want them alive.
I noticed Vader didn't like. He didn't tell them all to work together. Like he kind of implied like they could all like get into a competition.
Yeah. Well, again, so Ben 10, obviously took inspiration from this with the Hunted episode.
Yep. Very much.
It is competition. Well, it's a competition, but yeah, you don't really see anyone else. It's basically Boba Fett just kind of does it.
Yeah.
I guess that is kind of off that like all these guys look really fucking cool, and it would have been cool to focus on like the competition, but it's basically just you don't really see any of these guys after this, and Boba Fett just finds them.
Yeah, but then so there's another shootout with the Falcon after they find it, and the Falcon's dodging and all these bullets and everything, and then Han tries to again put it in hyperdrive and hyperspace. I was gonna say hyperspace, but like that doesn't sound right. But then it doesn't work again. And obviously Han gets upset by this. I really like this. He's like he every time this happens, he slowly gets like more and more annoyed when this happens. And this was kind of like, he didn't like lose hope, but like this was kind of, he kind of like knew that they were kind of fucked here. So he kind of decides like, okay, like I'm gonna attack the ship. Obviously, Princess Leia like thinks this is stupid because it's a as you see the Emperor's like ship's like a huge like ship, and the Falcon's really not much of a ship, so this isn't gonna be like too successful. So he attacks it, but they put their shields up, and then the new admiral, you know, uh, you know, gets confused because one of the men tells him that they don't no longer can like see the ship, and the admiral's just like, how can that be possible? Like they can't have like a cloaking device. A ship like that wouldn't have it. And he says, I don't know. They're not showing up on the scanners. And I like this where like the admiral just says like, then I will tell Vader that like we failed and I would take full responsibility. And he gets like this look on his face, and like the way he says this, when he hesitates, he like knows that like Vader's gonna like kill him for this.
But yeah, I do like that he's like, I'm gonna take full responsibility. Like, yeah, he knows he's fucked, but he's like, all right, fuck it, I'll at least make sure you guys are all right.
I think he even told him like to get a transport like ship ready. I'm assuming that was gonna be for like its dead body or whatever. Was
well,
that?
I think it was on a ship from Vader, so you needed a transport ship to like go to Vader's ship.
Got it.
Yeah.
But
like what Han does here is like so stupid that it works, you know? Like it's so insane that I'm like, yeah, you know what? I can buy this fooling them.
yeah. But we don't because we don't know where the ship is at this point. Let's see. Yeah, escape of the basketball. So we find out that what they did was Han Solo just like attached his ship and like hid onto their ship. And it makes sense that it worked. They wouldn't be able to like find them. They can't like scan it or anything like that. So they decide to like just kind of hang out there and wait for them to unload the trash, and they'll just like just kind of like blend in with the trash and try to see if they can find like a place to go. I mean, they won't go to hyperdrive. They'll like won't even. They think that they've just lost them and everything. Like that.
Normally fly, yeah, and yeah, Han and Leia are kind of like thinking of places they could go to like try and repair the Falcon, and like hide out for. And Han is like, oh, maybe Lando, and Leia thinks like, oh, the Lando system, like what's that? And Han's like, no, Lando's like a friend of mine.
Yep. And
like Leia's like, can you come? And Han's like, no, but he doesn't like the Empire. So
I do like this because I didn't catch this originally. So it's like, ooh, okay, that's a bad idea because obviously. I
like that Lando is very similar to Han, where they were both like scoundrels, but whereas Han ended up becoming friends with like Luke and Leia and the Rebels. Lando presumably went through a similar thing where he was kind of scoundrel out for himself, but then he ended up in charge of Cloud City, and he kind of ended up being loyal to those people.
So, I feel like I might have misheard what they said, but did he win? Because he mentioned he was like a big card player. Did he win this like control of this by a card game, or did I mishear that?
I think so. Well, they mentioned that Han won the Falcon from Lando in a card game.
Yeah, so I thought they mentioned for him that he won him in a card game type of thing.
The Cloud City, I don't remember.
I want that to be canon because that's really funny if he actually won that in a card game type of thing.
But like I said, Harrison Ford, they weren't sure if he was going to come back for the third one, so they were kind of setting up Lando to be like the replacement Han.
So I wonder what happens to him in the next movie if Han comes back. So,
well, like I like that where Lando is very similar to Han, but like he's still his own character, like he does have a different vibe from Han.
Yeah. So,
but I do like how similar they are because Lando ends up betraying Han.
Yeah.
But I like it's kind of like it feels like if the situation was reversed, it'd be the similar thing. Lando betrayed Han for Cloud City. I feel like Han would betray Lando for the Rebels,
Yeah, exactly. So then, they land on Lando. But
they don't land on Lando. Man, they just squish them.
That'd be awesome. But no, so they start to make their way towards Lando's planet. And they don't realize they're being followed by one of the bounty hunters. So I like this. This was set up pretty well. And this kind of showed that like they didn't fully escape Vader, so Vader had some type of plan. And
yeah, like that shows how smart Boba Fett is, where he kind of he thought they might like slip away in the trash, so he did the same thing where his ship went out in the trash as well.
I like that. Yeah.
Also, fucking, they don't actually sit. So I want to say this: Boba Fett's ship's name is called the Slave One.
Okay.
They never said the movie, but like all the toys, that's what it's called. But Disney, once they bought it, are so fucking weenie hot junior. They changed the name to just Boba Fett's ship.
And what was the name of it originally?
The Slave One.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we can't have the fucking ship be called the fucking Slave.
Even though I'm pretty sure like Walt did.
Ship name. It's the ship is called Slave One. It's like, oh no, we're fucking too weenie hot fucking junior to have something be called fucking Slave.
Even though you found out the band that like created Disney or owned Disney or whatever like hated Jews, but nope, can't be Slave One.
Fucking, we can blow up a fucking planet in the first one. We can have Darth Vader kill women and children, but nope, we can't have a ship called fucking Slave.
Guess not.
We can have Luke's hand fucking cut off, but nope, can't have fucking Slave One. God forbid.
Yeah, God forbid.
I think that's the most angry I've been in a while. It's just so fucking stupid.
By the way, can you tell me the name of the planet is that they go to then? Because you don't have it in the notes.
Bespin.
Okay, I think you do. It's just so
Bespin is like a gas giant, kind of like Jupiter.
Yeah,
and then like city on Bespin is called Cloud City.
So, yeah, they go to Bespin. They're trying to land. Originally, they don't get like credentials to like land. They don't get approval, but then eventually they do. And they land. They come out, and originally like no one comes out to like greet them or anything like that. So Leia and C-3PO thinks this is suspicious. So I did forget to mention this. They do a funny bit at one point. I think it was right before they landed on Bespin, where they shut down C-3PO. I did think that was funny. And earned, in terms of like, it didn't feel like Han Solo just like was an asshole to him. Like I think he just finally had enough of him. I can buy that type of thing.
Off, they turned it back on later. It wasn't like that. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I think they turned him back on off screen because I remember he's just back on like a little bit later. Eventually, Bespin comes out. No, not Bespin. Lando comes out. Not the whole planet, but Lando. And he comes out with a couple of troops and like employees. I forget his name, but there's another employee. He's a kind of a big character here. He's got like a bald head, and he's got like these like
his name's Lobot.
Yeah, Lobot, and he's got like a cool design. He's got like these two like it looks like droids or something that like are connected to his head, like type of thing.
Cyborg, yeah.
I thought he was like half cyborg, half human, because like he seemed that way.
Well, that's what a cyborg is: half human, half robot.
But so is he?
A cyborg, yeah.
Okay.
I was about to say, saying a cyborg is half human is redundant.
Well, now I know. So.
Yeah. A half human cyborg. I guess that would make him like a quarter robot.
I guess so.
No, we only see the one robot thing. Maybe he is a quarter robot or something.
Yeah, why not?
At the end of the movie, Luke has a robot hand. Does that make him a quarter cyborg or whatever?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
if I got a prosthetic hand, would that make me a cyborg?
I was gonna ask a question, but I'll ask it. It's probably an off camp because technically, when isn't your dad kind of a cyborg or no?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think he has. I think he has some metal plating. I don't know if that counts.
Oh, okay. That's an off camera question though. So, but anyhow, so they did because Han and Chewie were talking about this like because together apparently something happened between Lando and Han because obviously they like didn't want to tell Princess Leia and C-3PO about it. And I'm pretty sure it was about the fact that he won the ship in a card game, because they never. That's the only thing I could think of, because they never explicitly say like what it is, but I imagine that's what it is.
But I also watched some of the behind the scenes stuff, and I like some of the people were talking about how like the actors did a really good job of setting. It's kind of, they don't talk about it, but you get the really sense that like Lando and Han have like a history, like they've been friends for a while.
Yeah, I like that. They come out, you don't really know what they're gonna do, but eventually Lando and Han kind of like shake hands and like give each other like a bro hug and everything like that.
Yeah, Lando like seems pissed off with Han, and Han's like, like he kind of does like a little like goofy face and like points at himself.
Yeah,
and it looks like Lando's about to punch Han, but then he just like brings him in for a hug. Yeah,
I like that. And
also Lando, I like the cape and stuff. Like he's dressed well.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you win a lot of card games and run your own business
and control the whole fucking city. Yeah.
Yeah. So they kind of catch up a little bit. They Han kind of mentioned what he's been doing. This is where we find out that like he won the ship in a card game, which is really funny. So Han too, type of thing.
Yeah.
And he kind of like asks Lando to see if they can like repair his ship, and he agrees to do that because he mentions like the hyperspace is broken and everything, and they catch up a little bit. They're kind of having like a little bit of a catch up, and then doing all this, another like C-3PO comes out.
Well, I also like that Lando like starts flirting with Leia.
Yeah, I like that.
Again, it doesn't come off as creepy. He comes off as like a real like charming guy.
Yeah, and then so another C-3PO comes out of like a room, and it says intruder because obviously like they never met before. So C-3PO goes in there and thinking that like R2-D2 is gonna be in there, and when he goes in there, he kind of like he sees like these gremlins or whatever they are in there. They're kind of like working, and they end up.
No, it's
huh.
We don't see them on screen, but it's implied to be stormtroopers.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, because like C-3PO's like surprised, and then he gets shot.
Oh, okay. Because I remember that.
The Empire's here, so like it's implied that they were like stormtroopers in the room.
So I remember. I think I thought it was that room because then we see like.
And later on, he's like in like the room with all the gremlins. Yeah.
So I just thought it was the same room. So then, it's implied it's stormtroopers, and the stormtroopers. That makes more sense then. Yeah. So the stormtroopers take out. C-3PO.
C-3PO.
That makes more sense because like when Lando portrays them, they mentioned they got here before they did. That makes more sense, type of thing now. Yeah. And then so later on, Princess Leia we see like got all cleaned up and everything like that, and she got her hair braided and everything like that. I know that's not a big thing, but it just kind of shows like because before they were like,
time passed, like maybe it's been a couple days.
Yeah, and
well, also like I said, I like that like Leia's actually worried about C-3PO. Like Leia's like C-3PO went missing, and like we don't know where he is. Like something about this feels wrong.
Yeah. So and they kind of establish that like Princess Leia doesn't trust Lando, and obviously Han Solo didn't really make it any better because Han Solo says like he doesn't trust him. Now when Han Solo said that, I think it was like in a way like you never trust a scoundrel. But I think like if Han Solo also doesn't trust him, obviously she feels like something's up. Type of thing.
I think is that like Han like doesn't trust Lando because he's a criminal, but like he didn't expect him to be working with the Empire.
Yeah. So then later on we see that Chewie is in like the parts where they take apart the robots and everything like that, and they're about to get like incinerated, and he notices that C-3PO is like in pieces and everything like that, and he goes up there. He kind of shows it to I must have shows it to Chewie, but he shows it to Han and Leia, And yeah, obviously they're really upset, and obviously this kind of makes Princess Leia like even more suspicious. The fact that like they were there a couple days, and the droid got destroyed, and
funny, C-3PO's actor was going through the script for the first time, and he got to the part where he got shot, and he was like, "Oh fuck, am I out of a job?"
that's funny.
Yeah.
But no, it's a dead droid. You can just build him back up again, I guess.
Breaking Bad, where they were going to kill off Jesse in season 1.
Yeah. And then they asked if they could if he could be fixed, and then Lando comes in and he's like being flirtatious with Princess Leia, asks them all to join him like for dinner. And then he notices like something happens to C-3PO, but they're kind of trying to like downplay it to like, because they think like Lando and like his crew like did something, so they're like, want to be like, no, everything's fine, even though he's in pieces, but he's fine, Hey AJ, if my phone's in pieces and you ask me about it, I'm like, nope, it's fine.
Your phone was like one of your friends, and that'd be a little.
That's fair.
And that'd be like walk into your room and you just had like I don't know, your buddy Steve is just like dead on the floor, and I was like, hey, and you're like, yeah, no, he's just napping, it's fine.
You're probably wondering why he's on the floor like dead. Like you'd be like, Owen, you want to tell me something you want to tell me?
Have marks in him, and you're like, no, he's good. He just like slipped on a banana peel. He's fine.
It's fine. So then, Lando kind of like starts talking about like a little bit about the city that he runs. Mentions like there's been some unemployment and everything like that. And he mentions, typically the Empire like knows about all like the little businesses and stuff, but they've been kind of doing everything under the Empire. The Empire doesn't even like know that they really exist. So then Han Solo asks like, well, what are you gonna do to like make it so that the Empire like doesn't find out, type of thing. And then he says like, well, I have a deal that's gonna work on that. I thought originally, because I didn't realize how far into the movie we were, this was gonna like just be like a little foreshadowing thing. We're gonna find out more on that later. But he opens the door and he says, I made a deal where they will never bother me again, and we see the Empire, so they foreshadowed it, and then decide like, hey, let's just reveal it right away.
Yeah.
That might be like
and Darth Vader, fucking Giga Chad he is, just sitting there and enjoying his nice meal. Because he can't even fucking eat regular food. He's just sitting there like, but it's like going against his mask. It's not even going.
Him and Ben are just sitting there, the Giga Chats they are,
Yeah.
And who else are Giga Chats is
Vader is talking to Ben. Vader's like, so did you tell him, Luke, I'm his dad? And he's like, fuck no, I lied to him. Like, I lied to him a lot.
Wait, what?
You said Vader and Ben are sitting in there, like Ben Kenobi.
No, I meant Ben from Yellow Jackets.
Oh, yeah, that works too.
Because we just talked about Giga Chats and everything like that, so.
Yeah. The fucking square table of Giga Chads, yeah. We got Ben, we got Vader. Who else is there?
Ash. I think Ash can be there.
Yeah, Ash is there.
Or is it too soon in the franchise to put Ash there? Or can we put Ash there?
Ash is like in the bathroom next door. Like he's in the bathroom right now. He's gonna come out like.
Okay. Who else
Mike from Breaking Bad is there. He's enjoying.
I would say Gus. He's a Giga Chad.
Absolutely. You know what? Gus provided the meal.
Yeah.
They're all eating fried.
A lot of Breaking Bad characters are going to be there. Like I think Hank's a Giga Chad. He can be there.
He enjoys those post hormones.
Walt, Jesse can be. Walt and Hank would have to sit away from each other, depending on the season.
They're on opposite sides of the table, just glaring at each other.
That's what happened in the Mexican restaurant. So
Yeah.
I think Zuko can be there.
Yeah, Zuko's Sokka, obviously.
Yeah. Can Aang be there?
Crimes.
Can Aang be there? He's a Giga Chad, or is he not a Giga Chad?
Yeah. Well, you know what? No, he can't because Gus doesn't have vegetarian meals. Remember, that's how Hank found out about Gale, because Gus didn't have any vegetarian meals.
Can he have fish? Because fish, they said, isn't meat.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? Aang originally didn't eat meat, but as soon as Boomy said he could fish as in meat, he can eat fish now.
Trying to think of other like Giga Chads and everything like that. Anybody else other than Ben that's a Giga Chad, or is Ben the? Huh?
Shane from Shane.
Yep.
He's a Giga Chad.
Anybody Anybody else other than Ben from That's a Good Chat? Oh, I think Jeff can go there. Jeff can be there.
Yeah, Jeff's a Giga Chat, 100%.
What about Mustache Man before he got fucked over? Or is it the...
Before he got fucked over. After fucked over, he got his invite revoked.
I love that.
Yeah.
What about Callie? Is she not Giga Chat enough?
Yeah, no, she's Giga Chat enough. She's fine. She could be there.
I don't know. Season 3 is not looking too good for Callie, though. She might not make the list.
Yeah, again, she's skirting the line. Vader's like about to take her invitation.
Anyone else from Yellow Jackets can be there?
Jeff, Mr. Mustache, Callie, Natalie.
Which Natalie? I would say past.
I would say both. Well, you know what? Okay, season 1, present Natalie.
Not season 2.
After she puts the purple on, then she's got to go.
Yep. Let's see what else.
Like both versions of Natalie there.
Hey, they were both in a death scene, so why can't they both be?
True.
I feel like Harvey can be there. He may not be Giga Chat enough, but maybe this is where he goes when he fucks off.
Yeah, he's the help. He's the waiter.
Can Adam go? I think he can go.
Oh, Adam's there. Adam's always around the corner, man.
What about
Adam? Waiters.
What about Jackie?
She's the dishwasher in the back.
Any Shauna?
Anyone know? She's in the freezer.
That's true. Any Shaunas? Can any of the Shaunas go?
Not quite yet.
What about any of the Misties?
Like her, and I feel like depending on how evil she gets, she's there with Sokka and Vader comparing war crimes.
What about any of the Misties? I think past Misty maybe, but not. I don't think present day Misty.
Again, same thing. She's comparing war crimes with Sokka and Vader.
Past Misty or present day Misty?
Yes.
Sigma? I think Sigma can go.
Oh, 100% Sigma. Of course, I forgot about him. Again, also comparing war crimes.
Sarge?
Mm-hmm. Yep, Sarge, the director, and Sigma are there, I'd say.
What about Wash? I think present day Wash can go, not past.
Yeah, present day Wash. Maybe, yeah, not past.
Maybe season 9 Wash.
Season Wash, not season 10 Wash.
No,
it's like he's there. He goes to the bathroom break for season 10.
What about what about North Dakota? Can he go?
Yeah, no, he's fine. He's invited.
And then I feel like
Samuel L. Jackson's character would blow it up, and then everybody would congratulate him.
Yep. I think Danny can go.
Grandpa Max, absolutely.
What about Ben? Like from Ben 10.
Oh. No, he could be a little brat. No, Grandpa Max didn't invite him.
What about Teenage Ben? Because he's pretty cool.
Yeah, he can come. He's fine. He's old enough at that point.
Teenage Kevin, I think, can go.
Yeah. Kevin at all ages can go. He's fun.
What about what about Gwen?
Yeah, she's good. She's also valid. She can come.
Okay, this is fun.
Grandpa Max invited Gwen, but not Ben.
This is funny. John Miles.
Oh yeah, no, he's there. Grandpa Max also invited him. He's his +1.
But it's not the right. He put the wrong guy's name down. It's like some.
Yeah, he invited a different John Miles, and then this guy showed up.
Butch and Rusty, they have to go.
Oh, 100%. But Butch and Rusty organized the event.
Yep. What about the alien people? Like the alien thins that like.
No, 100%. They are not. They are weak to fucking water. They are not invited. You know what? Vader invites them, and it gives them a refreshing glass, and they die instantly.
Okay. What about Zombozo?
No, he's not valid.
Okay, I just gotta know these things. Oh, what about the people the bounty hunters from the hunted episode?
Tetrax didn't warn Ben about Vilgax. He's not valid. Crab can come. Crab's Crab is served there. They're serving Crab.
Okay. What about Vilgax? Can he go?
Yeah, him and Vader have a lot in common. Him and Vader can be buddies over being fucked up cyborgs.
I mean, we're not at this point yet, but well, Ghost Freak, can he go?
Yeah, Ghost Freak's cool. You know what? That's why Vader was gonna invite Zombozo, but then Ghost Freak killed him. So now Ghost Freak gets to go.
Apparently he didn't kill him.
You know what? Ben does get to go because Ghost Freak is possessing him.
But yeah, but then Ghost Freak didn't kill Bozo, as we find out.
You're right. Fuck, you didn't. I totally forgot about that.
Oh, what about Kita's dad? He can go.
Oh, again, him and Vader are best buds. He's sitting right next to Vader at the head of the table.
I think SpongeBob can go. He prepares the meal.
You're right. Yeah, you know what? He's helping Gus. He's serving the Krabby Patties. You're right.
I think Sandy can go.
That's what makes the Krabby Patty so good. Walter's blue meth.
But I think Sandy can go.
Yeah, Sandy's gonna get chat. She can go.
What about Patrick? Can he go or no?
Early seasons, Patrick.
Okay. Mr. Krabs?
No.
No. Plankton? I don't think he can go.
No. They're serving Mr. Krabs at the meal.
Oh.
It's like the caveman episode where they're eating a bunch of the Mr. Krabses.
Yep. I think that's it, right? I think that's everybody. Huh?
Squidward was invited. He didn't come.
Anyone in Inception? Can anybody else? I would say the main character can go. What's his name? I forget his name, but yeah, I think Cobb can go.
He's passed out on the floor.
Yep. I don't think anyone else in Inception can go. Maybe Sato, but he'll be out of commission.
No, Sato can't come. He'd get a little weird. He'd be acting like everyone's his best friend. He'd come up to Vader and be like, "We shall be young men together
That's
again."
That's right.
Like,
I forgot about that.
I just met you. What the fuck are you talking about?
What's her name? The one that she can't go, but I feel like they should go to torture.
They fight her and give her the wrong address.
No, does Alpha go if the director's there? Because that could be another way the director tortures.
Yeah, that's another awkward. Like they're sitting across the table from each other, kind of eyeing each other.
Maybe, but you know, all there's some villains there and stuff. They could use that to torture Alpha. You know.
Yeah. The director and Sigma are just in the corner torturing Alpha.
Does that mean Ben can go? Because he gets don't forget he gets tortured at one point, or when they don't torture Ben.
Yeah, you know what? I guess Shauna can come because her and the director compare notes on torturing people.
Oh, you mean Lottie?
No, Lottie wasn't torturing Ben.
Would you say who?
I said Shauna can come because her and the director can compare notes on how to torture people.
I thought you said Charlotte, and that's like Lottie's real name. So I was like, oh, I thought you said Charlotte.
No, Shauna.
I was like, why are you calling Lottie by your real name? So
I didn't know her name was Charlotte. I forgot that.
Well, I think that's what Lottie's short for. So
yeah, it is. But I just forgot that was her full name.
But yeah. Oh, so does Becca get tortured at this party, or will people stick up for him?
Yeah, you know what? Vader's gonna come in, and be like, no, guys, can't torture Ben. He's too cool.
Now, this is an early prediction. What about whoever these guys, like the researchers or whatever? Can they go yet, or do we have to is that TBD? The researchers.
Oh well, I mean,
huh?
Undecided. Vader's about to send out the invite, but he's like, I don't know. I gotta see how it goes.
Anyone else? I think that's everybody. I mean, there's other people.
This became a whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't really mean to make it a whole thing, but I just decided to put.
Funny though, funny tangent. But yeah, Vader is behind the door, just sitting there enjoying his cool meal, and then Boba Fett comes out of the corner too. But I like the idea of Vader's like, listen, I'm gonna sit here all cool, and then you hide in the corner, and then come out as soon as they open the door.
Yeah, I like that.
Family Guy fucking did that joke actually, where it's Stewie as Vader and the chicken is Boba Fett.
Oh, really?
And Stewie isn't ready, and when they come behind the door, he's like, "Oh, shit, I wasn't ready for you. Hi." That's
cool. Actually, now that I've seen the Star Wars stuff, I can't wait to watch. I'm gonna watch probably the Family Guy versions of it to see what they did.
Yeah. But yeah, and I like Han's response. He didn't he immediately pulled out his gun to shoot Vader.
And I like this because Han even said I can't trust him. This still took Han by surprise, but he wasn't completely surprised.
Yeah, I don't expecting Lando to be working with the Empire. But yeah, and then I like how Vader, he doesn't even use the Force. He just blocks it with his hand, and then he uses the Force to pull the gun out of Han's hand.
Yeah, and
Vader's got the cyborg armor, so again, he doesn't even use the Force. He just blocks it with his hand.
Yeah, and then they're gonna escape, and then like you said, Boba Fett comes out. And then stormtroopers show up. They kind of surround them, and I like this. This isn't like, even though Lando betrayed them, this isn't like a smiley, quirky, like villain thing. He did this to kind of like think of his people and like he's like,
He even he's not happy about this, and he even says like they came here just before you did. Like I'm sorry.
yeah. So they you know they we don't really see what happens like on screen or anything. Off screen, they take Han Solo and they pretty much torture him. You could add this to the list of ways the director tortured the Alpha, where
Yeah.
they strap him.
Also, you can see what this device is. I think like later stuff said that like this is like a makeshift like mining device that Vader like just opened up to like torture Han. Like it's just shooting a bunch of electricity right into his face.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was pretty gruesome. We didn't,
It works better not knowing exactly what it is. Like you see Han get lowered into it, and then it cuts to outside the room, and you just hear him screaming.
yeah, and I like this. This is where you see like Lando's really like regretful for this, and then Vader comes out and mentions, he tells, like he says that the princess, and Chewie have to like stay in this vicinity and all that type of stuff, and he said that wasn't part of the deal. Like you said that they could be set free, and like Vader like coldly mentions like I'm not gonna update like the deal again, kind of showing that like he would kill him. Oh, I forgot to talk about this scene because it had happened, by the way. Vader kills the
Oh yeah, Captain Nita. Yeah, that was a really cool scene. Yeah, where it just cut after he goes to report to Vader that they lost the Falcon. You just next scene you see him, he's like on the floor and he like collapses. And I like this where Vader says, "Apology accepted, Captain Nita."
and then
A lot of people think Vader's just like cold, but he actually has a good amount of snark to him. I like Vader kind of just like, makes those little remarks a lot.
yeah, and then afterwards he imports another guy to be Admiral, and typically you get a promotion, you're like happy, but this guy like got like immediately, and he like immediately.
At that point, I'm deserting. Like I'm getting on the nearest fucking planet and starting a new life.
Or just taking the, because Vader would no one ends up happening to Han and stuff. Vader will find you, just taking the gun and shooting myself.
Yeah, I'm just killing myself. Like fuck it.
But I like that immediately when he becomes like Admiral, like he's like trying to like do a good job now. He gets all nervous and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah. Again, I love that apology accepted, Captain Nita. Again, I just Vader is very snarky. I like it, but like it's not overdone.
Yeah. So then Chewie.
Oh, sorry, real quick, because you the scene with Lando where Han's getting tortured in the background. Like you said, I like that Lando's kind of sitting there like uncomfortable, like he's really not happy hearing Han get tortured.
Yeah.
And yeah, Vader's like walking to the elevator. I like how Boba Fett kind of like, he's working for Vader, but like he's not afraid of Vader really. Like he's not afraid to like he's not backing down to Vader like everybody else is.
Right.
Because Boba Fett's like saying like he's not good to me dead. And Vader's like, he won't be permanently damaged. Like, you can bring him to Jabba, like, when I'm done with him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do like Lando, where he's kind of trying to minimize the damage. He's like, look, I'm handing Han over to you, but, like, Leia and Chewie are supposed to be free. But yeah, Vader says, like, nope, they have to be imprisoned in the city now.
Oh, I talked about...
And,
I did talk about... I didn't talk about it in detail, but I did talk about this.
Lando was originally like, what the fuck? And then Vader says, like, do you disagree with that? And obviously Lando, like, backs down. He's like, no.
Obviously.
And yeah, Vader is like, good. If you, like, argue with me, I'm going to leave a garrison here.
I assume he was torturing, by the way, Han, because, like Han says, he didn't even ask him any questions. I assume he was torturing.
Yeah. Get to that. So the reason he's torturing Han is to, so Luke can feel it and, like, use Han as bait.
Yeah, because so that, was this the vision... Because I was thinking it was the frozen vision, but I'm going to guess this was the vision that Luke saw during his training.
Yeah. And then Yoda and Ben even said, like your friends are made to suffer to, like, lure you out. We'll
talk about that the next day.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I I like this. Shows how fucked up Vader is. Where he's not, he doesn't even want information from them. He just wants to torture them to bring Luke out.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. Where like Lando's holding up his end of the deal, but Vader's basically like fucking him over. Because later on, also, like here he's saying they can't go free, but they could stay here. And then later on, Vader's like, no, they're gonna be my prisoners now. And Lando is like, what the fuck? No, you said they're gonna be in my custody. And Vader just says, like, I've altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it further. Basically saying, like, I'm not even gonna I'm gonna keep altering it as much as I want.
Yeah, I like that too. Then Chewie's imprisoned, and he tries to get C-3PO working again, and he attaches him. Obviously, I like this where he's just trying. He's not trying to get it to like work, but he's just trying to do everything he can. He even puts him on his head on backwards, and this is when you find out that it was stormtroopers he was getting attacked by, then eventually he's able to kind of finally get C-3PO like working. I like this. He's like, it shows that like Chewie and C-3PO care about each other, even though they both come from like two different backgrounds and stuff. Where Chewie's like the old like animal caveman type of thing, where and like obviously C-3PO is like the newer robotic equipment. I like this too because they were kind of like clashing a little bit in the last movie, so it's kind of nice to see them come together this movie.
Yeah. And I like that, even though C-3PO is like the annoying one of the group, like everybody still like treats him well. Again, they're annoyed by him, but they don't want him actually hurt or anything.
Yeah. And then they put in Han, and Han's obviously like been all worn out and everything like that. And eventually Chewie puts him on the prison table / bed. And then Princess Leia comes in, and Lando comes in, and Han's obviously very weak and everything like that. And eventually Han even calls him a traitor and everything like that. But Lando even comes in and says that he worked out a new deal with Darth Vader, where he says that you're going to be taken over to Jabba, which is kind of cool that they're putting this deal back up again. Again, really weird for me because I wasn't supposed to meet Jabba yet. So that's weird. Then they said that, and he's agreed to hand over the princess and C-3PO and Chewie over to me. And obviously, Han's still not happy about this. He's upset that Lando betrayed him. But Lando's even trying to talk him down, saying that, look, they're not even like looking for you. They're looking for Luke Skywalker. Obviously this I do kind of like this because again it shows because since he wasn't in the last movie, he doesn't even like know that they even know who Luke Skywalker is. They just think like they're just doing this to like lure him in type of thing.
Yeah.
And it shows how big the world is and everything like that. And eventually Luke takes a shot at him, and eventually like the prisoners and stuff just start beating the crap out of Han Solo.
I where Han punches Lando, and then like the guard goes to defend Lando, but Lando like immediately like tells him like, no, stop.
Yeah.
Like and then he like looks regretful, and he's like, I did all I could. Like, I'm sorry. I like he like where he's like he understands why Han punched him, and like he stopped the guard from attacking him more. Like I like that.
I did too. The actor did
of like making him of like showing the guilt he feels for doing this.
Yeah. Again, I really like that they made it like he was trying to think of like his people and like his city and everything like that. But then like you seen that like Han's getting tortured, so you get why he's kind of making the decisions. And I like that he wasn't like a smiley like villain at the end of this and all that type of stuff. This is like the shades of gray that like Yellow Jackets kind of tried to do with like Lottie and failed to do. So.
Well, later on, when he like helps him out, I like that he says like, I'm just trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
I like that. Like I really buy that. Like in this situation, he's just trying to do the best he can.
Me too. So then, Darth Vader is talking to one of the stormtroopers. No, I think the bounty hunter, and Darth Vader says that his plan is once he lures Luke Skywalker there, he's gonna freeze him in carbonite, and obviously they don't really like know if this machine would like really work. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna test it on Han Solo, and so they get Han Solo, and Chewie is chained up, Princess Leia is chained up, and C-3PO is like on Chewie's back, and they I like that there's this tension now between Han Solo and Lando. So he's asking like, "What the hell are they gonna do with me, buddy?" And Lando's like, "They're gonna freeze you in carbonite, and just test the machine out." And again, there's no real consideration that this is even gonna work. Either like Han's gonna live from this, or Han's not gonna live from this, and I guess they kept it vague because obviously, again, they didn't know he was coming back, so they said he lived. But
Yeah.
Well,
it's in universe of like they want to test this for Luke, and if Han died, then like, oh fuck, good thing we didn't do that to Luke, you know.
So
also, I like again with Boba Fett, I like that he's not like kind of backing down from Vader. Like he goes straight up to him. And he's like, "What if he doesn't survive? He's worth a lot to me." And then Vader just like, "Hey, don't worry. Like if he dies, the Empire will compensate you for his bounty."
Yep.
So fucking good out of this movie. He got the bounty from the Empire for finding him, and then he gets to go cash in the other bounty for Jabba. He's fucking making double bank on this movie.
I think Vader.
He's a very minor part of this movie, but I like that he's not really involved in this whole Rebel versus Empire thing. He's just a bounty hunter looking for a fucking paycheck. He's just making the money.
Yeah.
I like it. It's interesting.
We Vader MVP of this movie. We always forget to say it at the end, but I think Vader might be MVP of the movie.
Vader's definitely. But again, I like Boba Fett too. And again, he fucking showed up, found Han, fucking got 2 paychecks out of it. He's fucking living life.
Yeah. So when Chewie hears over here this is gonna happen, he starts going on a rampage. He's attacking stormtroopers, and he throws some of them off to the side to the deaths. Just looking a 9-to-5 job, and they, that was the last paycheck they probably got, and then they have to go, and Vader's gonna have to tell their family they got killed by a monstrous Chewie,
like 7-foot, like walking Bigfoot, yeah.
And Chewie, and he's also gonna have to tell him like, don't worry though, Chewie's gonna die pretty soon, so the justice is coming.
Yeah, don't worry. Hey now.
But so Leia and Han have to calm him down, and Han even says like, "Look, this is bad for me. This is gonna be bad for you. Like, you need to save your strength, and you need to use it to take care of Princess Leia." Which I like that. I like that. Like Han's the one like calming Chewie down and everything like that. And eventually, Princess Leia finally kisses Han, which I think, again, this is why that scene was cut earlier, because they wanted to save it for this scene. She did kiss him, like, on the cheek earlier in the movie, but this was, like, the first full-on kiss that they have with each other. Again, now it's not very comfortable anymore, because there was probably not much acting going on here.
Yeah.
And then, you get a really sad scene where Princess Leia finally says, "I love you" to Han, and Han says, "I know." I like that. He still responded in character. Like, he didn't say, "I love you" back. He says, "I know."
Funny, that was actually improv. He was originally supposed to say "I love you," but Harrison Ford, was like, I just thought "I know" would fit Han better.
It would have been funnier if he said like, "Shh, no one knows about this yet." Like, no one knows about this yet. This is supposed to be quiet.
I was like, okay, cool. Family Guy did a really funny joke with this. When Family Guy got to this joke, it was so Lois was Leia and Peter is Han. So Lois did "I love you" and Peter did "fuck off."
That's funny.
Yeah,
that would have been in Han's that would have been very much in Han's character too if he said that too. So
yeah. Also, when in the carbonite freezing, when Peter came up, he like had his pants down with his ass out.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, Han gets lowered down. He's in there for a couple seconds. They freeze him, and then yeah, the rest of the movie, we find out that he lived, and then they caught him away, and then that's the end of Han and
It's just horrifying though, where you just see Han like frozen there, like the moment he got frozen.
yeah, it's really sad. I wasn't sure if this was actually going to be like his death scene because again they did say, they did build it up to that. I like that they kept.
Yeah, but they go to check and he did say like he's alive.
So it's a little bit of a happy ending, I guess. There, so it'll be interesting to see. I think because they kept him alive, he'll definitely be in the next movie. I think if he wasn't going to be in the next one, they would have just said he's dead. But because I don't know I don't know, like it'd be really weird for him not if he lived for him then to not be the next movie. That'd just be really odd. But we'll see. Maybe he doesn't come back. I think he is, but it'd be weird, But yeah, the Han. I like this Han Solo Leia plot. It was really strong. It ends pretty tragically. And I liked it. You always knew that. I always kind of figured the Empire were going to catch up to Han and Princess Leia, but I actually liked the way they caught him. It wasn't anything predictable. I didn't think Lando was going to like stab Han in the back, so I really liked that. That was a really nice surprise. Obviously, it was the biggest surprise to me in this movie. Obviously, if I didn't know about the Luke thing, and like I'm your father thing in the end, that would have been the bigger surprise. But again, because I didn't know about this, but it sets up, what happens with Luke. It really shows how despicable Darth Vader is. And again, Darth Vader like did this not knowing whether or not like Han was going to survive or not. So I really like that he just did this not knowing what was going to happen. And
Yeah.
kind of nice revenge for Darth Vader because, like, Han for Solo made him look like a fool.
He's is the reason why Luke was able to blow up the Death Star last movie. So yeah, Vader basically got one up on Han after this.
So, I like this, and I just like the whole plot. I like the characters. This also broke out because they had some comedy here. This broke out some of that serious stuff they were telling with Luke. I'll talk about this too because this will be the biggest thing. I mentioned this in the first movie, but I really liked. They didn't stay in one location too long. I think the longest each character spends in each location is when they're in the cave and then when Luke's over training with Yoda. But again, because there's two separate plots, you don't feel like you're in one location for too long.
I would like a bit more Cloud City before everything turned to shit. But because it's a really cool location. The white city in the clouds.
Yeah, I would have liked that.
But again, everything there's nothing else in the really movie I would trim down. So it is what it is.
But yeah, what did you think of the ending with Han and then the whole plot in and of itself?
Well, I think a really good. It really feels tragic. We spend the whole movie with Han and Leia and Chewie and C-3PO trying their best to get away. We think they're finally safe, and nope, they get betrayed and then tortured and then frozen. And it really just shows how cruel Vader is. To he's doing all this shit to them. And, I think it makes the reveal of, the I am your father thing even more twisted that, he did all this stuff personally to, his last movie, it felt kind of impersonal, aside from killing Obi-Wan. This movie really makes Vader, hateable, all the bad shit he did to Luke and Leia. I mean, to all the main characters.
I like it. But that's the end of part one for now. We'll be back in a couple seconds for you guys. Literally, not even a couple seconds, literally 2 seconds. You're gonna be like a boom boom, and it will be like a whole day for us. And
5 seconds in the future.
There you go. See you later. All right, we're back.
Hey!
Thank God AJ decided to get dressed for you all today. I guess I didn't. I just decided not to get dressed today. So
you know what? I went from red to black. I've truly gone to the dark side. But yeah. Anyway. As we already covered Han and Leia's plot, we're now going to be talking about Luke's plot, which is kind of funny that Luke being the main character of the trilogy, you figure that his plot would be longer, but it's actually pretty short.
Yeah.
The Han and Leia plot. Well, I forget if we said it on camera or not, but I like that, there isn't really an A and B plot. They're both pretty equal, I would say, in, importance.
I like that. I think I talked about you with this just before we started this part of the video. Because today I just watched all of like the Luke stuff, and you froze for a second. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I already. You
Okay.
watched all the Luke stuff today.
And then I watched the rest of the movie, and like that really shows you how short like Luke's plot is and everything like that, because it's really kind of cool that Han and Leia and stuff got to kind of have a lot of screen time, and it got to be kind of like their movie, because like even though this still ends up being Luke's movie, last movie was mainly centered around Luke for the most part and everything like that. So
Yeah, I also like it because that's kind of a big thing with Luke in this movie, is that he's kind of the one getting rescued.
yeah.
Obviously, at the very beginning of the movie, Han is the one who rescues him. And at the very end, as we're going to talk about, he goes to Cloud City to save his friends. But, when he gets there, like, Lando's already rescuing them. And in the end, he's the one who loses to Vader, and he has to get rescued.
Yeah, so that's pretty sad. But before we get to any of that, let's talk about the rest of the movie.
Yep.
Let's pick up where Luke left off.
Yeah, so Luke has, after the Battle of Hoth and after he saw the Millennium Falcon fly off, he met up with the rest of the TIE Fighter, the rest of the pilots, and they were all going to also leave the planet. And they were all expecting Luke to go to the rendezvous point where all the rebels were going to meet up again. But Luke decided that he's not going to. He's going to listen to Ben's advice, and he's going to go to Dagobah to find Master Yoda and learn more about the Force.
I like this.
And R2D2 is with him. I like that. Gives Luke somebody to talk to. And like we said earlier, it's I like that C-3PO and R2D2 aren't glued at the hip. Even though I like them together, I'm glad that they can have their own little adventure.
Yeah, I like this. This made a lot of sense, because R2D2 was a big assist in helping Luke in the ship battle last time. So it made sense that he got attached to his ship this time. I like that you got to kind of see through the communicator or whatever, you saw that it was symbols and all that type of stuff when R2D2 would communicate and everything like that. Again, I mean, it's not a lot of joke. I just love that Luke understands what the hell he's saying, even though nobody has a sense of what they're saying. I like that that's a running joke with him.
Yeah, in our world. Yeah. Obviously, in Star Wars, they know how to speak robot or whatever the fuck they're speaking. Luke has gone to Dagobah, which is mainly Luke does a scan for it, and it's mainly uninhabited by intelligent life. It's as we're gonna see when we get down there, it's mainly a swampy planet, with just kind of low intelligent animals, not a whole lot there, no real civilization. But Luke, as he's landing, gets pulled in, and he ends up crashing his ship into the swamp. I will say, so that's something that annoys me a little bit, is that planets can feel a little too small. Obi-Wan told Luke, go to Dagobah, and it's Dagobah is an entire fucking planet. That's if I was Owen, go to Earth and to find I don't know, fucking Jackie Chan, and you're okay, cool, Earth. Where the fuck is that? Where on Earth specifically?
Hey, we said we're gonna make a list. I was gonna save it for the end of this pod, but we can add that to the list. He tells Luke to go to this fucking planet. Doesn't fucking mention where the fuck Yoda would be, type of thing.
Yeah, doesn't mention what Yoda looks like or anything He's no, just fucking find a guy named Yoda.
Yeah,
somewhere on this fucking planet. Awesome, thanks. But yeah, Luke thankfully managed to crash in the general vicinity of Yoda. But yeah, Luke ends up crashing into the swamp, and he gets out, and it's kind of half submerged. So it's, Luke is kind of just basically fuck, all right, we're going to have to try and pull it out later.
Mm-hmm.
And he's worried about R2, R2 is submerged in the swamp, and Luke is worried about him, R2, are you okay? And then R2 kind of just pops up, and he's very funny.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
I it kind of treats R2D2 like a dog, like he's his pet.
Yeah, I like that.
Then a little bit like a fucking swamp monster, eats R2D2 and then spits him out, and he goes flying back onto the land. And then I like the noise R2D2 makes, like the scream, like oh, I can't do it, but yeah.
Yeah, it was really good. I really like this a lot. I like that they kind of give R2D2 like a personality. Kind of breaks the mold of robots because typically, when you see robots, they'll typically make them not have much of like a personality. But I like that C3PO and R2D2 have personalities and everything like that.
Right, and like Chewbacca, where like you can't understand R2D2, but like you kind of you get the general idea of what they're saying because they do a really good job with like their noises and like their body language and how other characters react to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I also like that Luke is trying to clean up R2D2, and it's just a bunch of like sludge is coming out of all of his like ports.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit of time passes. Luke is again trying to clean up R2D2. And kind of sets up camp, gets as much stuff out of his ship as he can, and Luke is getting odd vibes from this place. He's pretty creeped out. And also, I like the vibe of Dagobah. Like, it seems a little sinister, which is like not what you would expect from like a Jedi home, but it makes sense. The Jedi are wanted criminals from the Empire. It makes sense that like Yoda would hide out on a planet like this to hide.
Yeah, I really like this a lot. I like the vibe of it. We made this list of the Evil Dead video. Where does Dagobah? I mean, like their woods rank. I would say it's probably somewhere in the middle.
It's a pretty nice little woods. Fucking no Book of the Dead possessing your loved ones. No fucking
Yellow Jackets mom.
Tree god. The worst you got is fucking a weird trippy cave, which is like an acid trip.
Yeah, and I think that's only if you like practice in the Force, right? I think if you don't,
and that's only if you like, I guess. If you're kind of just like a chill guy, the cave is all right.
Yeah, so it might be the most chill cave or the chill forest that we've seen in all the shows we've watched so far.
Yeah.
It's pretty chill.
5 stars on TripAdvisor. Would recommend. Take your family there for the weekend.
I mean, Luke stayed for 2 months.
Yeah, something like that. He stayed for a while.
Yeah. I mean, if your ship gets stuck there too, it'll take about 2 months for it to sink, so you could stay there for a while. So.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, that it took fucking long ass time to sink. But yeah, Luke gets the vibe that he's being watched, and sure enough, he turns around with his blaster and sees a little green gremlin man sitting there, being scared, of the blaster. And he's pretty goofy. He's kind of just rummaging through Luke's stuff and like throwing a bunch of stuff around, looking for food. R2D2 tries to like take whatever Yoda's holding, and Yoda's like hitting him with his cane, acting all like crazy. I mean, he just come off like he's a really goofy little gremlin man. And it again, this is a weird one, like the Darth Vader father reveal, where it's like I think most people already get a general idea of who Yoda is.
Yeah.
That like it's like I think for watching this for the first time, it is a good twist. But obviously, I've already seen this movie since before I could even be conscious, so like I already knew who this was.
Well, like I said, the first take, so I won't. But even though I knew who Yoda was, again, because I never like seen Dagobah or anything like that, I thought there was just other species of Yoda like running around and everything like that. I mean,
really good.
When I get the reveal, as you'll talk about, I wasn't like too surprised, as again I kind of knew who Yoda was, and I'm like, oh, I see what Yoda was trying to do there, and all that type of stuff. So,
yeah. I like that, and Luke is very like impatient with Yoda, which is a big thing. He's kind of just like, look, I don't got time for you. I'm doing some important stuff. Like back off.
Mm-hmm.
He mentions he's looking for a great Jedi Master, and Yoda, the little gremlin man is like, oh, you mean you're looking for Yoda? And this gets Luke interested. Of like, oh, cool, you know where Yoda is? Like, all right, cool, show me.
Yeah.
I also like this kind of ties into what Obi-Wan last movie, where Luke was looking for an Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ben was like, oh, of course I know Obi-Wan. He's me.
Yeah.
I like that, where they kind of talk about like themselves in the third person like that.
I do like that, yeah.
yeah, so Luke goes back to Yoda's hut, and I do like that where Luke has to like crouch down, and he's like, because it's like a very small hut, like built for somebody Yoda sized. So Luke, of course, is like kind of squatting in the house.
Reminds me of the scene in The Fox and the Hound where, like, I forget the fox's name, but, like, he goes to stay with someone, and then we find out, I think it was, like, a chipmunk or something, and he's, like, in, like, a really small area. I don't know how he got in there in hindsight, because he had to have gotten in there somehow, but I guess he found a way to get in. I guess he was tired enough where he was able to get in there, but then, like, he has to, like, maybe that scene wasn't as good as I thought it was, I guess, so.
Yeah. I haven't seen that movie in a long time, so I can't even like remember.
I haven't either. I just remember that. I guess I just remember the fox like being like clenched out. He's like freaking the fuck out that like all of a sudden he wakes up. He's like in a crouched in area. But then I'm like, how the fuck did you get in there then in the first place? So.
But Luke doesn't freak out. Well, he kind of does. He's just getting impatient. He just keeps asking like, all right, when are you gonna take me to Yoda? But Yoda, as we already know him, is making stew, and he's like, patience. And he's trying to break the ice a little bit. Asks Luke, "Why do you want to become a Jedi?"
Mm-hmm.
And Luke says, I guess mainly because of my father.
Yeah.
I do like that. Like of all the reasons, like that's kind of the first one that pops into his head.
Because his father was a Jedi and everything. Yeah, I like that.
Well,
Luke...
of course, he always wanted to be more than a farm boy, and like his aunt and uncle getting killed motivated him, and he liked Obi-Wan, that motivated him. But I like that, like I guess the main reason was his father, yeah. Like, and like those other reasons tie into his father.
I think we talked about it in the beginning, but I guess we should talk about it now. I guess this can, I like that Yoda has a different like accent when he talks. Like he says things backwards and everything like that, which makes him kind of feel like
it's a little more alien and makes him more memorable.
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, I also don't like it because one of my friends used to always talk this way, like all the time, and it got annoying after a while. So I'm like, oh, is this where he got it from then?
Just like he happened to also fucking speak backwards.
Now I'm not sure because now because I hadn't seen Star Wars like when he would do it, so I'm like I'm not sure. Now I'm not sure. So, I'm gonna say,
but yeah,
you know what? I'll say yes to both. I think he probably knew Yoda talked that way, but I don't think it was I don't think he was impersonating Yoda. I think he just did it just to do it, type of thing.
Oh. I feel like that'd be tough. I feel like I would struggle to like do a Yoda impression. Like I would have to like think about it. Like, okay, how would I say that?
Right.
But yeah, Yoda. Once Luke says that, he wants to be a Jedi to be like his father. Yoda mentions like, oh yes, your father was a powerful Jedi. And then Luke kind of gets a little offended by this because again he feels like he's wasting his time. And he's like, oh please, you don't know my father, you don't know me, like this is a waste of time, like I don't want to be having this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And then at this point Yoda pretty much just drops the act and he kind of just looks up and says he just sighs and says like, no, I can't do it, I can't train him. And at this point, Obi-Wan chimes in. I guess he's just been sitting in the corner as a little ghost, like nobody noticed him.
We saw R2-D2 like out the window watching this conversation. I like to think that like Obi-Wan is just like in the other window, like alongside him, like watching also type of thing. Maybe he's on like
Obi-Wan in the bathroom taking a shit.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like he's still a ghost. He still has to use the bathroom. But yeah, Obi-Wan says like, hey, you'll learn patience. I do like this. Obi-Wan's an asshole, but he does stick up for Luke quite a bit in this conversation. But yeah, Yoda turns to Luke and he says, I like this, because obviously what happens later on. He says there's too much anger in him like his father.
Yep.
Which obviously finding out that Luke's father and Vader are one and the same, obviously really good. And as we're going to see later on with the cave test, Luke is very similar to his father when he was young. But Obi-Wan, I like that it's not too obvious though, because Obi-Wan also chimes in. He was like, "Hey, so was I when I was that age."
Exactly. Yeah.
So you kind of it off as like, oh, they're young men. They're young, they're impulsive, they're angry. Like that's just how it is.
But what you said in the way beginning of the video, I mean, don't forget, Obi-Wan was 5. 5-year-olds are very impatient. So,
You're right.
Obi-Wan probably wanted to have that, wanted to use that crayon, but someone took the crayon and like used it for something, and Obi-Wan got very impatient, wanting that crayon back.
Yeah. But I will say this is another thing the prequels didn't quite match up with, where with Obi-Wan, where Obi-Wan mentions that he was like also like an angry young man. He really wasn't when we meet him. I think he's like 25 when we first see him in the prequels, and like he was pretty level-headed. If anything, he was kind of a Boy Scout, like he very by the books.
Maybe he was just trying to like.
So I don't know when he said he had anger issues.
Maybe he's bullshitting. Hey, you don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Now, admittedly, he does kind of have a bias towards Anakin and Luke, so I think he's just trying to like downplay their anger issues,
Maybe he had anger issues off screen. We just didn't see it. It was behind the scene.
Yeah, I guess. Like what, 22 here? Maybe Obi-Wan did have anger issues when he was 22, but he got over it. By the time he was 25.
Yeah, it's a lot. 3 years is
a long time. Yeah.
So. But yeah. I like this scene,
or like
though.
You said, he was for temper tantrums when he was like 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like this. Just finding out more about their past and like what they all think of each other is nice before the movies. But yeah, Luke pretty much at this point realizes that Yoda is the Jedi Master. And he immediately changes his tune. He like begins to like apologize and get desperate. But like, no, hey, like I can be a Jedi. Like I can do the training. Like like Obi-Wan, tell him, like vouch for me.
Mm-hmm.
And as Luke is like panicking, he like bumps his head on the low ceiling. And yeah, I like this where Yoda kind of points out some flaws in Luke. He mentions that he's been keeping an eye on Luke his whole life, which makes sense, obviously, because Obi-Wan was living near Luke. It makes sense that like Yoda has a good idea of like who Luke is growing up.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
And he mentions, I like this because this was kind of a positive thing about Luke in the last movie. I like that Yoda kind of flips it on its head, where Luke was always looking towards the future, to the horizon. He was always a dreamer looking for excitement and adventure, beyond his like little farm. But Yoda says, like a Jedi shouldn't seek adventure and excitement. And you're always so focused on the future, you never focus on where you are and where you've been and what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think that's just I think that's a good thing to have. That's a good like life lesson too, not just like a Jedi lesson. Like obviously focus on the future. But obviously don't like let it overtake you and everything like that. Like kind of try to focus on the here and now and focus on the present type of thing, which I really like. That Star Wars again, because this is a kid movie. This is a good message to teach like kids and all that type of stuff. And I think this is a message that also.
It's a good lesson in general, even just for like everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Yoda mentions that he's been training Jedi for 800 years, and and he is he's going to be the one who decides if somebody's like fit to be a Jedi or not. Again, Obi-Wan is kind of and Luke are kind of trying to like nudge Yoda to train him.
Mm-hmm.
Again, talking about how like Luke is impatient and angry, but like those are things he can kind of learn to get over. But then Yoda is like again still kind of insistent that he doesn't want to train Luke, which it makes sense. Again, when Yoda says he's a lot like his father, it makes sense why Yoda's hesitant to train him. He doesn't want Luke becoming like his father.
Yeah, exactly. He also mentioned,
But also, they don't have many options at the same time.
yeah. I like that. I like that. Like Yoda mentions that he's like too old. Like he should have started this when he was younger, which makes a lot of sense considering the fact that a lot of Jedi start training when they're younger and everything like that. So Luke would obviously not be as
Yeah,
good.
I was gonna say I don't know if you know exactly how that works, but yeah, Jedi, as we find out later on, are like raised to be Jedi from like infants.
Yep.
Luke obviously being in his early 20s is like way older than the Jedi are supposed to be when they begin their training.
Yeah, and I don't know how long. Like if Obi-Wan just wanted Yoda to give Luke like a crash course, because obviously they were kind of like desperate, and Luke obviously had to like learn everything like quickly. I mean, you're gonna make the Avatar comparison, but it's like, which is really weird because then Avatar Luke was a lot like, oh my gosh, just the Avatar comparison just spilling on everywhere. Avatar Luke was Obi-Wan, where he just shows up and like tells Zane to like learn all the four elements like by the summertime. Good fucking luck, and then like Obi-Wan.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, you're supposed to have like decades to do this, but like you got like 9 months. Have fun, loser.
Oh my gosh, like
it's like you're supposed to have like decades to learn to be a Jedi. You got like a couple years tops. Like have fun with that.
I feel like Avatar Roku and like Obi-Wan are just like up in like I like up in heaven, just, or maybe I don't know.
I was gonna say count in hell talking about how they're just being shitty teachers
and just high five. I feel like do they have like a bet going on about who can make whose pupil like a worse life and all that type of stuff.
I would love that. They're like, all right. Truth. All right. Dare me to do something. It's like, okay, I dare you to not tell him about his father. It's like, all right, that's a good one. I got that.
And then what would Woku's deal be? Because is there anything he left out for Aang? Did you tell Aang everything?
You know how Roku can take over Aang's body? Obi-Wan was like, I dare you to not do that when Aang's frozen in an iceberg. Fucking let him thaw out in 100 years.
Oh, it's awesome. I wonder how he felt when Katara and Sokka showed up, type of thing.
It's like, oh, thank God, finally.
Well, yeah. He took over his body. I noticed Roku takes over Aang's body pretty fucking quickly after that, too. Like, once he gets out, type of thing. So.
I know, like literally like a couple weeks later. It's like, all right, Roku, you couldn't have done that anytime in the last 100 years?
I guess not.
Yeah. It's like the 100 years where Aang was in the Avatar state. Like, really? Like, you couldn't help out at all with that?
We probably have the worst Jedi teacher of the year, and then the worst Avatar of ever.
Avatar, yeah. But yeah, Luke says that like, I've already begun my training. Like I've learned so much, and this kind of gets Yoda to be like, okay, fine, I'll teach you, but you have to finish what you start.
Mm-hmm.
And Luke looks at him pretty strongly and says like, I'm not afraid. To this, Yoda just kind of smiles and says, you will be. And then that kind of makes Luke kind of like taken aback a little bit. Like he looks a little disbelief of like, oh fuck, what I get myself into.
Yeah, I do like this because the foreshadowing here when because when Yoda says you will be like afraid, that ended up being foreshadowing to what Luke sees, and then like when Yoda says like you'll have to finish what you start, I'm like, ooh, that was also foreshadowing too, because obviously Luke leaves before his training's like finished.
But yeah, like I said, I love the scene. It brings up quite a few flaws with Luke as a person. And I like that Yoda's like 800 years old. He's like this extremely powerful Jedi, and it really flips what Luke thought about the Jedi in his head. He was expecting, as he said to Yoda, like I was expecting a great warrior. And Yoda says that wars do not make one great. That's a really good quote.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
I
really like the twist with who the Yoda reveal is. I like how it just really switches. Like once he once he sees that Luke is just impatient and not really living in the moment type of thing, he finally breaks character and like tells Obi-Wan that I'm not going to train him, and I like that like Obi-Wan's going into bad for him. I like them mentioning I like Yoda mentioning Luke's flaws. I do like that he agrees. You can tell he doesn't, he doesn't willingly want to do it, but he can kind of tell Luke's out of options. So, and Luke's pretty willing to learn. And then I like that it foreshadows, you know, um, some things that ended up coming into fruition in the movie and everything like that.
Yeah. So yeah, we cut a little bit. Luke is looking a little more muscular now, so presumably it's been like a couple weeks.
Yeah, you got.
We see.
You did get a couple of deleted scenes of the training, which was pretty cool. Like Yoda teaching him like the Force, and then like him doing some of these exercises. I get what. Obviously I get why it was cut because and like Luke was doing stuff with the lightsaber. Obviously I get why that was cut because obviously even though it's on a lawn scene, again just gotta trim the fat, but it was still cool to see it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people actually like that this training doesn't involve any lightsaber training. I mean, I'm neutral on it. Like, I would have been fine with some lightsaber scenes, but I think a lot of people do like that. It kind of expands again on what a Jedi is. That like, you don't even really need a lightsaber. Like, again, this is mainly like physical training and like learning to use the Force and understand it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that we're just getting stuff, like you said, getting more stuff on the Force too, because we didn't really get that last movie.
Again, I would have been fine with some lightsaber training, but as I said, Yoda, it seems more like he's focused on getting Luke to understand the Force rather than like be good with the lightsaber.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm always a sucker for training episodes and stuff. Dragon Ball, Avatar, Ben. Whenever we kind of take a break from the action to have the main characters like get better and like, especially we'll get better like physically and like emotionally. Like learn good life lessons as well as like get better at like their powers. I always appreciate that.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah.
Again, this isn't anything crazy. It's Luke's. It's cool, but like Luke is climbing up vines with Yoda on his back and running around like dodging like the tree roots and stuff. Just getting some physical training in, making himself stronger. And as he's doing that, Yoda is like teaching him about like the Force and how Luke needs to sense it around him and let it guide his actions. So I think a lot of this is like testing Luke's reaction times.
Yeah.
And like being able to perform these physical feats with the help of the Force.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Like a super jump with the help of the Force. So yeah, like the idea is a Jedi can make themselves like physically stronger by using the Force.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah, really good training. And Luke, Yoda's trying to teach Luke the difference between the dark side and the bad side, and the dark side and the light side, and how you need to be calm, serene. A Jedi should only go into a fight looking to like defend and protect, never attack. So like, the light side is, like I said, the sereneness, whereas the dark side is anger, aggression, fear. And if you kind of start going down that path, it'll consume you completely like it did Obi-Wan's apprentice. And then Luke kind of pauses at that and he kind of mutters Vader.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Oh, because again, I like that at this point they're still treating Luke's father and Obi-Wan's apprentice as two separate people.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
But yeah, when you makes that comment of like, the dark side will consume you like it did Obi-Wan's apprentice, and the comment earlier about Luke's father having too much anger in him, you would definitely see them setting up that twist.
Yeah. I do like, the fact that they mentioned like the good side is stronger than the bad side, but the bad side's like more seductive and can like it can have more of an influence on you than the good side, and that makes a lot of sense with villains and everything like that. Typically, the villains that are like seen as like great villains are typically the ones that like aren't very like physically like strong or anything like that. They're typically the ones that are like weak, but they have like very strong influence.
Yeah, a good comparison with the dark side is kind of like steroids, where it can give a very quick and immediate boost,
Mm-hmm.
But like the long term are gonna fuck up your body.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, like weight training, like you shouldn't use steroids. You should just like it'll take longer to build up muscle, but like you'll be healthier in the end. Whereas the dark side, like I said, is steroids. You'll see more immediate progress, but it's gonna like mess you up in the long run.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Luke, keeps asking questions of like, how will I know the light side from the dark side? And Yoda's just like, you will know. And Luke keeps asking, but like how and why? And Yoda's like, no, like stop thinking about why. Like you just gotta like feel it.
Yep.
And Yoda's getting pretty frustrated, and he just says like, okay, that's enough. We're done for today.
Yeah, I do like this.
I
like that Yoda's getting frustrated, and I like that he's I like the training session here, and I like that he's trying to teach Luke to the good side and the bad side, and I like that Yoda's getting frustrated with him and everything like that.
Yeah, but I will say I can't really blame Luke for asking questions. Like this is all very new to him, and he's trying to like understand it.
Yeah, I mean that's what you.
But like at the same, I guess I get where Yoda's coming from. Like he wants Luke to again like feel it for himself.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
He
doesn't want Luke just asking a billion questions.
Yeah, because I would definitely be in Luke's position. Anytime I learn something new, I'm asking like every question about that topic that I can think of and all that.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
I do that. I ask a million questions because I want to like understand it.
Yeah.
Whereas Yoda is more like no, like stop.
Yoda would get sick of us pretty quickly.
Yeah. But Luke goes over to like the nearby tree and grabs his jacket.
It's crazy
but
that
as he does, he feels.
It's crazy that Yoda trains kids then, because kids that's that's all kids do is when they learn something new. They ask questions, and some of the
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I don't know. Yoda's been Yoda's been doing it for 800 years. He's heard it all before. He's just sick of answering the same question.
I want to get to the point
over.
when he like when he takes like his like cane out. I want to if he stomps on like the ground at one point, then he's like, no more questions. Like he's just done with it type of thing. He said the next person that asks a question staying for extra time for detention and all that type of stuff. Like
yeah, okay. Next person who asks the question getting his hand cut off. Like Luke raises his hand and that's how it gets cut off.
That'd be awesome.
Like I have a question.
I wonder if Yoda's test when he became a Jedi Master was a bunch of kids coming over and asking him a bunch of questions.
Yeah, he was really nice at first, but after year 400, he got sick of it.
I like that it's 400 years of this, not like the first year. It's 400 years. He finally had enough.
Yeah, very patient. But then he stopped giving a fuck.
I wonder what would happen if Luke had come before 400 years.
Yeah, at year 399. Yeah, fucking goddamn it! I can't bump my table.
Imagine Luke came right at the breaking point.
Yeah, he was like, "No, fuck this, I'm done." Empire wins. He
retires.
Yeah, well, he was already basically retired. He's like, instead of retiring to Dagobah, he's gonna go retire to Burlese.
Well, retire to the Empire. Just join the Empire.
Yeah, he turns to the dark side. He's done with it.
I love it.
But yeah, Luke feels cold, and then Yoda says that that cave over there is strong on the dark side. And Yoda says, like, you got to go in there. This would be like a test for you, basically. He doesn't say it's a test for him, but like that's what it's implied.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Luke starts walking towards it. He grabs his belt with his lightsaber and his blaster on it. Sorry. But Yoda says, like, no, you're not going to need your weapons. But Luke kind of just like ignores him and keeps walking with his weapons belt on.
I can't blame him for not listening because I would be walking by with weapons if I.
Yeah, and he's not even sure what's in the cave. All Yoda said was that it's strong on the dark side.
And I just watched Evil.
Yeah, Luke goes in, and he's.
I just watched Evil Dead, so like after seeing that, I'll be going.
Right. Yellow Jackets and Evil Dead. I don't blame you, Luke, for being like, nah, fuck these creepy ass woods.
And this is the best woods we've seen so far. So
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of funny how the Yellow Jackets cave is all like trippy and weird, and then this this woods also has a cave that's all trippy.
Yeah. So I wonder if this is the cave that Ben's been staying in this whole time.
Fucking this is where Recast Girl Recast Girl is like getting visions of the future like Luke too.
Yeah, pretty much. And it led to Ben being tortured, which sucks. So
yeah, unfortunate. I feel like that has to be at least a little bit inspired by this.
oh, probably. But the Yellow Jackets, like writers and stuff, will say like we didn't take any inspiration like from anything. This was our own ideas. I'm like, oh, come on, a fucking cave that gives you hallucinations, and then fucking Star Wars is out there. Come on, and you can't say you didn't. You can't say you didn't know about this.
Right, exactly. You don't got to say you ripped it off. Just say you got some inspiration. That's fine.
I mean,
Oof, sorry. Excuse me.
So in a weird way, Star Wars killed Ben.
Sure.
In a weird way, kind of, sort of did.
Kind of, sort of. You're right. Well, I mean, if anything, the Star Wars saved Ben because they kept him alive because of the visions.
I would say saved him, but
Saved him from getting tortured.
No, I caused him to get tortured.
Yeah. So yeah. Luke goes into the cave, and you can tell this is like kind of some weird dream sequence because everything like slows down.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's kind of it's like not slow motion, but it is like I guess it's kind of like when you like there's like a delay. I guess would be the best way to describe it.
Oh, what's that called? Yeah, like a lag.
Yeah. So like because like they're not going like slow, but like there's kind of like a lag in like how they're moving.
So Luke had bad Wi-Fi.
He like dreamlike,
Luke had bad Wi-Fi in that cave. That's why he's lagging so much.
Yeah. Luke is like, oh my god, Dagobah's Wi-Fi sucks. I miss Tatooine.
I noticed we make a lot of Wi-Fi jokes for some reason when it comes to Star Wars.
Wi-Fi earlier, huh?
I noticed we make a lot of Wi-Fi jokes in our Star Wars reviews.
Yeah, I was gonna say Vader was having Wi-Fi issues earlier too because of the asteroids. But yeah, speaking of Vader, he shows up. He's just here. He's just like, "Hi, Luke. How you doing?" Luke pulls out his lightsaber, and he immediately just like slashes Vader across the face. And he did it. He won. Wow, movie over. That was really fucking easy. He killed Vader. But no, Vader's helmet falls onto the ground. Luke decapitated him. But then the mask like half breaks open, and there's a bunch of smoke. But then Luke looks down at it and sees that inside the Darth Vader mask is his own face.
Yeah. I like this. Luke failed because he attacked first instead of using.
Well, it cuts to Yoda on the outside of the cave, and he kind of just like shuts his eyes and lowers his head, like he knows Luke failed.
Yeah. So I really like this a lot. I like this. This is like the first lightsaber fight of this movie, and as we talked about last time, a big part of our last video was how disappointing the lightsaber fight was in this. This was a huge upgrade for the lightsaber fights. Even though it wasn't a long one, I did like this one.
This wasn't even really a fight. Like I said, it's pretty immediate of like they pull out their lightsabers and then Luke pretty much like immediately lands a blow on Vader's head and like the head comes off.
It's still better than the lightsaber like fight we got in the first movie, so I prefer that over this.
Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say like I wouldn't really praise the lightsaber fights at this point because it wasn't really a fight.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I like this.
I know that now you can understand why I was so confused though about Obi-Wan's death, because again, Luke cuts Darth Vader's like head off here, and he didn't vanish or anything like that. He got a. I don't know how the fuck did Obi-Wan avoid his head getting cut off and all that type of stuff. Like, how does that? Did he just? He just vanished? How does that happen? Like,
yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah, fucking Obi-Wan rules. I don't know. His Wi-Fi was really bad. It dropped him from the server.
I love that.
Yeah.
And is that a good? So maybe he's not really dead. Maybe he just has bad Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and that's why when he shows up later, he's all blue and shit. He's like, "Hey, look, I'm kind of lagging here. Still trying to join in."
And that's why like he only shows up like sparingly.
Yeah, that's why he was like, "Luke, I can't interfere. My Wi-Fi is shit."
I love it.
But yeah, I like this failure. Well, yeah, I like that wasn't like a physical failure. It was, as Yoda said, the path to the dark side is like anger and fear. Luke attacked in like aggression, and he said that's very similar to his father Vader. Where and that's why Luke saw his face under Vader's mask, where Luke is kind of the way he's acting is bringing him down the same path as Darth Vader.
And again, more foreshadowing for the twist ending that we got.
Yeah, it is also supposed to be the twist of like Vader is a lot more similar to Luke than he thinks.
I am gonna have to
obviously
when we get to that scene. I am gonna have to ask because you said nobody knew, except for like a certain amount of people. I am gonna have to ask you about some of these lines that some of the actors that they say like later on and all that type of stuff because obviously it's supposed to build up to the twist and then but we'll get to that when we get there.
Yeah. A little while later, Yoda is again training Luke to use the Force. He's training Luke to like kind of just stack. Luke is like upside down, doing a handstand with Yoda on his feet. And he's like lifting rocks and like stacking them together. And Yoda keeps telling him to concentrate on what you're doing, like don't be distracted by outside things. But his X-wing in the swamp begins to sink more and more, and then this causes Luke to get distracted and loses balance. He falls to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And Luke is like, it's like this is all like too much. It's too heavy. Like I can't do it. Like he's kind of like not giving up, but he's kind of just like being a downer. And Yoda has to tell him, like, size matters not. Like, look at me, judge me by my size, do you? Which is, the whole point of earlier. Luke thought this guy couldn't possibly be a great Jedi Master because he's like a weird little gremlin man.
Yeah.
But he's basically saying, like, with the Force, like, it binds everything, every living thing. Like, we make it grow, and it makes us grow. Like it's all about your mentality. You only can't do it because you're saying you can't do it.
That's a good life lesson also when it comes to things like that.
Huh?
That's a good life lesson also. Not just a Force Jedi type of lesson. Like size doesn't matter.
Yeah, and not the Force specifically, but you can apply that to like your brain power or something, because like Yoda says, kind of grabs Luke's arm and he's like, crude matter doesn't, like this crude matter doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Basically saying like Luke, like don't focus so much on like your muscles. And that's another reason why I like that I'm okay with like this not being like lightsaber training is because again, Yoda's trying to teach him like more about the Force and like not like strictly like physical fighting stuff.
Yeah.
Yoda encourages Luke to try to use the Force to lift up the X-wing, and Luke is like, it's not going to work, but like, okay, I'll give it a try. And I like this. Yoda like cuts him off. He's like, no, like do or do not. There is no try.
Good line, yeah. I thought the voice actor delivered that very well.
But yeah, Luke tries to lift the X-wing up. And he's actually doing it a little bit. He makes some decent progress, and Yoda gets like wide-eyed. I do like that because Yoda's been pretty harsh on Luke this whole time. But I think little things like that do show that Yoda is like very impressed with Luke's potential.
Yeah.
Where he's like, oh shit, he's actually like picking it up.
The biggest compliment I'll give is I do like throughout this training, Luke doesn't really pick any of this stuff like up. Before he like leaves and everything like that, which I think was a very carefully thing that they did, because if Luke just came in there and like learned everything really quickly. That would have made him a massive Gary Stu. I do like that like he gets like the basics enough, but doesn't really like fails all the tests.
Yeah, I cannot believe people try and say Luke Skywalker is a Gary Stu. He fails this entire training. Like that's the whole point.
Yeah, so,
you know. Like I don't know. Yeah, he's definitely not a Gary Stu.
I would make more of the argument that Goku is a Gary Stu than Luke right now.
Yeah, right now at least, yeah. You know, but like to Dragon Ball some credit, we're only like 6 episodes in.
That's why I said right now. So
yeah, but yeah, this whole movie is Luke failing over and over, you know. But yeah, sure enough, Luke loses his concentration. He can't lift the X-wing up, and Luke is like, I can't, like, you know, you want the impossible. And he kind of just walks off, and he's like sulking in the corner. And Yoda, decides to take matters into his own hands. He lifts the X-wing up and like into the air and brings it onto land. And Luke is like, of course, stunned by this. He says, I don't believe it. Like, you did it. And Yoda says, that is why you fail. You know, I like that where, you know, Luke is so stunned. He's like, I don't believe it. And Yoda's like, yeah, that's a problem. You don't believe.
Yeah. I like this a lot. First go around, I didn't realize he like brought it to land, which was pretty cool. You know, this is really impressive. A little bit behind the scenes, you know, the director, you said his name earlier, but I forget his name right now because it's a different day. Kind of. But,
Irvin Kershak.
he talked about how they tried to do the scene the first time, but the winds broke off. So they had to like scramble really quickly. And he was obviously really nervous because, like you said, George Lucas was like there and the scene didn't work well the first time. So he like, you know, he was worried George Lucas wasn't going to like it, but George Lucas kind of had to like motivate him and everything like that. And like, not really motivate him, but just let him know that it was okay. Like these things happen sometimes. And then when they did it the second time, they were able to get it like done, like the first take. Like, and it, again, this is only what, like an 11-second like scene for the most part. So that's pretty cool and everything like that. That this little scene right here had, you know, didn't really work well the first time and everything like that. So
I love that. Star Wars, like all the practical effects, you know, a lot of this stuff was a lot of effort for very short, you know, things, and like it paid off. You know, this is very impressive. Like seeing the X-wing get lifted out of the swamp. You know, because it's a pretty big ship. You know, so Yoda being able to lift that is very impressive.
And I literally thought this took a lot out of him, but no, this took like nothing out of Yoda. Like he's still like pretty normal. Like I was thinking like he'd be all worn out and everything like that, but he's like pretty chill afterwards and stuff too.
Yeah. And yeah, sure enough, a little bit later, they're continuing their training. Luke is again, you know, like stacking rocks with the Force, and he's doing better this time. You know, he's been able to like stack up a good amount of them,
and also
like, showing that like time has passed and he is making progress.
And also like he's not just stacking watts, like he's able to like lift up like unless it's Yoda doing this and I miss, but he's able to lift up like some of the camp and stuff and like R2-D2 like also and all that type of stuff. So showing that he's like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure Luke, yeah.
So
but Luke loses balance again, and but this time it's because he got a vision from the future. So I like that. You know, the Force can kind of like, well, you know, it makes sense because Yoda mentions that like the Force is like life. You know, like it binds life together, and it can kind of like tell you the past, present, and future.
Yep.
And
you know what, Luke?
Yeah, and Luke vision of you know, Han, Luke. Not Han, Luke.
I know what he saw, AJ.
Luke
I know what he saw.
Huh?
I know what he saw. He saw Kiss Sis being made.
But truly, you know what? That's why. You know what, Luke. If he saw Kiss Sis, he would have fucking jumped to that swamp. He's like, all right, I'm done. I'm drowning myself.
And then Yoda would like pull him out and all that type of stuff. He's like, no, I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
But yeah, Luke sees Leia, Han, C-3PO, and Chewie in a city in the clouds, and you know, that they were in pain. And yeah, I like this because at this point in the movie, they hadn't gotten to Cloud City yet.
Yep.
So it establishes that like, okay, something's gonna go wrong when they get there.
Yeah. And it makes it really tragic when they start talking about it like after this scene and everything like that. So
Yeah, but Yoda says that like the future he probably saw. You got to be careful when you see that. And he tries to reassure Luke a little bit, and he says that like the future is always in motion. So like what you saw might not necessarily come to pass.
mm-hmm.
But Luke is obviously like not really reassured by this, and Yoda has to tell him like, like your friends like focus on what they would want. Like they would want you to stay here, continue your training, like focus on that. But Luke kind of like looks to the side, and you can tell again he's not really comforted by this. And yeah, sure enough, the next scene, Luke is making preparations to leave.
Yeah, this is really sad. I like that this was foreshadowing, everything at Cloud City. And I like that it shows the relationship that Luke has built with Chewie, Leia, C-3PO, and Han. It shows that he's willing to just basically abandon his training and everything like that, and go there. And he even said, and like I said, even though Yoda even tries to reassure him and says like, "Hey, this may not even be like a real vision." I like that like Luke wasn't taking any chances and like was gonna just drop everything and like go there.
Yeah. Later, when Luke is getting ready to go, like Yoda keeps telling him like, "Don't go," and Luke is just like, "I can't. Like they're my friends, and I can't get those visions out of my head. Like I have to go help them."
And I like that Yoda's telling him like, because he says this in this scene also. He mentions, like what you saw, like also like, if you leave, like yes, you'll save them, but you could also like sacrifice like everything they've been trying to fight for, like in this war and everything like that type of thing.
And I do like how kind of brutal Yoda is here, where Luke is like, "Oh, so what? Should I just sacrifice their lives?" And Yoda says, "If you honor what honor what they fight for, yes."
What do you think Obi would have said? I know Obi was there, but if Obi answered the question, what do you think he would have said? I think he would have just said flat out yes.
Yeah. I feel like he's kind of in agreement where it's like they don't really give a fuck if like Han and Leia die. They're like, "No, Luke, you don't go."
Now, do you think Luke got worried because he was losing his bet that we made that Chewie was gonna die, so that's why he was all afraid. He wanted to make sure he got his.
Yeah, Obi-Wan is like, "Listen, look, I bet $5 with Roku that Chewie's gonna die in this movie. All right, like let it happen."
Hey, I saw the future that Chewie was gonna die, and then and I got all worried, So
yeah. You were really expecting it to be this movie. You were really expecting fucking Chewie to die.
Apparently, Luke was too.
Yeah. Obi-Wan comes out, and this is the first time we actually see him as like a proper Force ghost, because like we saw him briefly on Hoth, but it was like Luke was near, and it just was like stationary. Here we see him like moving around and like actually talking, or like actually like moving around.
Because then earlier,
I like that.
Yeah, because earlier, when he's out vouching for Luke for Yoda to train him, we just hear him. We don't even see him at that point.
But yeah, Obi-Wan is telling Luke like, Luke, I don't want to lose you to the Emperor like I lost Vader. I like that. That's kind of like I talked about in the last movie. The whole Obi-Wan calling Anakin a good friend, is really sad. In hindsight, that Obi-Wan still talks about Vader like he's a good friend.
Yeah,
and he still misses him.
Yeah,
even after everything. And like same thing here, where Obi-Wan says like, Luke, like I lost Vader to the Emperor, like I don't want to lose you like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Like it's very like obviously he knows Vader's like the enemy now, but he's like very sad that he kind of like blames himself for what happened.
Yeah, I like that. Kind of showing that he still thinks of him as a friend and everything like that.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, Luke is like saying like, look, I promised to return and finish my training. I do like that because Yoda was like, are you gonna finish what you start? And Luke was like, yeah, I will. But obviously here because of the situation, Luke is abandoning his training. That he promised to finish.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Yoda and Luke are like Yoda and Obi-Wan are basically like pleading with Luke to stay, but it becomes pretty obvious that like Luke is going no matter what they say. Even when Obi-Wan says like, Luke, I can't like interfere, like I can't do anything, like I'm already dead. I can't help you.
He can. He just chooses not to.
Yeah, he just chooses not to. You're right.
Because he helped him.
I can't really go too deep into it, but the Disney movies, fucking a Force Ghost shoots fucking lightning out of their, from the fucking sky. So it's like, Obi-Wan, if we take the Disney movies into account, that probably would have been useful if he just summoned fucking lightning like goddamn Zeus.
Well, he's a douche.
Huh? Like Zeus.
No, I said he's a douche.
Oh, you're right, yeah. He could have pulled a Zeus, but he pulled a douche instead.
Yeah.
There we go.
I do like this too. They're also trying to, cause they're not just saying that for the terms of the training and stuff, but they also like mention like Luke isn't fully trained, so like he wouldn't really be able to like do really much and like be much competition to Vader if he goes now.
Yeah, and also he's susceptible to falling to the dark side. Yeah, so he's like not trained physically and mentally for this.
Yeah.
And yeah, but when they pretty much realize that like Luke's gonna go and they can't stop him, they just Yoda reminds him of the failure in the cave, and to not fall towards the dark side. Like don't give into your anger and your hate and your fear.
Yeah, and I like this. I like that Luke kind of tries to reassure them that he's not going to give into the anger, and everything like that. And I really like this scene here. I like that you got to kind of see Obi-Wan and Yoda together, because there's not really going to be much chances in the present to see them together. So I like that you got to see them together. Yeah, I just really like this scene a lot. Really showed like the relationship that Luke had built with all these people, like I said before. And I just like that it makes Luke look like a really good person, that he was going to go regardless of what they said and everything like that. And yeah, probably long term, he probably should have thought about what Luke and Leia had thought for, but I totally get why he makes this decision, because he doesn't want his friends to like die.
Yeah, probably to do the same thing in his situation. Like I wouldn't want to sacrifice, my friends if like I thought I could help it.
Yeah. So.
And obviously Luke is hearing what they're saying, but like I really don't think he understood just how outmatched he was by Vader.
Yeah. Based on.
But yeah, as Luke. Obi-Wan says that boy's our last hope. But Yoda says no, there is another.
Yeah, I was wondering what he meant by that. I wonder who he's talking about there. If there's if there's another person in Luke's family that's the last hope, but like talking about Han Solo. I don't know who they're talking about there, but
I would love that. Yoda is like, yes, Han Solo is the last hope.
I mean, you never know. Again, he won them. Huh?
Chewbacca is the last hope.
He's on the face of death, so I don't know what you're talking about there. So
Chewbacca cannot die. Chewbacca's already dead, so he can't die again. That's how that works.
But yeah, I'm interested to see what they mean by that. I hope that's expanded on in the next movie. And if I don't know, I don't know, but because you did say like it's another reason to add to the list another asshole thing that Obi-Wan does. That there was another hope. He's really putting all his eggs in the Luke Skywalker basket and not telling him there's another guy that can like help him out and all that type of stuff.
Right.
So.
But yeah, Luke goes off to Cloud City, and at this point Han's been frozen, as we already said, and Vader has prepared everything, so like Luke is going to be able to land safely and make his way to the carbonite freezing room, where Vader's going to get him into the freezing chamber to like be frozen and be shipped off to the Emperor. At this point, he doesn't really need Leia, C-3PO, and Chewbacca anymore. But he still orders Lando to bring them to his ship. And as we said before, Lando's like, "What the fuck? You said they're going to be in my custody."
Yeah.
And Vader's just, I've altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it further. But yeah, so he has a bunch of stormtroopers escort them out, pretty much to clear the room for just so Luke and Vader can have their fight. And Owen, do you want to talk about what happens when the stormtroopers are escorting Leia, C-3PO, and Chewbacca to Vader's ship?
Yeah, sure. So, they're escorting them to this ship. Doing this, this is kind of before Luke shows up and everything like that. We see that Lando has something on his he has a smartwatch. He's got again. Star Wars was really ahead of it and everything.
Years before they even did the Apple Watch.
Oh, I messed up the name, but he's got a smartwatch. I said but whatever. And he taps a couple of buttons on it, and it activates the android that's been with him. Huh?
Little Bot. They don't say his name in the movie, but that's his name.
Little Bot.
Low, like low.
Oh,
Bot.
Low Bot. And obviously we don't know what will happen there. And doing this while this is happening, Luke arrives on the ship to Sky City, and obviously it's really quiet. I assume Luke's probably suspicious about this. He's kind of just walking around without R2-D2. He sees that Han's been frozen. And he's gonna go tend to that, but then the bounty hunter shows up and shoots Luke, and they get into a little shootout. And this is obviously part of the trap because obviously.
Sorry, little detail. I like this where Luke is hiding behind the corner when he sees Boba Fett walking by, and then Luke pulls out his blaster out of his holster, and in the background you could see Boba Fett turn his head when Luke unholsters his gun. So, basically, Boba Fett heard Luke, taking his gun out.
Yep.
No, just in the background, you could notice Boba Fett heard him.
Yeah, I like that. So, I have to go back and watch that. They get into a shootout, and obviously Luke chases after him, so this is part of the trap. And then Luke continues to make his way through Sky City, and then he sees the stormtroopers with Leia, Chewbacca, and C-3PO. And he gets into a little shootout with them. Princess Leia is trying to warn Luke to not, that this is a trap. And AJ, you always say this in every video I think we've done, and now I get the reference and get the big epic quote behind this.
Oh, and it's funny. That's not even the meme. It's next movie that we get the famous "It's a trap."
Oh, I kind of was thinking so. Well, obviously I didn't think so, but I'm I hope this isn't the meme because I'm it's decent, but it's a little disappointing because you've always say it.
Yeah, no. As a next movie, and it's funnier. But yeah, I was thinking would Owen remember the "It's a trap" thing? Because that this isn't it.
Yeah, but. I'm glad this isn't it then, because that would have been kind of a disappointed, reveal of the meme for me, anyways. I guess kind of cool because, Princess Leia said it, I guess, and stuff. I always thought it was Luke or Han or somebody else that said it. So so it would have been cool if it was Princess Leia that said it. But if this isn't the meme, then it would have been cool because it leads to the biggest scene of the whole. The biggest twist of the whole movie, so that would have been kind of cool, type of thing. But,
yeah.
And then,
did a really good job though, saying the lie. She really seemed desperate.
Yeah. So then,
and again, I like that. You really get the vibe because they were separated for the whole movie. I really you could tell how much Leia cares about Luke. She's so desperate for Luke to be safe.
Yeah.
Especially after. Lost Han,
Yeah, so this is right after that. So then Luke goes off to do the thing you're going to talk about later. And doing all of this, the stormtroopers are getting ready to take Leia, C-3PO, and Chewie to Darth Vader's ship, and then eventually a bunch of troops show up with Low something, and what's his name? I said Low something. I forgot his last name. Lobot. Wow, he's an android. I can't even remember his last name. He's probably the easiest last name.
Opar, but not the bot.
Yeah. And they come over and they point their guns at everybody. We don't really know what's happening here. And then Lando tells Lobot to discreetly take them to the prison and kind of keep it on the down low and everything like that. And he unchains Leia and Chewie. But then they still don't trust him, which I live like this, just because like he ended up kind of helping them out, they still don't trust him. I liked that, because typically we've seen before when someone gets turned on, or someone betrays someone in shows, when they've like tried to make good, usually the characters like instantly forgive them. I like that, like they didn't forgive him right away and all that type of stuff, and so didn't trust him.
Get out of him. I like that.
He's trying to tell him to trust him. I like this. He's even saying like, "Look, I was just trying to help," because he was trying to do everything he can, like we talked about in the first take, where AJ was wearing a red sweatshirt, and then C-3PO is pleading with them to trust him, and the only reason they really trust him is he mentions that they're about to take like Han away and everything like that, so they kind of like ease off. Because he like knows where Han is and everything like that, and they run over. They get a couple of shots in onto stormtroopers and everything like that, and eventually they go over to where the bounty hunter is, and he's about to go on his ship to take Han to Jabba, who I wasn't supposed to have even met yet, but they're too late. The ship already takes off and everything like that. Han's going to Indiana Jones movie, so he took a nice plane ride to get there.
Yeah, Han's late for his Raiders of the Lost Ark. He's got to go.
Yep. We might never see Han.
He's trading in his whip.
Yep. We might never see Han again. So because again, they had casting issues, and obviously Princess Leia's really choked up about this. Not a lot of acting probably went behind this because, she wasn't going to work with her significant other potentially anymore. So they weren't going to really see much of each other. So that's sad. Good for their husband and wives and all that type of stuff. So,
yeah. Well, I don't think Carrie Fisher was married at this point, which, is like half better, I guess. Still not good on the Harrison Ford half.
Yeah. So, they basically have to kind of just like escape now, and doing this, I like this. Princess Leia's just so heartbroken she doesn't even like realize that like stormtroopers about to go up and like shoot her. Like it takes her like a second to like get her bearings like back to her and everything like that. And they're trying everything that they can to escape. They're trying to find the Falcon, and at this point I forgot to mention this, but R2-D2 like reunites with them because when Luke went, the door immediately closed behind, so R2-D2 and Luke got separated. So we had like a nice little reunion scene of C-3PO and R2-D2, which was pretty funny. And that comedy was really well timed too. It was kind of in the midst of like right after like the Intertrap scene that wasn't the meme I thought it was, and then while they were trying to go rescue Han, they can't get into the Falcon because the passcodes have been changed. Too bad Face ID wasn't invented back then yet, I guess. So, but again, we're just gonna have a lot of these jokes in the Star Wars films. So, they had come up with an idea for R2-D2 to try to like hack the system to see if he can get the new code. And while he's doing that, Lando radios in to like everyone in the city, and says that stormtroopers have like entered Cloud City. He tells everyone to start evacuating. We didn't really see. It was kind of weird. We didn't really see many people like really walking around in the background. I only saw like a few people. I thought there would have been like more, but I guess there wasn't. So maybe the Emperor and stuff have like captured them.
And you could see like people walking on the street. It's because I think like the part of the city they're in is like a specific like because like Lando runs the city, so I'm pretty sure this is like the main building for the city, and then there's like a bunch of civilians.
That's fair. So then, so yeah, they can't get into the computer. So they can't get into the computer. They can't get into the computer to get into the Falcon. So they try another one. They're gonna be able to get into that one, but before that, R2-D2 is trying to tell them about the hyperspace. But C-3PO won't let him. Because obviously at this point they'll also. Because it wasn't one of those things where C-3PO was just being like a douche. Like they were being shot at by like stormtroopers. They were just trying to get out of there. So like I can understand why C-3PO just cut off R2-D2 at that point. And they were able to finally board the Falcon. And they were able to like get out of there. Or at least they don't get out of the city completely, but they were able to get out of like this area and everything like that. And they were like getting ready to fly off while all the Luke stuff's happening. Really liked these scenes. I thought it was some nice little action scenes. I like that Princess Leia was doing stuff. Really like her as the princess character. Really breaks the mold of what we've typically seen for princess characters. I really liked Lando's story that he had throughout all this, because this is kind of the end of it for the most part, where like he was just in a bad situation. He was just trying to do what he thought was best for the city, and it ended up kind of fucking over the city. So I kind of liked that. And I liked the reuniting of C-3PO and R2-D2. What did you think of this scene and everything like that? Because you didn't really get to chime in.
Had kind of the conclusion of Lando, where you could tell he really did not like the deal he made with the Empire, and basically he said, was enough, and I can buy that. He turned on Vader and them because, as I said, he really didn't like the deal, and he was just trying to do the right thing the entire time. He was put in a bad situation, and he realized like this deal wasn't gonna get him anywhere. So yeah, might as well try and rescue Leia and them, and then try to go get Han. And you said, he warned everybody else in the city that the Empire is invaded and to like evacuate. So he did his best to protect Cloud City as best he could. And like you said, I'm glad that Chewie and Leia didn't like immediately forgive him, like they were gonna fucking kill him. But then when he said like, hey, might be able to go get Han, they put it aside for now. So in they haven't like fully forgiven him, but they're going to be willing to like work with him.
Yeah, and I'm interested. Well, I'm interested in what. I know we'll talk about this more at the end, but I'm interested in if Han's in the next movie, what he thinks. Because obviously to get out in Frozen, what is he gonna think? Their arc will be real nice because obviously Han doesn't even know like he's tried to like help him and everything like that at the end type of thing. So it'll be interesting to see what he thinks when he gets unfrozen, if he's in the next movie.
Yeah. So cutting back to Luke, as you said, Luke was looking for Leia and that, but he got separated from R2-D2, and he ends up in the carbonite freezing room, and he's looking around. He doesn't see anybody, but then it's Vader standing up on like a platform bridge, and this is a really cool line where he says, "The Force is with you, young Skywalker, but you are not a Jedi yet." I like that. Like he knows Luke has potential, but he knows he's not like properly trained. And Luke doesn't say a word. He just walks up to Vader, and pulls out his lightsaber and just ready to fight and kill him.
I like this because this is the first. This is like the first proper, just them scene together, because they had like a little one, the first movie, well, episode 4, and then even though they were like fighting each other on the plane, they didn't like realize it was them type of thing. So I liked this was the first time they like came face to face, and everything like that, and they had been building to this like the whole movie pretty much. So I liked this.
Yeah, and again, I like that Luke just doesn't say a word to him and immediately like gets ready to fight. He because he doesn't really see Vader. He's all he sees Vader as is like the enemy, the dragon to be slayed. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like Luke is the hero, Vader is like the monster to kill. Um, you know, like Luke didn't really learn from that lesson in the cave.
Yeah, I like that.
Uh, and I love that shot of like you just see Vader and Luke as shadows with like the blue and red lightsaber.
Yeah, I like that. We still haven't gotten any.
And
We still haven't gotten any like meetings about why, like, Vader's is red and Luke's is blue. So hopefully, we'll get some explanation on that.
yeah, um, but yeah, just good color dynamic. Like obviously the red versus blue, not the show. Red and blue, just it's good color contrast. Um, and I like how you can just tell Vader is just like so much better than Luke here. For this whole first part of the fight, Vader is only using a single hand.
Yeah.
And Luke pretty much immediately gets his lightsaber thrown from his hand, and he ends up like falling down the stairs. And Vader just jumps right down and like catches right back up to him.
This jump was cool because it was like he like jumped and like levitated like down to him, which was really cool.
Yeah, like he forced to levitate. And Vader is like backing Luke in, like up and up, and eventually Luke falls into the carbonite freezing like pit. And I like this where again Vader is just very snarky, he just goes all too easy and like uses the force to flip the switch to activate the carbonite freezing. But Luke, showing off some of his training, is able to use the force to like jump up into like the cables overhead. Vader looks down, thinking that the fight's already over, and Vader's just like, perhaps the Emperor, perhaps you're not as strong as the Emperor thought. But he looks up and sees Luke was able to get out, and Vader just goes, impressive, most impressive. I like that. This is basically like an audition, like Vader isn't treating it seriously. Like again, he's like not really threatened by Luke at all.
Yeah.
And whenever Luke manages to like surprise him, he's not like like afraid or he's just like, oh, good job. And I saw this I guess this was in like the Empire Strikes Back like novel, but later on when Vader's like throwing shit at like Luke with the Force, I guess like in Vader's mind he was thinking that this was kind of like some father-son bonding time. Like he kind of looked at this all as like a game between father and son.
That's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, that kind of makes sense. He's not really trying to hurt Luke too much. He's just kind of like pressuring him and like seeing what Luke can do, like how strong he is.
And I do like the only real way like Luke gets an advantage on him is nothing Jedi related. Like he like split whatever that cable was. He like uses that to like blow like smoke at him or whatever it was. Like
yeah. Vader is like Luke's trying to climb up the cables. Vader slashes it. Luke then like kind of backflips down. And like presumably this is like gas for like the carbonite freezing, and yeah, he just like blows it at Vader, and this like knocks Vader off the platform, and Luke like jumps down after him. And I like that this is kind of like a horror kind of thing for a little bit, where like Luke is like going into this like dark room, and like the gate shuts behind him, and you can't even see Vader; you just hear his like breathing.
Yeah, the Vader falling off the platform like really surprised me because it was something like completely unexpected, but I don't think it hurt his character or anything like that, because shit like that could happen even to like the best of us sometimes. And again, because
confident, and like you said, it's not even like Luke bested him as like a Jedi. Like Luke just like blew the carbonite freezing gas in his face, and that caused Vader to fall back.
Yeah,
because that, and like a little bit later when like Luke like flashes his shoulder. Like, those are the only 2 hits Luke gets in this entire fight.
Yeah, pretty much.
Luke got destroyed this fight.
And again, this is...
sure enough.
This is exactly what should have happened. He doesn't have a lot of trading in this. If Luke just came in here and kicked his ass, we'd be calling him a Gary Stew, but that's not what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Vader's like a Jedi hunter who's one of the strongest Force users in the galaxy. And then Luke is just begun his training, so yeah, it makes sense that Luke rushing into this fight, Vader's just toying with him. And yeah, as I said, I like that for a little bit. Like it's just like a horror movie where you could hear Vader's breathing, but you don't know where he is. And then he pops up, and Luke thinks they're gonna go back to their sword fight, but Vader just begins using the Force to pull things off the wall and just start like throwing them at Luke. And Luke is doing his best to like slice a couple things, but he's just getting overwhelmed. Like he's just getting knocked with stuff over and over, and it's obviously like hurting him.
Yeah.
And eventually Luke's trying his lightsaber, but he's getting so bruised up that he can't even like deflect anything. And eventually like something Vader throws gets knocked through the window, and because it's like space outside, Luke ends up getting like sucked through the window, and Vader manages to stay inside. Luke is able to like hold on to this like platform outside and like get back up. But yeah, Luke kind of like starts walking back into the building, but Vader just pops up out of nowhere and like starts swinging at him. Again, I like that Vader's getting treated like a horror movie villain. Like Luke basically can't even like fight Vader. He just has to like survive.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
This is because we're getting to the end here. I'll just say it now. This is my favorite fight in the original trilogy.
I really like this fight a lot. The first proper lightsaber fight, but it was good. And I'm really happy it was this scene where they really pulled out all the stops because they were going to need it for this scene. Now, before you get to you forgot to do the behind the scenes stuff for the Avatar thing earlier, unless you were saving it for this scene.
You're right. Yeah, I did, but I'll just say it here coming up because it kind of ties into the Avatar stuff. Luke is getting pressed back to like the end of this like bridge that they're on. But Luke is able to kind of like dodge Vader a little bit, and then he actually manages to land a hit on Vader's shoulder, but it doesn't really go through the armor. And at this point, Vader was like, "Okay, kid gloves are off," and then he like slices through like a metal beam that Luke is hiding behind, and then he just like very quickly like kind of does a circle and like manages to break Luke's like defense and just cuts his hand off.
I did expect that.
So I do like that.
I didn't expect that to happen. I've always heard about this scene, but I didn't realize like Luke got his arm like his hand cut off and everything like that. Like during this scene.
I like that. Also, like Mark Hamill did. Like you could really feel like Luke was in horrible pain there for a second.
Yeah, the only thing that kind of sucks is there probably should have been some blood here, but again, they probably couldn't do blood because it's rated G. So
well, I mean, it would have like cauterized the wound actually.
What?
So like the lightsaber is so hot, like it would have just burned the stump like immediately. Oh. So yeah, it makes sense. There's no blood.
Okay. So good. They found a way to make sense.
If anything, it's kind of weird. In earlier when Luke cut off the Wampa's hand and there was blood, that's actually kind of weird. It should have just burned the wound immediately so there was no blood.
That's weird. But yeah, I like this a lot. You know, I didn't expect his hand to get cut off. I really like this fight. And again, like I said, I like that Darth Vader's kind of getting the best of like Luke. You know, reminds you of like a lot of
this Luke actually managed to land a blow on Vader. You can tell Vader stopped playing around, and like the fight is like instantly over as soon as Vader starts taking it seriously.
Yeah, this reminds you a lot of the fights like with Danny versus Vlad, the first fight. Yeah,
where Vlad just absolutely decimated Danny. Yeah.
In Avatar, for the most part, at the end of season 2, and doesn't really get much in, like on Azula or like if you think about it, like Katara did better in that fight than Aang did. I don't think Aang got really much of anything in like that fight at the end.
Yeah. Which that actually ties in. I guess I'll say it now. Book 2, the ending of that heavily was inspired by Empire Strikes Back, and I've said that to Owen before, but now that he's seen it, it's you can definitely tell. Of course, Luke going off to train with Yoda on Dagobah ties into Aang going to go see the Guru at the Air Temple, splitting off from his friends. Their training is very similar, the spiritual training, which makes sense because Star Wars and Avatar both are heavily inspired by like Eastern philosophies like Buddhism, and like monks. Um, and for Aang, it's like learning to like conquer his fears and like learn that like chakras and like everything is connected, kind of like how the Force works, and like everything is connected through the Force. But at the end of his training, they get visions of their loved ones being in danger, so they abandon their training. The guru is telling Aang that like he has to let go of his worldly attachments, and he can't like be overly attached to his loved ones. And for Star Wars, that's more of the prequels. Actually, that's more of something Yoda teaches in the prequels to like not let your worldly attachments like bog you down.
Okay.
But he kind of does that here, where he's telling Luke like not to like endanger the galaxy just to go save his friends.
Yep.
And yeah, sure enough, Luke and Aang abandon their training. They ignore their teachers. But doing so ended up being it ended up being for nothing essentially. Where Luke abandoned his training, but he didn't even get to go save his friends. His friends have to end up going to go save him. And he ends up losing the fight. And sure enough, Aang, same thing. He abandons his training, and because he didn't master the Avatar state beforehand, he goes to go save Katara and Ba Sing Se. But Katara ends up having to be the one to save him, and Ba Sing Se ends up getting conquered anyway.
Yeah, I like this. But I do like. We'll talk about an Avatar. I like that Avatar, even though it took inspiration, it's like different enough where it feels like its own thing and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. But cool, because like I wouldn't say they're kids things, but they are like family friendly movies / shows. And like normally the good guy wins. You don't really get something like that where like the movie ends at a loss for Star Wars, and book 2 ends at a loss for the good guys.
And you thought that was
like,
the end of the show?
That's kind of it ends with like the good guys losing.
Yeah. And you thought that was the end of the show?
Because even Danny lost the first fight with Vlad, but like at the end of the episode, he kind of is able to get one up on Vlad.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen with Avatar or Star Wars here. So
yeah, I like that. I kind of like the show being willing to be like, yeah, no, the good guys can lose.
Yeah.
Even in like more adult shows, I feel like that's pretty rare. Like I feel like a lot of shows are afraid to have their main characters like suffer a very serious loss.
Yeah, the only one I can think of that did that recently, even though because Ben's a main character, like Ben ends off kind of with a lot. Like we just talked about the last episode, all of Ben's fears that he's had like the whole show ended up coming true after his death. Like he was afraid the Yellow Jackets were gonna eat him, they did. And then he's gonna basically the whole show he was kind of he was in a lose situation and really couldn't get out of it.
I guess with like the time skip happens after Elle dies. Even Breaking Bad, I feel like we didn't really get like a season ending where like it looked so hopeless.
Yeah.
Even like season 3, like with that pretty with Jesse killing who. That wasn't like that was sad, but like that ended up being good for their situation.
I guess the only one I could think of was maybe the end of season 4, because then you find out Walt poisoned Brock, so that's kind of sad, I guess. So,
but again, like that ends with Walt being like, "I won," So like I wouldn't even say that is like the same.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I could think. Oh, well, I was gonna say one for Better Call Saul, but you haven't seen that foe yet, so I can't say that one. So,
yeah. Ben 10 later on, you kind of know a little bit about it, where Ben basically lost like to Agrigor multiple times, and then he didn't end up even like beating him in the end, and then like the ultimate Kevin thing happened where Kevin turned bad again.
Yeah,
that was like 2 seasons of Ben losing like the entire time.
Yep, I remember that one.
So that was kind of similar.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I can think of like another one. Well, I
But
see.
like, whereas Avatar and Star Wars was definitely like you said, it's not exactly 1-to-1. Avatar didn't like rip it off; it just took inspiration.
Well, I guess
But
Yellow Jacket season 1 ends sadly. Like Jackie dies, and then like Lottie's cult then like kind of kicks in. So that's like
yeah, but like there's all the whole blackmailer thing and stuff. So again, I like it's kinda, but like I wouldn't really put it in the same tier as this.
yeah, true.
We're like you got a couple small victories at the end of Yellow Jacket season 1. Like there isn't really any like victory here, you know? Like the biggest victory is that like Luke and Leia and them didn't fucking die, you know? Like that's like the biggest victory.
Yeah, so not a lot of shows really take this risk. Yeah.
Yeah, like there isn't really a silver lining here. It's same with Avatar. Like the biggest victory is that like Aang died. He just didn't permanently die. That's kind of like the biggest victory you can get out of that.
Yeah, Walking Dead has a few of them, like mid-season finales where like things are end good for the good guys type of thing. But we can't. I can't talk about that right now. So
yeah, yeah. So again, I appreciate that because it's like that Star Wars was willing to do that, and especially back in the '80s. Even more rare back then.
Yeah, because the '80s is seen as like a glorious time. Like the '90s was like when the dog stuff like started kicking in and everything.
Yeah, it's kind of like with Luke. Like you kind of expect Luke to be the action hero, to go in, kill Vader, and save the day. But that's not what ended up happening like at all.
Yeah, I can't believe you say I can't believe you say people think he's Gary Stu. Like I don't know. Did they not watch this movie? Like
people say that and like don't watch these movies. But yeah, Luke is like on the ground in horrible pain.
Oh, another one, by the way. Another one that ends in a loss was Rick and Morty. The end one at the Citadel. That was like a loss for them, type of thing.
Yeah, that was a good one. Like Evil Morty pretty much won that one. Yeah.
Actually, if you think about it, I think Evil Morty wins about every time they face off. I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say he hasn't really lost either. Like even the Rick Prime episode. Yeah.
The only time I guess he lost was like his like reveal, but it seems like he wanted it to go that way. I guess so.
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider that really a loss for him. But yeah, Luke is like kind of just backing away from Vader as much as he can because he's at like the very end of this platform and he's like balancing at the very end of it. And Vader's talking to him, giving him a sales pitch essentially, saying that like, Luke, you've only begun to like discover your powers. Like you don't know the power of the dark side. Join me, and we can destroy the Emperor. Like we can rule the galaxy together. And I like that, showing that Vader has no loyalty to the Emperor. He wants him and Luke to, betray the Emperor, and so he can be the master. And yeah, Luke is like, I'm never gonna join you. Like, no. But Vader says that, you don't know the truth. Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. And Luke says, no, he told me enough. He told me you killed him. And Vader, of course, we get finally the iconic line, no, I am your father. And Mark Hamill did an amazing job for this, where you just see the shock on his face and like he just starts shaking his head no. And you see like the panic and like the disgust on his face. He's like, no, that's not true. That's impossible.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Well, I guess I'll let you finish it first before we get to it.
And it says, search your feelings. You know it to be true. I like that because, Vader doesn't even have to like. He's just like, no, search your feelings. Like, I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. And Vader, of course, and then Luke screams, no! Which Toy Story, did that with Buzz.
Yeah. Yeah, I've finally seen it. I really like this scene a lot. Vader's being like that dark side that everyone's trying to warn him about to try to lure Luke to give into it and give into the dark side. And, Luke, I don't think was really thinking of it and anything. And then when Vader tells him, like, I'm your father, Now, a lot of people could take this like maybe Vader was lying just to get Luke to give into the dark side, but I definitely think he was telling the truth here. It's pretty clear that he is. And I really like this a lot. The way Luke reacts, like really heartbroken and everything like that. The actor did a really good job here. And I really like how heartbroken he is because again, he never really knew anything about his father, and he got told like, that he was just killed and he was a great warrior. Then to find out that he became Darth Vader, that's really sad, and really sad to see Luke react that way. And I think this sucks too because then like at first I think he was thinking he wasn't true. Like Vader was saying that to try to converse him to the dark side, and then I think when he reached for his feelings, he kind of started to believe it and everything like that. Then he really got heartbroken. Really love this scene. Again, I've always heard about this scene and seen it done in other stuff, but now actually seeing it, I've never really known much about like Luke's reaction really much. I only just know really about that line, and to see Luke just really get heartbroken and everything like that, really made it work. And I like this.
And it makes sense why this. Because as he said earlier, the main reason he wanted to be a Jedi was to be like his father. So his father telling him, and like because he never got to have a relationship with his dad. So it makes sense why this would be tempting for him. Like turning to the dark side and having a relationship with his dad. Like working together with him.
Yeah. So this is
what he want.
And I'll say this: they put this at the perfect time of the movie. I always thought it was like towards the end. It is towards the end, but the movie goes on a little longer than I thought. Not that that's a bad thing. I just always thought it was like right at the end. But I do like that, like even though it's in not the complete end, like this is like a big thing that Luke thinks about for like the rest of the movie. Like this haunts Luke for a while and everything like that. Like they'll just do this reveal and then like immediately move on to like something else and all that type of stuff. Because I'm pretty sure in Yellow Jackets we've seen that happen a few times where they've done a reveal of something, but then like the characters just completely move on to something else. I do like that this haunted Luke, like he was thinking about this basically the rest of the movie and everything like that. And the movie kind of pauses after this and all that type of stuff. So I really like this scene. I like the tone of it afterwards.
Another thing is like Luke got his hand cut off, and then Aang got permanently scarred on his back.
Yep.
So like they both leave these fights like permanently scarred.
Yep. But we could do this now. We can add this to the douche list of Obi-Wan. He didn't show up to help for this fight, like he said he wouldn't, even though Luke got his arm cut off, well, his hand cut off, and then he did. As we'll talk about, he didn't. We already kind of already added it to the list, but now we can like it's like on the list, but not officially yet. But now we can officially put it on the list now that it's like happened. Obi-Wan didn't tell Luke that Darth Vader was his father. Left that information out like really conveniently.
And speaking of, I guess we'll talk about the behind the scenes thing. So there was a different line that the guy who's in the Darth Vader costume says the lines. And then they have James Earl Jones dub over it later. For the script, they had a replacement line where he says that you don't know the truth. Obi-Wan is the one who killed your father, not me. And, so a lot of the cast and crew thought that would be the twist at the end. But Mark Hamill talked about how, I think it was Lawrence Kasdan, pulled him aside in like the dressing room and said that like, what I'm about to show you is like, I know it, George Lucas knows it, and you're going to know it. So if it leaks, we're going to know it's you. And then, they told him the I am your father line, which it makes sense why they would want Mark Hamill to know it, because that would like inform his performance. He would probably act differently, depending on the twist.
Mark Hamill is Luke Skywalker's actor. I always forget the names. Yeah.
And then, in that video I sent you, he was like panicking for like a year because he's like, oh my God, I have such loose lips. I talk in my sleep. Like I had to keep this secret for so long.
I wonder how he did it because, especially if he talks in his sleep and everything like that. I don't know how he kept this a secret for so long.
Well, I think he was saying he talks in his sleep as like a joke, like saying that like he can't keep a secret.
Oh, that'd be funny if he actually like talked in his sleep type of thing. So,
I think you were just like saying that as like a figure of speech.
um, but yeah, to keep a secret like that for like a year, the only other times I can think of is like, when the contestants go on Wheel of Fortune, when they win $1 million, because Wheel of Fortune's taped it before, like 3 months in advance, they have to keep it a secret to like everybody pretty much and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Um, and yeah, there's a really funny story where Mark Hamill talked about how at the premiere, that line came on, and then Harrison Ford turned to him and he was like, "Hey, kid, he didn't fucking tell me that."
that's really funny. Yeah, you told me about that. So then you have
Yeah.
to, if the, so like all those lines, because obviously, you know, because they build to it so well, like they have all the lines that like Yoda says and like that Obi-Wan says and everything like that, like, because obviously if they didn't know, like, as what did they know? I assume like when after the movie happened, those actors were like, shit, now I understand the context like behind these lines now and everything.
And they probably didn't think too much about it, or yeah, they thought like that was like building up to like, they had a falling out, and like Obi-Wan is the bad guy who killed Luke's dad or something.
Yeah. So, I think it's really cool.
So a really cool twist. And it's obviously like nowadays with social media and shit and like leaks, like it's next to impossible to like keep something like a totally secret in like a movie.
Yeah, the biggest example we can give of a thing we recently. The biggest example is Van being alive in the present. That was like leaked all over the place.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah.
What did we say before that? Because you cut out. You cut out.
I said like even nowadays, like even if something isn't in the marketing, like there's a ton of like leaks and stuff for like stuff like this. So like it would get out eventually, you know. Like I remember like even like the Avengers movies is a big one. Like there was a couple things that happened, like they didn't market it, but like people on set ended up spilling the beans on it.
Yeah, which is
like in Spider-Man No Way Home, like it was supposed to be a secret that like the previous two Spider-Man actors were going to be in it, but like people knew they were going to be in it like months ahead of time.
Yeah, so it kind of sucks. That sucks about social media and stuff nowadays. That like, example with wrestling, if a wrestler's gonna return, it's pretty well known like on social media and everything like that type of thing. So,
yeah. So it's just kind of how it is. It's not really any one person's fault. But like, yeah, again, this is kind of one of those moments where like it had to be at that time. Like you wouldn't be able to do that nowadays.
Yeah. This is cool though because it's a cool. This is everything we've been reviewing lately. Has been for the most part like a reveal to the audience, or just a reveal to the cast. So I like the fact that we got both perspectives here, where this is a reveal to the audience and a reveal to like one of the cast members and all that stuff. So you have like,
yeah. I also like it because it, like you said, a lot of people when they first saw this thought Vader was lying.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's kind of obvious, but yeah, no, he's not lying. Like he is Luke's father.
Yeah.
So imagine, we watch this and talk about this whole thing, and it's like next movie, it's oh yeah, Vader was lying.
I mean, it could happen, but I don't think that's the case.
He's not lying. He's Luke's father.
What I do
unless fucking Luke's off the reservation and without telling anybody.
Unless what?
Unless Luke's mom was stepping off the reservation without telling anybody.
Yeah. But yeah. What was I was gonna say something, but now I like but yeah, it's probably one of the biggest twists like in cinema history and all that type of stuff. Not just cinema history, probably like pop culture and all that type of stuff. Like it's
yeah, like the biggest twist. Like I Am Your Father is like, even people who have never seen anything about Star Wars know the line "I am your father."
Yeah, it's been reused a ton of times and everything like that. So yeah, it's pretty dark. And this is a really good character thing for Star Wars because like we've gotten some character stuff, but this is probably like the biggest character thing that we've gotten like at this moment, and they built up to it really well. I like that this wasn't just a twist like with Lottie dying and Yellow Jackets that like came completely out of nowhere. I like that it was like an actual setup to it and everything like that type of thing. And you can watch it back and actually like see the twists and everything like that. I would say more so this movie. I know we said that in the first movie and everything like that, but the first movie, I think that was more unintentional. This was like intentional, like, yeah, we actually built to this and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah.
So,
you can tell Luke is tempted to join Vader, but he I think he remembers his promise to not turn to the dark side, and he takes a chance, a leap of faith, pretty much literally, and he falls off the platform and kind of just takes a gamble, not knowing where he's going to land.
I remember what I was.
He ends up getting
I remember what I was gonna say now, because it's behind the scenes stuff. George Lucas obviously was questioning whether or not to do this twist also, because since it's a kids movie, how would kids take this, find out the father's like a big villain and everything like that. So he showed this to therapists and everything, more specifically children therapists, and some of them said they might just think that Darth Vader's lying, and other ones might be able to handle it. So there was enough therapists that kind of thought that enough kids would be able to take this, where he was able to go with it and everything like that, which I think that's pretty cool that children therapists got showed this scene and everything like that for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, kids can take a lot more than they thought. Oh, and I think I told you this. Book 2, Avatar, we didn't get anything on Book 3 for a while. So as a kid, I thought Book 2 was the end of the show. I thought the show ended with fucking Aang losing and the Fire Nation winning.
Would you have been okay with that too?
No.
But
I was fuck, end of the show? God damn, that sucks. And then when I saw the Book 3 trailer with Aang waking up with hair, and I was like, oh cool, the show's still going on.
Yeah. So yeah, I like this a lot though. And I like that Luke doesn't give in. I like that he's thinking about it. Because obviously you see him looking around type of thing, trying to figure out what he's going to do here. And yeah, I just really like the scene.
Yeah.
It might be the best scene of anything that we've ever covered.
Huh?
It might be the best scene of anything we've ever covered.
Yeah, it's up there. I would have to think about what else we've done. But yeah, it's definitely one of the best things for sure. I like that pretty symbolic that Luke ends up losing his father's lightsaber at that moment, by his father.
Yep.
Kind of show the image he's had of his father as the Jedi he wants to be is lost to him.
Yeah, that's really sad.
Yeah. But yeah, Luke ends up getting sucked into presumably a trash suction trash tube, presumably the trash in the city ends up coming here, because it ends up taking him to underneath the city, and he ends up just barely hanging on to a small not ladder, but I don't know, just some kind of thing poking out, and he's trying his best to climb up, but he's only got one hand and he's extremely beat up from the fight. So he kind of just has to lie there, and in the tube that he was in got closed behind him. So he's just hanging there, not knowing what to do. But he reaches out through the Force and he connects with Leia, and Leia is able to hear him through the Force, and she convinces Lando to turn around. And I like how Lando's what the fuck? No, we're not turning around. But Chewie starts getting pissed at him. He's like, okay, fine.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Kind of interesting that Luke could contact Leia. Can anyone with the Force just contact anybody, or is it only people with the Force can contact?
I was gonna say specific people. So yeah, the fact that Luke can connect to Leia is interesting.
Which I think is pretty cool. I wonder if we get anything on that the next movie, if that will be brought up. And I guess this is my scene. I do like the struggle of this here, where Luke's struggling to even stay on this cable or whatever that he's hanging on and everything like that. Yeah, they go back. Darth Vader doing all of this is telling the ship to prepare for his arrival. They go back. They see Luke, and he's really worn out. During all of this, Luke is thinking to himself, Ben, why didn't you tell me? And yes, Ben, why didn't you tell him? You know, you're just a douche, aren't you?
And I like Obi-Wan, you can connect to him whenever the fuck you want. He's just being real quiet now.
Yep. Maybe he's like he muted his like device so that way or like had.
Yeah, like in a video game. Yeah, you just fucking put Luke on mute. Like, all right, I'm just gonna let him calm down for a bit.
Yeah. So then yeah, they go over. Lando uses like a grappling hook to go get Luke, and he's really beat up and everything.
Right. A side thing, because I mentioned it yesterday, or in the first part of the video. I played the Force Unleashed video game, and like there's an alternate ending where you kill Vader and like take his place in the original trilogy, and then for the Tatooine level, you kill Obi-Wan, and that level that's like the boss fight, and the trophy you get on PlayStation for doing that is no more lies, old man.
That's funny.
So I like that he acknowledges Obi-Wan's a filthy fucking liar.
By the way, the deleted, because you said there's like deleted cutscenes and stuff. What's the deleted cutscene for? Is it for this, or is this scene not a thing? The "I'm your father" thing, since that's not really.
Well, no, because they never get here because in the you play through Hoth and like you're going through Echo Base.
Oh, okay.
So like and at the end of the level, you turn Luke to the dark side and make him your apprentice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, they never even get to this part.
But anyhow, so yeah, so they go to rescue Luke. He's really beat up. And they're getting into a shootout. Eventually, they ride the ship back into space and doing all this. Darth Vader's boarded his ship now and everything like that. And they ride over to the ship, and Lando gets ready to put it into hyperdrive, and they're about to do it, but it still messes up. And obviously they're upset about this. Lando is really confused about this because obviously they should have fixed the ship and everything like that. But then we find out that the stormtroopers deactivated hyperspace so that way they couldn't quickly escape. And they're trying to get them ready for, to set the tractor to go up so they can suck the ship into their ship. And doing all of this, R2-D2 has been rebuilding C-3PO, and R2-D2 goes over to try to fix hyperdrive. And this is the message that R2-D2 got through the computer back at Cloud City. And doing this, Luke and Darth Vader start communicating with each other through the Force. And Darth Vader's asking Luke to join him. And Luke has to actually call him father and kind of still thinking about it. But then he's also asking Ben why he didn't tell him. And it's looking like, that the Falcon's going to get captured. And then R2-D2 goes in real quick and fixes hyperdrive, and the ship really takes off. I like how sudden this was. R2-D2 fell into some part of the ship, and then it really knocked Luke on the ground and Leia back and everything like that. And Darth Vader's upset about this, and the guy that he promoted to Admiral obviously looks worried because as what happened to the last two Admirals, they ended up dying. He's thinking that he's gonna get the same fate, but that doesn't what happens. Darth Vader just walks by him, and he's really disappointed that he didn't get Luke. This might be worse than dying, because now you have to live, and Darth Vader's gonna call you out for your failures. So this might be a fate worse than death and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, but I do like that. It's very subtle subplot of Vader just being sick of everybody's shit and killing them at their first failure. But I like that here, where the Falcon gets away and Vader it's a very quiet thing, but you just see him kind of he turns around, then he looks out the window again, and then he just slowly kind of just quietly walks out the room. It's I don't know, you feel kind of bad for him, in his own weird twisted way. He feels like his son abandoned him, and kind of in his weird fucked up mind.
Yeah, so really good scene here. It's the only real quote unquote victory that like the good guys get is that the Princess Leia and Luke were finally able to escape Vader and everything like that after struggling to do so like the whole movie. This is like it's not much of a victory, but it's like a tiny like little victory, like probably like it's like a needle in the haystack situation type of thing where they found the needle in the haystack. And the needle's like this fucking big, like broken off and all that type of stuff. So yeah, overall pretty solid here. What do you think of the scene? And then it's you gotta wrap it up.
I like it a lot. And I like that they finally got off to hyperspace, obviously, because that was built up the whole movie. And yeah, you felt really bad for Luke here. Yeah, and then the end cuts a little bit later in the future. The group have gotten to safety. Luke's in the med bay once again. They're at the presumably this is like the rendezvous point for all the rebels.
Yep.
So the alliance has united once again. So that's kind of the only silver lining here, is that like after all this horrible things, but like the rebel alliance is still going strong. They still have an army. So they're going to still continue the good fight. And Luke is able to get a new prosthetic hand. We see a droid, putting it in for him and like poking his fingers to like make sure it like responds to him properly.
Mm-hmm.
It looks pretty much human. So that's cool. It's got like fake skin on it.
Yeah, I'll say this, like for 1980 and everything like that, the effects of like Luke's hand getting cut off and being put back on looked really good. Like it still hold up and everything like that.
Yeah, you can see like the droid is like closing a little like compartment on his wrist. So like they did a good job of like making it seem like it is like a prosthetic hand.
Yeah, so that's really good.
Actually curious, I think I'm not sure exactly where it got cut off. I think it's like because you see like the wrist is fake. I'm assuming it's like he got cut off like here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I think.
Like he didn't lose like his whole forearm. I'm pretty sure like about here.
Yeah.
But yeah, he gets a new prosthetic hand, and then Lando and Chewie are in the Falcon, and they're talking about how they're gonna go search for Jabba's palace. To go try and rescue Han, and that they're going to contact Luke once they make some progress, and that they're going to plan on meeting up at Tatooine in the future.
Yeah, so that would be interesting to see what comes of that.
I like that, because obviously again they weren't sure about Harrison Ford coming back, but they did. They weren't just like it'd be weird if the characters were like, fuck Han. Like they did set it up like like they're planning on like going to go rescue Han next movie.
And we'll see if that happens.
And then, again, I can't really confirm nor deny, but I'm just saying, like, I'm glad it'd be weird if, because that's happened in shows where, like, the actor, like, can't be in the show anymore. So the characters in the universe are just like, oh, I guess they're just gone. That's weird. Okay, bye, moving on. When the characters should be, like, wanting to go help them out.
I mean, the biggest, even though they ended up showing up, the biggest example of that was Simone in Yellow Jackets.
Yeah. That's a big one where Tyson just doesn't give a fuck. I was thinking about Batwoman, where Batwoman is a shit show, where a character is like, he gets like framed for a crime and he gets sent to prison because the actor like can't be in the show anymore. And like, you figure like the main characters would like work on trying to like get his sentence reduced or get him out of prison. But no, all the characters are just like, I guess he's just in prison now. Okay. Like, okay, cool. You figure you guys were trying to help him out.
Yeah. Or like, it's on Disney shows when they do the spin-off, it'll be like really weird when the main character, like, even though they were on the ship, but like, it's really weird that Maddie wasn't in like any more episodes, like didn't come in any, because sometimes the parents went back on cruises, but like Maddie only went on the cruise like once and like wasn't in the show anymore and all that type of stuff. So.
Yeah. Zoe 101, I remember there was a couple of the main characters who like just left off screen. They just mentioned like, oh yeah, they got like transferred to a different school or something.
Zoe 101.
It's funny, like I told you, cast, and then they brought back the original actor later on.
Yeah.
And they're like, guys, I'm Reggie. That was fucking retarded.
I'm trying to think. Everyone in Yellow Jackets, for the most part, has come back. Well, funny thing, recast go the people that have been like recasted in Yellow Jackets. Obviously, that's a pretty funny one.
Yeah, but I mean, the characters they're just like not acknowledging the fact they look different.
And I'm also trying to think of like an egregious like example where like they didn't go save. Well, kind of a weird one, like the ghost. The first episode we see the ghost zone, like even though they're in it, like Technus and someone else is in, and like the Wish Ghost lady's in it, but like when Danny sees them again, it's like he acts like it's like they won in the prison episode, because they couldn't get all the voice actors to like voice their actors.
Yeah, like don't. I mean that's pretty common in episodes with like a lot of named characters. Is like a lot of them just don't talk. I think I told you Ben 10. We have a 2-parter later on called the Negative 10, and like half of them don't even fucking talk because they didn't want to get all the voice actors.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to think about like there's a character in Walking Dead that like leaves the show, and then he comes back like years later, like seasons later, type of thing, which is really weird. So, and you forget about him and all that type of stuff. And then there's other actors, there's other characters and stuff that like leave the show, and then they like just say like, oh, they went here. I think one of them like just got their own show, so like she couldn't be in the show as much. But then when that show like failed, they just brought the actor like back and all that type of stuff. So,
reminds me of the Cleveland show, where as soon as the Cleveland show got canceled, they just brought Cleveland back. The Family Guy.
Yeah. Yeah, but at least like he was still like in Family Guy episodes, even when the Cleveland show was like going on and all that type of stuff. So
yeah, occasionally. But yeah, again, I like that Lando is like joined the group. And I think I don't know if I said it off camera or not, but I think the idea was that like if they couldn't get Harrison Ford back, Lando would basically fill like the Han Solo role, as like the outlaw of the group, like the shady one.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting if Han Solo doesn't come back, like what people would think of Lando. Like, will they just think he's like, Han Diet, Han 2.0 type of thing? Like, Neil kind of sucked on his own, but like we kind of thought of Neil where he just was a little less.
I feel like a good example because like Lando is like he's like Han, but he's different enough. Like he doesn't feel like a ripoff, Like he's a different kind of person.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Lando and Chewie are going off on their own adventure to go and try and find out where Jabba's palace is and where Han is. And yeah, you see Luke, Leia, and R2-D2 and C-3PO looking out into space. I like this where they've obviously just both been through a lot. Leia lost Han. Luke just went through got his ass kicked and found out his father's Darth Vader. But they're kind of looking out, hopeful. And as I said, all the rebels are there. So again, there wasn't really a victory for the good guys here, but it was the kind of silver lining of like, not all hope is lost. They're going to bounce back from this and keep on fighting.
Yeah, kind of different from Avatar. That's like the difference is, like when the season 2 ends, it kind of feels like all hope is like lost. Like the only like thing that
yeah, last line of the season is the Earth Kingdom has fallen, and like the only real hope is that Aang isn't like dead, but yeah, you really don't have much of a leg to stand on here. Whereas the rebels here still have like a whole army.
Yeah, so, but I really like this though. I like that like the whole movie, the Empire and stuff, pretty much got a 1-up on the rebels. Whereas the last
the Empire did back.
And then whereas the last movie, I think pretty much the rebels win the whole time because they win on the ship and then they win that shootout in space. So, yeah, I really like this. Yeah, that's the movie. I like that they set up a little adventure for Han. I hope he comes back, because that would be pretty cool. I imagine he does, because again, they did the Han Solo movie, like, that you said sucked off camera, but they did. If he came back for that, I don't see why he wouldn't come back for like the next Star Wars.
Well, they had a different guy for the whole Solo movie because the Solo movie came out when Harrison Ford was like fucking 70 something.
Oh, I didn't know that. So, But
Yeah, Solo movie came like I don't know, like 8 years ago.
okay. Oh, I didn't know it was that. I didn't know it was that recent. So,
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like 2017, I think 2018.
yeah. So yeah. I hope they could get Han. I hope they got Han to come back. I think there's a lot of storyline potential if he comes back. Like I'll be interested to see his reaction to you know, Lando, and everything like that. So, but yeah, I really like the ending though. I like that it like not all hope is lost, but I like that like it still feels like a loss for the rebels. And yeah, that's just the end of the movie for the most part. They go to the credits. Long credits. I just fast forwarded right through them. I hope you're okay with that, AJ. Because I sometimes like I miss the fact that like I remember I usually tend not to do that anymore because I remember you asked me one of the last times like what did you think of the Dragon Ball like theme at the end, and I'm like I did skip I didn't see I skipped it, so like it.
Concept art in the credits were drawn by Akira Toriyama. That's really cool. Oh, what do you think about that? And you were like, yes.
I didn't see it, so
Yeah.
But yeah, we got to do letter grades. I think I started last time, so I'm going to start this time. This is probably where we're going to be in disagreement, hopefully in a good way, because I'm pretty sure you liked New Hope better than I did. I think I gave it an A minus. I'm giving this movie the S rank. I think this is a pretty perfect movie. I don't really have a lot of flaws with it. I think it's one of the few occasions where I like the sequel better than the original. Not that the original's bad. I still gave that like an A minus, but I think everything looks great in this movie. I like the character stuff. I like Han and Leia's subplot. I like Luke's subplot. I like that we're finding out more about the Force. I like that they don't stay in one location for too long, like with the first movie. We get a lot of focus on Darth Vader. I like that it has a lot of character stuff with Luke, Han, and Leia. I like some of the twists they do at the end, like with Lando, and even though it wasn't a twist for me, but the "I'm your father" line. Just a really fantastic movie. The effects look really great. The robotics look awesome. I'm giving this the S rank. What are you gonna give this for a letter grade?
I don't remember what I gave A New Hope, but if I gave it less than an A rank, if I give it less than an S rank, I'm changing it to an S rank. And for this one, I also give it an S rank. I think these movies are great. I think they are like the pinnacle of Star Wars. I think I said I believe this movie is on a technical level better than A New Hope. I think I like A New Hope more personally. Like I like it better, but I think this one is the better made film, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like like you said, they did a good job of like bouncing around locations, but did enough, but also not too short. All the characters are great. The action's a lot better. The effects are great. Even 45 years later, still all the effects hold up really well. And even looking behind the scenes stuff made me appreciate it even more. All the stop motion stuff, all the miniatures, all the portrait art. Star Wars was very creative because I remember after the first Star Wars movie, there were 1,000,001 rip-off space movies coming out, trying to capture the love of space movies that came out after Star Wars. Yet this one still managed to set itself apart after the first Star Wars movie made a bunch of people want to make their own Star Wars.
I hope too.
It was a lot of fun. It really expanded on the Force and the Jedi, and it's just an amazing movie.
I also like that in a weird way, I like that the characters had their own stuff going on. Like because the first one they were kind of glued to the hip, so like that this one they were separated a little bit. Now I hope the next movie we have like a good balance of that. Like they're like separated sometimes, but like together for the most part, since it's the last one. So.
And, aside from Star Wars, a lot of Star Wars things will struggle with the romance. This movie is definitely the exception to that. I think the romance between Leia and Han is really good. I really buy their chemistry. Which again, it probably helped that they were sleeping with each other, behind the cameras and behind, Harrison Ford's wife's back.
So this is probably why
that probably did.
This is probably why it's the exception, because they were in real life dated. Again, I think some of those scenes, some of those deleted scenes where they were kissing,
Yeah. Yeah, they were deleted scenes. Yeah.
But yeah, that's the end of this.
They're like filming, right? It's like, oh, just delete that scene.
But yeah, because of this, we're gonna end up doing Star Wars pretty soon after for the next movie pick. We're either gonna do the Star Wars next, or well, the next technically movie will be the holiday special, but the next like movie review will be the Return of the Jedi, which I'm really looking forward to. I hope that can stick the landing. For these two movies, I think it's gonna have a lot to live up to. It's obviously, I think for me, it's going to depend if they can get Han Solo back. I wouldn't necessarily be disappointed, but I feel like not having Han Solo will not help that movie very well, just because they really built to that. And again, the end of
it's a big part of the. Yeah, I definitely don't blame you for feeling that way. Yeah, I'm looking forward to what they do, Luke and Vader, and obviously, like you said, we got a bit of Luke, obviously, like being like, oh Ben, why didn't you tell me? But like, I'm looking forward to see how he deals with Vader being his father next movie.
Yep. So, yeah,
yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And that's pretty much it for this video. I know the answer, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. It's so nice. You might have something. Do you want to plug or promote anything? You can plug like to watch the next movie and stuff. That type of thing.
I look forward to the holiday special, which is notoriously really shit. And then after that, look forward to us watching Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi.
And yeah, we're wrapping up our year of 2025. We're going to finally finish Yellow Jacket Season 3 within the next 3 weeks or so. We're going to do Episode 7 next week, and then one of the weeks we're going to do 8 and 9, and then we're going to do 10. We're going to do the holiday special, like you said. And then the last actual video we do, we want to do something related to Ben from Yellow Jackets, since a lot of this year has been spent basically sucking his dick, pretty much.
He's gay.
Yeah, so we're gonna do a Did Ben Win or Lose video, because I'm pretty sure his story is over. I don't really think much can happen.
Yeah, anything beyond this point wouldn't really affect him, since he's dead. So
yeah. And then we'll end the year with a channel update video, so that way we can jump into next year. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the year for videos. I can't believe we're already at the end of the year. We'll probably mention it more in the channel update video, even though we didn't get as much stuff done as we wanted. I'm pretty happy with what we did this year, so I hope you are, AJ.
Yeah. It makes some progress on a lot of stuff, so I'm happy with this year.
But yeah, that's pretty much.
Hopefully next year, that's the only hope, is that every year we get a little better and better.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you guys for watching this video, and